to do better, what would you like to say?
Well, I would say they should just improve on the effectiveness of their product. That's just it. Just for them to improve on the effectiveness of the product, because the products, we are mainly using the products to kill these insects, to make sure they are not in our homes. So once the product is very effective, then there's no any other complaints.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name?
Oh, my name is Tunji.
Tunji what?
That's it. Olamilekon.
Olamilekon. Okay, now do you make use of insecticide at home?
Yes, I do.
How often do you use it?
Almost every day. Let me just say almost every day.
Okay, so which brand do you use?
Randomly. Sometimes Red, sometimes Mountain. There is another one like have a green this thing. As a brand, they have a green this thing. I don't really know much about it, but
Okay, now is there a reason why you switch between brands? Is there a reason why you are not sticking to a particular one and you use this one today, you use that one tomorrow? Is there a reason?
yeah, I'm trying to check a difference at times because to me, I don't really see differences from all these insecticides at times. I don't, because what if you flit inside the room today, let's say this night, this evening, that doesn't mean maybe all the mosquitoes, cockroach, maybe all of them are die or not. Maybe they find somewhere hide. But to me, it's just like maybe we are putting a perfume. Yes, inside the room. Maybe you want to flit. You need an aroma. All this flit of a thing.
That is what they do now.
They are just like aroma. Yeah, I'm not sure they do what we want them to do.
Okay, now, how do you now protect yourself from mosquitoes? Since you said all of them are no longer effective, how do you protect yourself? You know this weather now, a lot of mosquitoes comes in more this period. So how do you do it?
I won't lie to you, I'm a local guy. So I normally, at times, if I don't flit, we buy coil. There is this coil, so we put it anywhere in the room. So we on it and we use nets sometimes.
So those are the alternatives.
Exactly.
So I want you to rate this insecticide brand that you use over 10. How will you rate them over 10? Don't be biased.
That's why in the first place I said they are nothing but a perfume. So I don't even know how to rate them. Let's say I would go for that too. Red and Martin. So let me give Martin a 6 over 10. Why Red will take like 7 over 10.
They're not effective and you're still giving them 6 to 7.
Because when you use them, they work for certain minutes. Yes, you won't see anything. But later, I believe when the parts of this thing that go down, you know, now be seeing all my families from one corner to the other.
Okay, so how affordable is it? How much do you buy them?
It's very affordable, not that much.
How much do you buy
The
them?
last time I bought it's not 3,000 plus. So and I use it for like, let's say I can use it twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
Okay, now how do you protect yourself? What advice would you like to give to those making it, the makers, for what do you want them to do better?
I think they need to, I don't know, because before this weight of a thing is very powerful. And there is one big one. I've been looking for that big one. Big one is very effective. That way, I don't know how they go about it before. They are very strong, but suddenly, I believe the quality of this just dropped. Same thing with the Martin. Just dropped. I don't know. Maybe it's our economy that caused this. I can't say, because I can feel it. They reduce a lot of things.
So, if there's one thing you want to say to them right now, what would that be?
I believe they should do more. They should try, at least, no matter what. Because of their brand, they should forget about their brand. I believe they should focus on their name. So they should work on it. They should work on it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Okay, so what is your name?
I'm Azan, Dr. Azan.
Dr.
Azan.
Dr. Azan. Nice. Oh, you look good, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now, do you make use of insecticide?
Yes, I do.
Which brand?
Great.
Raid. For how long have you been using Raid?
For as long as I can remember, over 5 years, sha.
Over 5 years.
Yes.
Have you ever switched from Raid to other?
I've used Sniper before, so, and I've used Tomb.
So is there a reason why you are now sticking with Raid?
Not really, because I think that's what I'm used to. Whenever I go to the store, I just pick the one I'm used to. Nothing serious.
So share with us your experience ever since you've been using this brand.
It's just mostly kill mosquitoes and insects, cockroaches. So it does what I want. Whenever I use it, yeah, I'm really like seeing good results.
So how effective is it?
If I'm to rate it over probably 10, 8.5.
8.5?
Yes.
How affordable is it now?
The one I got last was 4,800. Yes.
So how does it last? How often do you use it?
Not every time. Mostly if I'm traveling, or if I'm going to like stay long, maybe from morning till night. Let me just say twice in a week, sha. Twice in a week.
So you know this weather now, it's a very cold weather and we have a lot of mosquitoes that troops in, particularly this weather. How do you protect yourself?
By not opening the door and by using this insecticide once in a while. So, and because of the gutter and the old bushes and the cold weather also, so just by using those insecticides and by shutting the door closed, like I said.
Okay, now is there anything you would like this brand to do better? Because we've met many people saying, oh, some brands is no longer effective and all of that. If you are to say something about a brand to do better, what would that be?
More like, I think I would prefer if they make it in a way that we can breathe inside, or like be indoor and fleet and still be indoor. Because that one is not. I know there are some fleets that are okay. If you use it, you can stay in the room, but this particular one, you can't be in that room, and it's very, very conk. So if they can just reduce the the concentrated thing inside. I think that's just it for me.
But don't you think it would be harmful to the body if one?
I think there's some insects that you can stay inside the room after fleecing it. So that's just it though. For me, I don't think there's anything you need to work on. But people might have opinions, so I'm speaking for myself.
Okay. So what do you look out for whenever you want to get an insecticide? What works out for you to know that, oh, I'm sticking with this brand? What works out?
Nothing actually. I don't have a chemical that I'm looking for inside.
What about effectiveness, affordable, lasts longer, does the job, the smell?
The smell is awful as usual, but the effectiveness, like I said, I'm used to this particular one, and the affordability is just for it, and it's quite big a bit, so it's affordable. I think those are the things. You've already said it all. Those are the things you look at. So, yeah.
Okay, in a doctor perspective now, what tips will you try to give to people viewing this show right now? What they could do to avoid all these things, malaria and all of that, not to.
It's a kind of parasite that you can't avoid in this Nigeria, because if no matter how you keep your environment clean, to still be in some part of the houses that you can't neglect. So you just have to keep your environment clean, your clothes, where you package your wardrobe, your cupboard, everything. So just make everywhere as clean as possible, and your environment also, it matters, because it invites mosquitoes once you have dirt and everything around. So just stay clean.
Stay clean. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
You have a lovely smile.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so what is the name?
My name is Esther Fakoya.
Okay, now do you make use of insecticide?
Yes, I do.
Which brand?
Read a Dream.
Read a Dream. How do you get to know about this brand?
Well, I've worked in a pharmacy before, so I get to know all of these things. Yeah.
Okay, now how often do you use them?
Really, I do not use Read a Dream like that. But I just use them whenever the needs come.
Okay, so apart from Read a Dream, which other brand have you tried using?
Okay, I've tried using Rates, but I think I prefer Read a Dream.
Is there a reason why you switch from Read to Read a Dream?
Personally, I just feel like Read a Dream works better.
Okay. Now, speaking about effectiveness, how effective is Read a Dream?
Read a Dream is very, very effective. Yeah, very, very effective. Because I've been using Read a Dream now for like close to a year or more than, and I can say for sure that you should use Read a Dream. It works.
So what do you look out for whenever you want to get an insecticide?
Whenever I want to get an insecticide, just do the needful. You know, I want to get rid of mosquitoes in my house. I want to get rid of cockroaches in my house. So why am I supposed to use an insecticide if you will not give me what I want? You know, I want to get rid of all these things, and Read a Dream should take care of it for me.
Okay, so I want you to rate Read a Dream over 10. Based
over
on
10.
Can you allow me to be
10? Yeah, 10 over 10 to Read a Dream. I love Read a Dream a whole lot. It works.
Okay, now, why do you think it is necessary to protect yourself against mosquitoes?
Oh, I didn't mention that I am a health educator. So, of course, you should protect yourself from all these harmful insects because, especially mosquito, you don't want to get down to like having malaria, all of these diseases and the rest. So you should protect yourself. Very, very important. As a health educator, I am telling the community now to protect themselves from mosquito and use insecticide to prevent mosquito.
I was about to ask you, okay, give us a tips on what to do to avoid mosquitoes, but then you've mentioned
health educator, so I do this often. Use insecticide, use mosquito nets as well to prevent mosquitoes. You don't want to get sick, you don't want to get malaria, you don't want to get sick. Let me just say that.
Okay, now, is there anything you like this brand to do better?
Read a Dream? Nothing for now. Maybe moving forward.
How affordable is it?
Oh wow! it's well, to some extent, it is affordable to some extent. I really do not know because I don't get them myself. Yeah, I don't get them myself, so I don't know how much.
How does it last?
It depends on the usage. It depends on how often you use it. You know, you can get a bottle now and then it can last for like 2 months, 3 months. It depends on how you use it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
As rainy season continues, many consumers make use of insecticide to keep
bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline. And then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself, so for whatever reason I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting by the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those, those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around it was to US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, on our return from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. The air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. The whole of that business economy, all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, "We're really very sorry about this." He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. "So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing." While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve they couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, "We're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get." So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody were jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on the BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of 50 pounds to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, what my first time would be, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they brought this parcel wrapped. I opened it, and boom, I brought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what was the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, we have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking in my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Halla came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights, So our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria, all right? So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, So that's ConsumerHallaTV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago, or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge. So what we have done with ConsumerHallaTV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to change the narrative. We want to give the right direction. Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world, with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right. We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform. All right. That can also take up cases. Okay. So, and we've taken up many cases like that, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to, we're not fighting brand, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end, and yet they are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country, none. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at the power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers. We bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, Oga, this thing, you know what's going to tell you? Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am. Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, oh, to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this, let me just stand, use that to iron my shirt and we can go out. So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! Ooh. The guy was raged. Then he goes, what just happened? So he said, no, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack, there was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And they called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then the thing just, stopped, didn't work. At the other hand, I could hear the voice, oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that. And they said, this is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement. All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, so what's going to happen? He said, don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement. I said, they will bring a replacement. He said, yes. I said, they won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the first. No, it can't be his fault. Shebi is a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, we're so sorry. So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch, so also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatch man was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went bad. He didn't say, okay, where is the other one that we gave to you so that he could take it back? No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, can you interpret this to me? He said, here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I would do. So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHallaTV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provide right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. Please. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHallaTV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand, rather we have to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to your favorite consumer awareness show on your consumer-centric TV channel, ConsumerHallaTV. This is Consumer Watchdog, the program where we examine issues affecting consumer right, public safety, and everyday life. If you're just joining us on the conversation, it's so good to have you there watching us. This is Consumer Watchdog, where we inform consumers about their right. I am Ire Ayomikunle Eke. Good morning.
Good morning, and I am Elizabeth Eze. And like Hirayomikule said, this is a show that we had to discuss probably issues that concerns humans, consumers, and the way you can, achieve a whole lot of things. That
Absolutely. You're very, very right. All right, good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning.
It's so good to have you on the show. And
Thank
you look good, I must say.
Thank you,
Okay, all right. Now let's begin the conversation this beautiful Tuesday morning. A case in Delta State involving the death of a 20-year-old young woman or lady has raised concerns about social media safety, sexual violence allegations, and the risk associated with meeting people through online platforms. The lady reportedly recorded a video making an allegation of rape against the popular Asaba-based content creator before her death. Following the allegation, the suspect was arrested by the Delta State Police Command, which said an investigation was ongoing. At this stage, it is important to emphasize that the rape allegation remains an allegation. The circumstances surrounding the lady's death and the event leading up to it matters for investigators to establish, while criminal responsibility can only be determined by a court of competent jurisdiction.
Okay, beyond the intermediate circumstances of the case, the incident raises important questions about Nigerians' use of social media. To find jobs, mentorship, modeling opportunities, content creation opportunities, and other professional engagements. Connected and professional engagement. What happens when online connections leads to an offline meeting? What legal protection exists when allegations of sexual violence arise? How should evidence from social media and digital devices be handled? And the precautions can individuals take before meeting someone that they first connected online?
It's absolutely, Elizabeth, that's a whole lot for us to have on the show this beautiful morning.
We have a lot on our plate.
Absolutely. But before we get into today's main discussion, here are some of the latest consumer-related development making headlines. I'm giving you the headlines about it. The petrol price drop expectations. And there are expectations that petrol pump prices could move towards 800 naira per litre as independent petroleum marketers secure direct supply arrangement with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, potentially reducing the cost associated with third-party depot arrangement. For consumers, the key question is whether these direct supply deals will translate into sustained reductions at filling stations and provide some relief from high transportation and living costs. Away from that, another headline says the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, has expanded its consumer financing program with the launch of the CLICKID initiative. The program is designed to give working Nigerians and fellow access to flexible credit for purchasing locally assembled laptop and smartphones. The initiative could make essential digital devices more accessible to consumers who may not be able to afford the full cost upfront. And away from that news story, another headline says the fake drug market alarm. And health watchdogs and consumer protection groups are raising renewed concerns about the continued circulation of counterfeit medicines in major opiate drug markets, including Idumota in Lagos and Onitsha Bridgehead. The concerns sum despite previous seizure of counterfeit and substandard medicines running into the billions of naira. For consumers, the warning is clear: buying medicines from unverified sources which can carry serious health risk, making it important to purchase medicines through the legitimate and unauthorized channels. Away from that, those are the latest consumer stories we're tracking on Consumer Watchdog this beautiful morning. And now let's return to today's main discussion. On today's Consumer Watchdog, we examine these questions from the perspective of Nigerian law, public safety, digital evidence, and consumer protection. And to help us examine this tacky issue, we are joined by a Nigerian human rights lawyer, activist, and public commentator, a very respected one at that, Barrister Deji Deyanju. We have him joining us virtually to shed more light about this conversation and to see the legal perspective of this present issue at hand. Good morning, Barrister Deji Deyanju. It's so good to have you on Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. All right, Barrister, if you can hear me, which I know you can hear me, I can't hear you. Please, can you just work on your audio or something so we can hear you loud and clear? Okay, Barrister, I think you connected a mic to your device and that is the issue. I still can't hear you, Barrister. Okay, you have to disconnect the mic so that we can hear you. Okay, that is our guest. Absolutely, he's with us, and we hope to have him very soon, Barrister Deji Deyanju, to shed more light on this conversation. Elizabeth, we can't wait to have his insight about this.
Deji is packed. Well loaded.
I love that word, packed.
He's well loaded. So
Absolutely.
I can't wait as well to hear what he has to say as regards to this issue, because this issue has to do with a lot of human interest issues. Consumers can be involved in this, and individuals, we have thousands of individuals out there that are seeking mentorship and people that are willing to go into businesses, and when we need to know if there is a guideline that will guide them into all of this. So that's why we have our experts on ground.
Absolutely, Elizabeth, your point, you're right about that, and a lot of ladies are facing issues like this, and it's so sad that 2026 the issue of rape is still happening, so we need to talk about it. And I'm very sure we have Barrister Deji Deyanju on board. Let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. It's still Consumer Watchdog on ConsumerHallaTV. All right, it's still your favorite consumer awareness show on ConsumerHallaTV, and I'm sure we have Esquire Deji Adeyanju joining us on the conversation. Good morning, Deji Adeyanju. Thank you, Adeyanju. Thank you so much for joining us on the conversation.
Yes, good morning.
Good,
Thank you for having me.
good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
All
The
right,
pleasure is
now
mine.
let's begin. It's so good to have you.
Yes.
Let's begin this conversation because it has sparked a nationwide concern, and a lot of Nigerians are on their toes to know what will be the fate of the person that did this illegal thing. And we were talking about this issue of rape. It has been so worrisome, and this is 2026, and it's so sad that we see.
Allegedly did the illegal thing.
Mm,
Allegedly.
okay, allegedly. All right, because we know that the investigation is
Yes.
still going on. And as we speak right now, the Delta State Police have arrested a suspect following these allegations. But based on the Nigerian
Yes.
law, what offences could a suspect face in an alleged rape case? And are there additional criminal charges that may arise depending on the outcome of the investigation? Let's begin our conversation from there.
Yes. Basically, under the criminal law, which applies in Delta State, the offense of rape can face offense of rape. You can also face under section 357 of the Criminal Code Act, which has been domesticated in Delta State, and that section defines rape. And for there to be rape, there must have been penetration, as defined under the Act itself. Then also indecent assault can also be one of the charges that can be filed against. Then you also know that Delta State has also domesticated the Violence Against Persons Act, that's VAP. So that's the 2015 Act. So since it has been domesticated in Delta State, that's also an offense that he can possibly face. Additionally, Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act, the much talked about cybercrime, has criminalized certain offenses because the disease was allegedly lured through social media. So the alleged offender can also face under Section 24, 1B, and also 1 itself, substantially, of the Cybercrime Act. So I think basically, to my mind, those are some of the fragmented offenses that he could face if charges are brought by the direct prosecution in Delta State or the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice of Delta State, in my view.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Deji Adeyanju. Still on investigation. A week today, it was all over the social media that the body of the deceased was exhumed for an autopsy to proceed to commence investigation. So how do police typically investigate allegations of rape and sexual violence? What kind of evidence do they have to keep to avoid compromising the case, to avoid delays? Because going back and forth, somebody is already down and you are bringing back to conduct an autopsy. It can prompt delay, and people are questioning, like, oh, do they want to compromise this alleged case? So what are the typical investigations that police need to commence forth to proceed with investigations?
Physical rape, the direct medical
All right, Mr. Deji is no longer here with us, and we hope to have him back on this conversation because the question you asked Elizabeth is a very important question,
It's a very important
and we
question
need his
because,
legal insight on it.
Yes, because it was stated that because if you read comment sections there, people are, oh, are they going to delay? Is there going to be delay? Bringing back the body for an autopsy. So this should have been done before she had been laid to rest. So that's what we want him to, enlighten us on the typical evidences and investigations that would have been prompted up before that.
Okay, all right, interesting. One right there is Consumer Watchdog, your favorite consumer awareness show, and we hope to have Mr. Deji Adeyanju back. Let's go take a short break. We'll be right back.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, you'd be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it. Or
Welcome back, and we still have Deji Adeyanju with us. And the question we have here is, how do the police typically investigate allegations of rape and sexual violence? What kind of evidence investigators are likely to gather to establish facts on this particular alleged case?
Yeah, so basically, you require direct evidence for offenses bordering on rape. That's why you need not only oral evidence of the victim, you also need medical evidence. And that's why immediately rape is suspected to have occurred. You're expected to visit a hospital. You're supposed to do tests. And government hospitals are what is acceptable in courts. So you visit the hospital, the necessary test is done, a report confirming rape. Then, because these things are going to be put in the case file, and it's going to be filed with a charge, with the proof of evidence. So aside that, you also need at least direct evidence from the victim. Unfortunately, in the instant case, the victim is now dead. The victim died as a result of suicide. The victim, however, has a video recording of what had happened. Yes, so in law, there's a principle that is known as dying declaration. It can be used by the prosecution in the instant case to show that yes, truly the rape occurred. But again, you need direct evidence. But when direct evidence cannot be gotten, the court may rely on circumstantial evidence, as in the instant case, because such a dying declaration may become circumstantial evidence. Again, the police, it is possible that they could get the defendant to confess to the crime. So, and if the defendant confesses to the crime, the evidence is very strong and potent evidence as well. So, but these are some of the things that the investigators, the police must look into to make sure that all loose ends are tied, to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed in order to have a watertight case for the prosecution.
It's so sad that a life was lost in all of this, but we have to talk about something that is very, very important. Because when someone invites another person through social media for mentorship, content creation, or or work opportunities, so what legal duty of care or responsibility do they owe that individual?
Yeah. So basically, there is an implied fiduciary and the duty of care that must be discharged by someone who has given invitation to treat by somebody for a job employment is very high. The threshold is very high. That whatever happens to that person in the course of such an invitation, that as long as it does not happen, as long as there's no break in causation, and when I mean causation, there's no the person had gotten involved in an accident on the way heading to Delta. It would have been a different entirely. The person has arrived Delta. The person is now in your custody. Then you decide to and rape the person. Then you are liable for offenses, rape. Also, offenses bordering on assault or by the prosecution. You also be on the issue of Section 24 of the Cybercrime Prevention Act. The offenses are very strict and they are very obvious. Section 24 sub 1B, that the person can be held liable for breaching the violation of the Cybercrime Act in that regard as well. So these are some of the offenses and charges that may be brought against the alleged offender in the instant case. It's important to know that the members of the public must know that when you invite somebody for a job interview, if they sleep, if the interview, maybe because the tiles is bad, or maybe the step is steep, or anything that happens within the precinct of the work environment where they have been invited. So not to talk more of a grievous and a heinous allegation and crime like rape, you'll be held liable, even if they fall while in the Vincent and the precinct of the office, you'll be held liable for such an accident. So the law places a duty and an obligation on you as the person who has put out the invitation to treat, that, come interview, come to my office for this, that you must do everything within your power, that harm must come to the person. But in this case, a grievous harm has come to the person, and unfortunately, the victim in this case has passed on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deji Adeyonjo. Many Nigerians travel to meet people for the very first time for mentorship, business transactions. Like, I'm a journalist, we are reporters, you go, you meet people. So what precautions do they have to take before making such movements?
Yes, this
or
is
before
why
accepting such invites?
Yes, yes. You see, it's both ways. Due diligence is both ways. You have to subject the people that are inviting you to scrutiny. You have to subject them to due diligence. You must tell friends, you must tell family members. Sometimes you may even call, the police. The Nigerian police have emergency response numbers, state by state. And all the public relation officers of all the commands, their phone numbers are on the internet. So you may even call the public relation officer to say, I've been invited to social state. I'm going to social state. So you report that, in case I don't call back tomorrow to give update that this is the person, is the detail, is the contact of the person. Also share live location with your lawyer. This is why we tell people, most Nigerians, that they should have a lawyer, a family lawyer, a personal lawyer. You may share the contact with your lawyer. You may even let the person know, the person inviting you, that, I've informed my lawyer, lawyer, that I'm coming here. So the person will be very careful and very cautious. Even if sometimes you may tell them that my family is aware that I'm on this trip. I've told them, I've given them your number, I've given them your details. So it gives safeguard for the person you cannot just show motor on your own, just go on the frolic of your own, travel without anybody knowing your whereabouts. Then something unfortunately happens, then there will be no recourse. The only option will be for the security agencies to use service providers to track your number. And sometimes the person that is there may not have been the person who made. So the security agencies now have a cumbersome task of going through your phone logs and checking all the people that have spoken to you, sequel to your disappearance. But things will have been made more easier. You may even have been rescued if you had told somebody or shared your live location, or you had communicated to your lawyer, and you also told the person that you're going to see that, oh, I've informed my lawyer that I'm going to have this meeting with you. So, when people hear that a lawyer is involved, they become very cautious. When people hear the family members told about there's not you, somebody you're going to meet, that, oh, I've told my parents, I've even shown number with my parents that I'm coming to meet you. Or I've told my lawyer that I'm coming to have this meeting with you, and I've shared your contact with you. You can even get the lawyer to put a call through to the person that, oh, my client is coming to have a meeting with you. I'm aware that my client is coming to have a meeting with you. So the person becomes extremely cautious, and the duty of care that is placed on them by law, they will now take it more serious to make sure that no one's to you.
All right. We know that there are new development or other development about this issue, and we could see that Mr. Ogbonna was pleading with the family of the deceased and her twin sister. So beyond seeking justice, what legal rights and support services are available to victims' family during the police investigation and the court proceedings? Because it's very important for us to know the stake.
Yeah, so basically, I've not seen the police investigation report. And I've not seen whether a charge is there. I do not even know what will be contained in the evidence of the supposed charge that is eventually filed. A video recording of the alleged perpetrator pleading with the family does not really give me a good, vivid picture, because as lawyers, we deal with evidence. We don't deal with conjectures. We don't deal with insinuations. We don't deal with suspicion. And the Supreme Court, in a plethora of cases, have ruled that no matter how grievous or how grave suspicion is, suspicions cannot replace evidence. That evidence is the only credence, is the only bedrock upon which convictions can be secured. And sometimes, I think the Nigerian police, they get too excited over some of these things. I do not have the facts of the matter, but what is going to determine this case is the evidence that the prosecution and the Nigerian police put forward before the court. Yes, the public opinion at liberty to draw insinuations and to arrive at conclusions, but the court does not work like that. The court deals with raw, direct evidence or credible circumstances to secure conviction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deji, for that. To the next question, what are the roles agencies such as National Agency of Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, and state-based violence agency, what roles are they to play in such cases like this?
Yes, our nation generally is under police, manned by security agencies, and our nation does not have the capacity. For instance, if you go to Paris, or you go to Germany, or you go to the United Kingdom or the US or Canada, they have systems in place. Majority of the streets have cameras. You can prove that, so person came on so day to visit this man. So if for instance, the man is denying that, this person never arrived, the person never got here, so how could I have raped the person? Just pull up the camera and see and get direct evidence to show that, this person actually arrived and got to the office of the person. So, and the person stayed for 3-4 hours in the office. So it's possible that the rape occurred. But here we do not have those facilities. So what we can say, yes, agencies like NAPTIP, all they can do is campaigns and advocacies. But however, the duty of ensuring that citizens are safeguarded is a collective one. Like we have seen in the instant case where it's now basically the word of the disease versus of the alleged perpetrator. You understand? And the disease is not even here to testify. All we have is a video evidence of the disease, and also hearsay evidence that we may hear from the parents, because the disease allegedly recorded the video before the suicide in the presence of the parent. but the parents were not in Delta when the alleged offense occurred. So there are mechanisms of, for instance, maybe as the victim, he put a call or a video call, I've arrived here, or recorded a video to say, here, and sent it to the parent or to the best friend or to the lawyer. Direct evidence. You understand? So in our daily lives, the lessons to learn from the Delta alleged rape case, the lessons to learn vis-a-vis social media and safety of social media relations, the basic lesson for all Nigerians to learn and take away from this case is that we must be extra cautious about interactions on the internet. And this is a global pandemic. It's not only related to Nigeria alone. In the US, a lot of cases of disappearances occur from relations on the internet, interactions on the internet. So people just, see someone, trust the person, goes to meet the person disappears. And some of these disappearances, the person have disappeared for 25 years, 15 years. So people must be cautious and people must go the extra mile to make sure that in all that they put safety and mechanism in place. Yes, NATIP and other agencies like the police, they should do more awareness for people in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Deji. Regarding to the last thing you just said, we have 36 states altogether in Nigeria, and from my research, 10 to 15 only have these agencies in their states, and it's not good for like a lawyer that you are now. You are in a state and you can't seem to find such agencies in that state. So what message do you have to put out there, both to the federal government and the state government?
Yes, there are critical agencies in every nation, and NAPTIP, NAFDAC, some of these sundry agencies that citizens cannot do without are some of those relevant agencies. The police is in every locality. Then even if they have restraints as to funding of some of these agencies, some of these NAPTIP agencies at the police or at the DSS office or offices adjoining to of the police. So, but agency shall to prevent violence against persons in the country, violence against children, child molestation, child slavery, enforced disappearances, and sundry issues. So, life. The primary government is the and government that fails to protect our property. Primary responsibility of governance and of all citizens in the country. So government at all levels, we must stop paying lip service to some of these issues, that these are life-threatening issues. Now we have lost a precious life because of inadequacies of systems that should be put in place to checkmate excesses of deviance in the society. But if these systems had been put in place, then we may have been able to save. But we very regret that this incident has happened. As citizens, we have a collective duty and responsibility to take lessons from this and prevent this from happening. Government agencies at all levels, and I mean at all levels, both federal, state, must have in place, made and things like this from happening. These are avoidable deaths.
All right. As the creator economy continues to go in Nigeria, Mr. Deji, are you still with us?
Yes,
interesting.
I'm here. I can hear you.
Continue to grow in Nigeria. What legal responsibilities do you think this body should have for welfareism and safety? Because it's important. A lot of Nigerians are now diving into content creating or content creation.
Yes, basically because we have an unemployment problem in the country. So anything that people can lay their hand on, people will just do. The burden. Even in the US, these challenges also, the employment rates are good. These challenges also persist in the US and in developed societies. Sometimes when you travel abroad, I was in Canada a couple of months ago, And I was following the news, and something like so reported. So it's not because we are battling unemployment. It's because government cannot really regulate social media like that, because social media is not a visible object that you can regulate. Even if you put mechanisms in place, the onus still lies on the citizenry to ensure that we self-regulate, that we ensure that the social media that should be a positive tool does not be a negative tool. And we witness another unfortunate death or an unfortunate incident like this. So citizens have a bigger responsibility in this regard. For me, I believe that yes, government and government agencies must do their part to ensure that they put in systems. I've given you we can to technology country, because for instance, when if the cameras commit crime, because they know if they commit crime, it can easily be detected. Aside that, if we have more boots on the ground, nation to apprehend perpetrators of heinous crimes, then the possibility there'll be a drastic reduction in commission of crime in the. But alas, we do not have the manpower required, neither do we have the technological advancement or gadgets required to prevent commission of crime in the. So now, citizens must take extra measures to ensure that they are safe and that they do not become victims of criminals.
Okay, Mr. Deji. My question again is it important to say that Nigeria should introduce a framework that will, protect people in recruitment and in training? There should be a framework when you see such regulations, you know that, okay, this person is real, for consumers also to protect them.
Yeah, yes. You see, because you cannot really regulate social media, yes, we must now find like in situations like that where we have companies that can actually fact check whether this is a genuine recruiter or a fake recruiter. So we can have, and there's a large vacuum for innovators, investors to apps that can verify. For instance, there are so many people that order things on Instagram, on Twitter, online, and the goods never get delivered to the buyers because people just open fake accounts and they advertise products that they are not selling. So we must self-regulate because I agree that the FCCPC should be doing more in this regard, but they are not. They are not doing anything significant at all. I also believe that we can have some agencies to try to regulate and maybe we can have mechanism for reporting social media handles that are dubious in nature or are fraudulent in nature, but the responsibility still lies largely with the vast majority of the citizenry, in my view.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deji. I want to ask, can VAPP be applied in these alleged incidents, violence against person and prohibition?
Delta State, it can apply in the instant case. It definitely should apply, and charges can be brought against the alleged perpetrator and offender in this instant case. Also, the Criminal Code Act will also apply. I also believe that Section 24 of the Cybercrime Act should apply in the instant case. At the top of my head, I can see 3 to 4 count charges against the alleged if charges are eventually brought against him.
we know that this case has sparked a nationwide call for justice with, online safety, and there is a whole lot attached to this issue. So what key legal protections and personal safety measures do you think Nigeria should keep in mind when seeking jobs, mentorships, modeling opportunities, or content creation collaborations online? And what warnings or signs should never be ignored?
I didn't really get of the question, but I like was that the case that brought outrage online.
I said, what key legal protections and personal safety measures should Nigerians keep in mind when seeking jobs, mentorships, modeling opportunities, or content? And what warning or signs should never be ignored?
Yes, basically, I've just said it before that people should ensure that they do due diligence. Also, people should ensure that they tell family members. You can tell a lawyer, you can tell somebody like your parents. And when you tell the person that, oh, I've informed my parents, I've informed my parents about me coming, and the person starts acting dodgy, then that's a red flag that you ignore. So I believe that we must self-regulate, like I've said. We must take responsibility that in every society there are evil people. And this is not to say that I've prejudged the alleged offender to be guilty, because I do not know the facts. I don't know whether he's innocent or he's guilty. But I'm just speaking generally now that we must assume that there are bad people looking and hunting for good people, and that they want to take people good. And we must ensure that we look for the red flags. Don't just hear, oh, there's a job opportunity in Delta, and you shut your brain from what if this is a trap to get me killed? What if this is a trap to get my organs harvested? What if this is a trap to get me trafficked? What this is a trap to rob me? What if this is a trap for me to be raped? So you must keep your mind open to the what ifs in situations like this. And that is what will really save us at the end of the day.
It's so good to have you, Mr. Deji Adeyanju, on the conversation, and we hope to see that justice is being served. And before we let you go, finally, let's have your parting shot.
So basically, my parting shot is that citizens should be wary of everybody they meet online. They should consider that everybody they meet online is a potential serial killer, a potential murderer, a potential rapist, a potential armed robber. And they should put mechanism in place to protect themselves. People should stop easily trusting people they meet online, because you don't know them. They're not members of your family. They're not your childhood friend. You cannot vouch for their character. You cannot vouch for their mental health. You shouldn't put your life into the hands of strangers. People on the internet are not your friends. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Deji Adeyanju, for joining us on the conversation.
The pleasure has been all mine.
Please do well to enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Mr. Deji.
And you too. It's been a privilege. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that was our guest on the conversation, Consumer Watchdog this morning. Mr. Deji Adeyanju is a Nigeria and human rights lawyer, activist, and public commentator, joining us on the conversation about social media safety and the law lessons from the Delta alleged rape case. Elizabeth, that was a whole lot Mr. Deji Adeyanju gave us on the show.
At least people out there will know that the case is ongoing and the investigation is under control. But he sent his message that you do not believe people you see on the internet because they are not your family members.
Absolutely, I agree with him over and over again. And millions of Nigerians are eager to know where this case will end, and we hope justice is being served. Actually, as the investigation into the Delta State case continue, it is important to distinguish between allegations and established facts. The allegations reported in connection with the case must be properly investigated, and any criminal responsibility must ultimately be determined through due process and by a court of competent jurisdiction. And this case also highlights the importance of understanding the risk that can arise when online relationships, professional opportunities, or invitations move from social media into physical meetings.
For Nigerians using social media to seek job opportunities, mentorship, modeling opportunities, content creation, collaboration, or other opportunities, personal safety should remain a top priority. Vary distance and opportunities where possible. Tell trusted family members, like what Mr. Deji and Doyo just said, that people on the internet are not your family members. So you tell people where you're going, trusted family members and friends where you're going, particularly where meeting someone for the very first time. Consider meeting in appropriate places or locations. Warning signs or situations that make you uncomfortable should be put into consideration. When you start saying things that are out of control, you know, when you get there and people start prompting conversations that are not in the same. I'm here for mentorship and you're deflecting. That's the red flag. So where concerns arise, perceive relevant digital communications and other information that may assist a lawful investigation rather than deleting or altering personal relevant evidence.
All right, Elizabeth Eze, thank you so much for that. That was a very beautiful piece. And the broader lesson is clear. Social media can create valuable opportunities, but online connection also require caution, verification, and awareness of personal safety and legal rights. Thanks to our guests for sharing the legal insight and helping us understand this issue raised by the case at hand. I'm Irihayomi Kuleke. Thank you for watching Consumer Watchdog, and please follow us on all our social media platforms.
I am Elizabeth Eze. Stay firm, stay vigilant, and stay safety always.
All right, we join you again next week Tuesday on another edition of Consumer Watchdog. Good morning. Thank you for joining us in your favorite consumer awareness show. And do you have anything that you want to say? Please drop it via the comment section. Good morning. Thank
Hi people, my name is Mofakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'd watch, you'd learn, you'd be educated, and you'd be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I want you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too. Yeah, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what?
Alright, good afternoon. Welcome to the news on the Hour on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kikelomo Achibola. And right now, the federal government has commenced training 4,000 tractor operators under a national agricultural mechanism project to boost food security. AgComs International Trading Limited announced in a statement on Monday that the nationwide program is coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, National Agricultural Development Fund, and Industrial Trading Fund. The first batch of 250 trainees began a 2-week residential training course at CSS Farms in Nasarawa State. They will learn to operate and maintain modern John Deere equipment under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed Hope agenda. This seeks to transform agriculture and create jobs for young Nigerians. Agriculture and Food Security Minister Abubakar Kyari stated that the initiative demonstrates strong commitment toward expanding local food production through mechanization. He stressed that deploying 4,000 well-trained operators will effectively turn national farm equipment investment into sustainable harvest while powering modern agricultural growth nationwide. The federal government is working toward ending raw crude oil exports as Nigeria expands domestic refining capacity to become an African energy hub. Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Rabiu Umar, disclosed the plan on Monday at a petroleum conference in Lagos. Umar explained that expanding local refining capacity means the country should process its entire crude production internally rather than exporting raw commodities. He noted that new private and modular refineries are transforming Nigeria from crude exporter into a regional processing center handling targeted output of 3 million barrels daily. The regulatory authority is collaborating with the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission to enforce domestic crude supply obligations. Umar emphasized that maintaining operational balance through enforced supply obligations supports local refiners, eliminating any economic reason to export raw crude oil when adequate domestic refining capacity exists across the country. And the National Economic Council on Monday approved refinancing the $3.3 billion Project Gazelle facility through a new $4.5 billion arrangement named Project Gazelle. Vice President Kashim Shettima chaired the virtual meeting where Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele presented details of the financial deal. The approval enables the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to settle an outstanding balance of $1.5 billion, while unlocking $3 billion in liquidity. Senior Special Assistant Stanley Okocha confirmed that council members supported the move to boost external reserves and fund vital national infrastructure priorities. Finance Minister Oyedele explained that the refinancing structures secures significantly more favorable commercial terms, reducing pledged crude oil from 90,000 barrels daily to 78,750 barrels. This 12.5% reduction releases extra crude for direct sale, generating valuable independent federal revenue. And for many Nigerians, buying meat is a routine part of daily life, but few pause to consider what happens before it reaches their table. While traditional meat markets remain the preferred choice for millions due to their affordability and accessibility, a growing number of modern meat retailers are introducing stricter quality control, improved hygiene standards, and traceable processing systems. ConsumerHallaTV's Elizabeth Eze explores how both models are shaping consumer choices and the challenges they face in an evolving industry. Let's take a look.
Meat remains a
This machine that they will hang the cow, they will press, it will take the cow up, the blood will be drained before they even open. So these are safety measures.
While modern meat retailers argue that traceability and controlled processing enhance consumer trust, traditional sellers continue to grapple with inadequate infrastructure and rising operating costs. Despite these challenges, both remain focused on meeting consumers' demand and staying competitive in changing the market. Elizabeth Eze, reporting for ConsumerHallaTV.
Thank you so much for that beautiful report, Elizabeth Eze. Now let's continue on the news story. Nigeria private sector sustained economic growth in July as purchase price inflation slowed to its lowest rate in 5 months. The latest purchasing managers index released by Stanbic IBTC Bank and S&P Global showed the headline index declined to 52.5 from 53.4. Despite recording a slower rate of expansion, business activity remained above the 50-point benchmark for the 6th consecutive month. Strong consumer demand, competitive pricing, and new product offerings drove robust growth in new orders, with agriculture and manufacturing sector leading total output gains across the national economy. Companies expanded their workforce numbers and raw material inventories to manage operational requirements, though employment growth is slightly slower. Increases in input costs and selling prices provided economic relief to commercial enterprises, while supplier delivery times improved despite minor logistical bottlenecks delaying certain projects across various business sectors. And right now, the Central Bank of Nigeria is establishing a unified regulatory framework to bring the fast-growing cryptocurrency and virtual asset market under formal oversight. The shift follows the introduction of the Presidential Executive Order on Virtual Asset Coordination 2026, establishing structured supervision across financial markets. Officials announced at the Nigerian Stablecoin Summit in Lagos that the Central Bank, Revenue Service, and Securities Commissions are collaborating to create a predictable business environment. Tax Controller Oni Olushola stated government policy shifted from restriction to regulation to protect consumers and capture economic value from digital asset operations. The new executive order establishes a virtual asset council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria to harmonize regulatory enforcement. Olushola emphasized that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu created the mechanism to resolve fragmented agency oversight, streamlining compliance for virtual asset service providers, cryptocurrency exchanges, and stablecoin operators within the country. World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has urged Nigeria to prioritize effective project execution and asset maintenance over simple budget allocations. Speaking on Monday in the Delta State Economic Summit in Asaba, the former finance minister stressed that public spending alone cannot guarantee sustainable economic development. Okonjo-Iweala criticized the nation's weak maintenance culture, emphasizing that preserving existing infrastructure is just as critical as constructing a new project. He identified port efficiency, digital infrastructure, and reduced trade costs as key areas requiring focused implementation and long-term operational management to enhance overall national economic and competitiveness. Acknowledging recent macroeconomic development, the trade chief praised federal effort to stabilize foreign exchange rates and curb inflation. She noted that sustained national economic stability will strengthen state development opportunities, provided local government match federal reforms with disciplined execution, proper asset preservation, and clear industrial prioritization. Nigeria electricity metering rate improved to 59.69% in April 2026, up from 57.93%. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission show distribution companies added 349,357 meters. Total metered electricity consumers rose from 7.09 million in January to 7.44 million in April. The regulatory fact sheet published on Monday revealed that distribution utilities deployed over 227,000 meters during March and April alone, steadily closing the national metering gap Despite recent installation progress, more than 5 million active electricity customers remain without prepaid meters. As of April 2026, regulatory authorities and distribution companies continue expanding metering schemes across regional networks to eliminate estimated billing, improve billing transparency, and enhance overall cash collection across the power sector. Nigeria petrol consumption declined by 52 million liters during the first 6 months of 2026 as elevated retail
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHallaTV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHallaTV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHallaTV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV.
Behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market, from the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive, we will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHallaTV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHallaTV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brands and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. And that is why at ConsumerHalla TV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind if it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
It's new movie release, updates, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Kokorola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Ta-da! Good afternoon and welcome to Scam Alert, the program where we expose the tricks scammers use every day and more importantly, show you how you can protect yourself. I'm Kikalamo Ajibola, but first, let's take a look at the scam-related news going around in our environment. The first one right here is talking about how cybercrime in Africa is becoming increasingly sophisticated, with artificial intelligence now linked to 55% of reported cybercrime, according to Interpol's 2026 African Cyber Threat Assessment Report. The report highlights how criminals are using AI to make scams more convincing, including phishing messages, deepfakes, synthetic identities, and other forms of automated social engineering. It also warns that online scammers remain among the most frequently reported form of cybercrime across the continent. Interpol's findings further show that the financial impact of cybercrime in Africa is rising sharply, with reported losses increasing from $192 million to $484 million. The development raises concerns for individuals, businesses, and financial institutions, as criminals can now use technology to impersonate trusted people and organizations more convincingly. The report therefore underscores the need for stronger cybersecurity measures and increased public awareness as AI continues to change the way online scams are carried out. Another one right here talking about a new report has highlighted the growing exposure of Nigerians to online scams, with 84% of surveyed Nigerian adults reportedly encountering at least one scam attempt within a year. The report also indicates that 22% experienced financial or data losses, while only 4% of those affected reported the incidents to authorities. The figure highlights the scale of the challenge as more Nigerians depend on digital platforms for banking, shopping, communication, and other everyday activities. The findings also raise concerns about underreporting, as many victims may choose to remain silent because of embarrassment, fear, or uncertainty about where to report. Cybersecurity awareness expert continues to encourage Nigerians to be cautious with unsolicited messages, suspicious links, and requests for sensitive information such as passwords, pins, and one-time passwords. The report serves as another reminder for that digital services become more popular. Online safety and scam awareness must remain a priority for every internet user. Those are the news-related story when it comes to scams in Nigeria in the past few days. But before we continue and proceed to today's conversation, let's go on a short break. When we get back, we'll jump right into the conversation. Welcome back from that short break. It is still Scam Alert, and if you're just joining us, you've not missed anything because we're about to go straight into the conversation. I want you to imagine something. You pick up your phone this afternoon and you see a message from what appears to be your bank. The message says, "Dear customer, your account has been restricted. Click this link immediately to verify your account or your account will be blocked." What would you do? Would you click that link? Maybe your first reaction would be, wait, oh, my money is inside that account. And before you even think twice, you click the link. But here is the problem. What if that message wasn't from your bank? What if the link takes you to a fake website that looks exactly like your bank's website? And what if After clicking, you are asked to enter your username, password, card details, or an OTP. You enter the information because you think you are protecting your account, but in reality, you may have just handed your information to a scammer. And this is what we are talking about today on Scam Alert. Our topic is think before you click. How Nigerians can protect themselves from phishing scams. Now, phishing scams are becoming increasingly clever because scammers understand something very well. People react emotionally. If you make somebody afraid, they may act quickly. If you make somebody excited, they may act quickly. If you make somebody feel that they are about to lose something, they may act quickly. And that is exactly what scammers take advantage of. So today, we are going to break down phishing scams in very simple terms. I'll show you how they work, the signs you should look out for, and what you should do if you accidentally click on a suspicious link. So please stay with us, because on today's Scam Alert we are learning one very important lesson before you click. Think. Let's start from the beginning. What exactly is phishing? If you have heard the word before, you are wondering, what does phishing even mean? Don't worry, I am going to make it very simple. Phishing is basically when a scammer pretends to be someone or an organization you trust so that they can trick you into giving them important information or getting you to click something dangerous. Let's say, for example, you receive a message from someone claiming to be your bank. They tell you your account needs to be verified, or your ATM card is about to expire, or your account will be suspended if you don't update your details. Because the message appears to come from your bank, you may think, okay, let me just do what they are asking. And this is where the scammer wants you. They want you to trust them enough to take the next step. Maybe they ask you to click a link. Maybe they ask you to enter your password. Maybe they ask you for your card details. Maybe they ask for an OTP. And once you provide that information, the scammer may be able to use it to target your account. Now, phishing isn't the only way banks only way this can happen, or phishing isn't only about bank. It can happen through WhatsApp, SMS, email, social media, and even fake website. And that is where we need you to be very, very careful. The person trying to scam you may not sound like a scammer. They may sound like a bank employee. They may sound like a customer care representative. They may sound like a delivery company. They may even pretend to be somebody you know. So the question is not just who is messaging me. The question should be, can I verify that this person is really who they claim to be? So how does a phishing scam work? Now let's imagine this together. You received a text message. It says, dear customer, your bank account has been flagged. Click this link to prevent your account from being suspended. You read it and immediately become worried. You start thinking, what happens to my account? Maybe you're at work, you're on a bus, you're in a market, you don't have time to start investigating. So if you click the link, guess what? The website that opens look very convincing. It has the bank's logo, the colors look familiar. Maybe it is even as a page asking you to log in. And because you think everything looks normal, you'll be like, this must be my bank. You enter your details. Here is your problem. That's where the problem starts. It is not your bank. It is a fake website created by a scammer, and the information you have just entered may not be in the scammer's hand. This is why we always say, don't judge a website simply because they look professional. Scammers can make very convincing website. Let's look at another example. You receive a message like this. Congratulations, you have won 500,000 naira. Click this link to claim your prize. Now imagine seeing that message. Your first reaction may be, God has answered my prayer. But wait, before you start celebrating, let's ask some questions. Did you enter for any competition? Who is even giving you this money? Why are they asking for your bank details? And most importantly, why do you need to pay a fee before receiving your supposed prize? These are the questions we need to ask, because scammers know that when people hear these words, you have won, they may become too excited to even investigate. Then we have the social media phishing. It doesn't stop there. You can also receive a message saying your Facebook, Instagram, or other social media account has violated our rules. Click this link to appeal or your account will be deleted. Now, fear enters. You are thinking, but I've had this account for years. I don't want to lose it. So you click. And again, you may be taken to a fake login page. You enter your username and password. And that's exactly what the scammer wanted. So whatever a message or whenever a message tries to make you panic or rush, take a step back. Ask yourself, why am I being rushed? That one question can save you from making a very costly mistake. We have to talk about the warning signs. Obviously, we are talking about scams when it comes to scam alerts on ConsumerHalla TV, because this is how we learn and also educate ourselves. Because sometimes the scams is right there in front of us. We just need to know what to look for. The first flag, red flag you see is the act now. Let's start with urgency. If you receive a message saying your account will be locked in 10 minutes or you have only 30 minutes to claim your money, please don't panic. Ask yourself the series of questions. Why is this person trying to rush me? Scammers don't want you to have enough time to think. They don't want you to call your bank. They don't want you to ask anybody else. They want you to act immediately. So when a message is pushing you to act quickly, slow down. Then there's a suspicious link, which is a red flag too. The second warning sign is a suspicious link, and this one is very important. You may see the name of a bank or company in the link and assume it is genuine, but as scammers can create website addresses that look very similar to legitimate ones. So don't just glance at a click and as a link and click. If you are unsure, don't use a link. Instead, open your bank's official app yourself or type the official website address yourself. That way you are not going to allow the scammer to decide where you go. Red flag number 3 is that is when somebody unexpectedly asks for certain information. For example, please send your OTP, tell me your PIN, send your card number, give me your password so I can help you. Stop. Why does somebody need information that is supposed to be private? Your password is yours, your PIN is yours, your OTP is yours. Don't hand them over simply because somebody says so. I'm calling from customer care. Verify first. And the fourth red flag is talking about when someone sends you a file and says open this document or download this application before you weren't expecting anything from that person. Please be careful. Don't just open it because you recognize the person's name. If necessary, contact them through another channel and ask, did you actually send this to me? And the fifth red flag is that trust when your feelings is telling you something is wrong. Maybe the message doesn't sound like the organization you normally deal with. Maybe something about the request feels strange. Maybe they are asking you to do something you have never been asked to do before. Don't ignore those feelings. Stop and verify. It's better to spend 5 minutes confirming a message and spend weeks trying to recover from a scam. Now I want you to also remember 3 simple words. If you remember nothing else from today's program, remember these 3. Stop, check, verify. Let's take another example because the number 1 is stop. When you receive an unexpected message asking you to click something or provide information, don't immediately respond. Don't let fear or excitement make the decision for you. Take a breath and ask, was I expecting this message? Does this request make sense? Why do they need this information? Then we move to number 2, which is the check. Look carefully. Who sent the message? Is number or email address familiar? Is it correct? Is the request something the organization normally asks consumers to do, and then finally verify. This is extremely important. If somebody says they are calling from your bank, don't verify them using the phone number or link they gave you. Find your bank's official contact details yourself. If it's a social media message, open the social media app directly. If it is a delivery company, check through the company's official platform. In other words, don't allow the person who created the problem to also tell you how to solve it. Now, beyond thinking before clicking, there are other things we can do to make ourselves more difficult target for scammers. The first one is don't ever share your OTP or your PIN. And I want to stress this. If somebody contacts you unexpectedly and asks you to reveal your OTP, PIN or password, stop. Don't allow pressure or intimidation to push you into giving it out. Secondly, use strong and unique password. Don't use one password for your email, social media, banking, related services, and everything else. If an account becomes compromised, using the same password everywhere can make the situation worse. And where two-factor authentication, also multi-factor authentication is available, consider turning it on. Also keep your phone and apps updated. Those updates aren't just there to change the appearance of your phone. They can also contain important security improvements. And finally, be careful about how much information or personal information you make publicly available online. Sometimes scammers study people's social media pages. They say your name, they see where you work, they see your birthday, they see your friends and family. Then they use these details to create a message that sounds believable. So the less of necessary personal information you expose, the harder it may be for scammers to build a convincing story around you. And maybe you are watching this program and you are saying, Kike Lomo, this is all good advice, but what if I've already clicked a suspicious link? First of all, do not panic. Clicking a suspicious link does not automatically mean that you have lost money or that your account has been has already been compromised. But what you do next is very important. If you have entered your password, change it immediately. And if you use the same password on another account, change those two. If you enter your bank or card information, contact your bank immediately through an official channel. If you get out an OTP or other security information, don't wait. Contact your financial institution immediately and explain what happened, and monitor your account for anything unusual. Remember, the earlier you act, the better. Don't be embarrassed. Don't keep quiet because you're afraid someone will laugh at you. Scammers depend on victims being too embarrassed to report what happened. If you are being targeted, take action. And that is where we have to draw the curtain on today's edition of Scam Alert on ConsumerHalla TV. But before I go, I want to remember something. Phishing scams don't always look like scams. Sometimes they come dressed as a bank message. Sometimes it is supposed job opportunity. Sometimes it's a prize. Sometimes a message from a friend. And sometimes it's warning that your account will supposedly be blocked. But the goal is often the same, to get you to act before you think. So the next time a message pops up on your phone and says click now, don't pause. Don't pause. Take a breath and ask yourself, who sent this? Why are they asking me to do this? What happens if I don't click? Then remember our 3 words: stop, check, verify. Because sometimes the difference between being scammed and playing safe is just one moment of hesitation. Don't be afraid to take your time. Don't be pressured by a message. Don't let excitement make you careless. And don't let fear make you act without thinking. I'm Kike Lomo Ajibola, and this has been Scam Alert on ConsumerHalla TV. Stay connected to listen to more news, stories relating to scam and also issues surrounding scams in Nigeria, and also topics for us to learn and better educate ourselves on scams related issues in Nigeria. Please follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our TikTok account for more educative content regarding consumers at ConsumerHalla TV. Until next time, stay informed, stay careful, and remember, think before you click. Before one click can open the door to a scammer. Thank you so much for joining us for today's edition of Scam Alert on ConsumerHalla TV. Till I grace your skin next week Tuesday. Bye bye.
My name is Tunde Olufowora. I'm the CEO of Van Eyck Communications. We are we call the publisher or the owner of the new initiative called ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is actually Nigeria's first consumer-centered, or call it consumer-centric television platform that aims to
bring voice to the over 220 million Nigerians. It was a vision that came to my heart about 10 years ago. I remember that I was traveling. I traveled out of the country, on airline, and I had this unpleasant experience. It was a trip to an African country from Nigeria, and I actually went with a local flight from Nigeria. I wouldn't want to mention the name of the airline, and then it was to South Africa, and we landed in South Africa, and let me just paraphrase it. When I was coming back, I had some money, in some dollars, and that someone had given to me to hand over to another person in Nigeria. So I wanted to help out. I didn't want to carry the cash on myself. So for whatever reason, I opted to. I had a small case, and I felt that it was safer for me to put the money in my luggage. So I put it in a safe place in my luggage, got everything intact, and I checked in my luggage. My arrival in Nigeria, I was standing and was waiting about the carousel just so that I could pick up my luggage, and then I was there for 1 hour and waiting for my luggage. I didn't know that my luggage already arrived, and it was one of the luggage that was moving around on the carousel. So after about 1 hour wait, I looked to my left and my right. Almost everybody had gone. I think there were just about 2 or 3 left. So I beckoned on the woman that was on my side, and I noticed she was really in tears. Madam, what happened? She said, her bag has just been torn and a lot of things stolen. So I said, well, I've also been waiting for my own. She said, you better go and check those luggages there. Maybe yours is one of them. And lo and behold, I went around there. Mine was one of them. By the time I got it, everything inside my luggage was gone. All the valuable things there were gone. To cut the long story short, we felt there was need for us to report the case, at least to the airline. It was in the night, about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. We went in to go and see the officer that was in charge. As soon as we got in there, the officer said, "Oh, so sorry, but you will have to go to our head office in somewhere in Victoria Island, to lodge a complaint." Okay. So the next day we went to the Victoria Island and we lodged a complaint, and that was it. And since that day, I'm talking a story of over 10 years ago, I didn't get a call, not even a call from that airline to talk to me about what happened to my luggage. Now, about a month after that trip, I had another opportunity to travel out of the country. This time around, it was to the US, and it was an official assignment. And I flew on, I will mention the airline this time around. I flew on a BA. I really didn't like BA. I usually go with Virgin Atlantic and things like that. But my protocol officer convinced me and said, "Okay, you will love BA. Why don't you go on BA?" Anyway, so I went on BA to US. And of course, when I returned from US to Nigeria, we had to do, of course, there'll be like a connecting flight, from Heathrow. So we got into London Heathrow, and then because it was through Heathrow that we went, and then so they changed since it was BA, they changed the aircraft this time around to a bigger one. I mean, clearly because there were more Nigerians, or more people that were planning to come to Nigeria, and then we boarded. Not quite 10 minutes into the flight, in the air, the aircraft started malfunctioning. the air conditioning compartment were not functioning very well. I was on what you call business economy. You know, the whole of that business economy all the way to economy side, the ACs were not working well. It was hot. And then I was watching. And then from that moment till we got to Nigeria. From that moment till we got to, I'm just trying to paraphrase. From that moment till we got to Nigeria, I could remember very well how many times the pilot, broke into conversation and had to apologize and say, we're really very sorry about this. He was giving us almost every 30 minutes. There's always a kind of update. So sorry, this is what we're doing now, this is what we're doing. While we were on that journey, I also remember an incident. So they came, the crew apparently couldn't resolve the case. They couldn't manage the crisis or what was going on about it. They couldn't fix it. So they come up and said, we're so sorry, but for all the inconvenience, we're declaring, free lunch, free whatever it is you want, you can get. So trust Nigerians, you need to hear how everybody was jubilating, But something struck me. The experience I had just about a month before, and this experience, somehow I started comparing them. I was trying to see how this matter will be managed. Again, to cut the story short, we landed in Nigeria on BA. Before we landed, the pilot announced and said that for the inconvenience, they will be giving a voucher of £50 to everyone that flew on that aircraft. I thought it was a joke. I mean, it was my first time with BA, but for what I knew or know of the British man would never even play with his 1 penny, talking of £1. So I felt that must be a joke of the year. So we left. I got back to my office. I think it was just about a week after. Our officer, our guys in our mail room came up and said, "Oh, you have a parcel." So I said, "Parcel? Yeah." So they bought this parcel wrapped. I opened it and boom, I bought the document out. It was the £50 voucher from BA. So what's the tenor of this story? An experience with one airline was terrible. No apology. An experience with another one, even though it was a bad experience, but it was very managed, well managed. So managed that even if we have suffered anything in that aircraft, you probably, for the sake of how they manage it, will have forgiven them. So that was how this journey started. So I started thinking, my mind, this is what we go through in this country. But are we different from other nations? So God put in my heart the idea of ConsumerHalla. That's why the Hala came with consumer. And we started that journey about 10 years ago. We started by creating a platform called ConsumerHalla, where consumers, so I discovered that Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. So things happen, and that's it. We live with everything. So we've started the journey from creating the platform. We have an app, we even have a magazine, and we thought we could move it from that to the next stage, which is the television. So the TV today, has come. So I would say precept by precept, line upon line, we have been able to build on our aspiration, to finally bring to birth this unique and exciting platform, So it's a digital telecast, and our goal is to further connect consumers in Nigeria to brands with insightful news, development within the fast-paced world of consumers. The world of consumers is growing at a very fast pace, So we want to inform Nigerians. We want to get them educated about their rights. You know, so our role is that we're going to educate consumers in Nigeria. All right. So by bringing them specialized and what you call analytical, research-based content generation that will inform, educate, sensitize the audience, you know. So that's ConsumerHalla TV. So I call it an offshoot of our ConsumerHalla brand. ConsumerHalla brand actually was the first we call it the first complaint or consumer complaint resolution portal. When we started it about 10 years ago or about 7 years ago, it became the first complaint resolution portal. We created it so that Nigerians can actually lodge complaint on that portal. We spent a lot of resources to build a very robust platform where today, if you have any complaint, you know, about any brand, any leading brands in Nigeria, and you go on that platform, you can actually click, just a click, you can find the brand, you can actually lodge your complaint, and once you submit it, that complaint will be routed to that organization, and within 72 hours, we will obtain feedback for you. We build it in such a way that we have connection to almost all the organizations, and it's been working. We've resolved several complaints for people without having to charge them any penny, because the idea is not to charge, you know. So what we have done with ConsumerHalla TV is to take it to the next level. So we hope to, you know, change the narrative. We want to, you know, give, you know, the right direction. You know, Nigeria has the largest consumer market in the world with a population of over 220 million people. Why should we be the one that is suffering the most? Everywhere you turn to, it's as though Nigerian consumers don't have a voice. You're traveling, you know, you buy a ticket. For whatever reason, an airline will wake up middle of the night, delay the flight for whatever reason, and then you'll be waiting at the airport for hours. You'll be there for 2 hours, 3 hours, no any explanation. Then while you're there, they can even wake up and say, oh, flight has been cancelled. So everybody carry their luggage and go home. Nothing happened. Of course, things are changing. We must commend government because government is beginning to wake up, but there's still a lot to be done. And we believe that we can help to make, you know, those, bring about those right changes. So we offer deliberately, part of what we do is that we also offer advocacy. All right. We're not just an advocacy organization, but we offer advocacy. We have a legal team. We have lawyers that are registered on our platform, all right, that can also take up cases. Okay, so and we've taken up many cases like that, you know, and won those cases. So ConsumerHalla is a platform to help consumers to. We're not fighting brands, but rather we say we're bringing about an amicable, you know, resolution of conflict, such that it will be beneficial to the consumers and also be beneficial to the brand. You know, I remember the word of Jeff Bezos. Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He said that the most important single thing, all right, for an organization is to focus obsessively, use the word obsessively, on the customer. We often say that customers is a king. They should sit at the top of the ladder. In our environment, customers are the ladder. A brand wakes up today, decide what product to produce. They wake up today, decide how much the consumer should pay. They wake up to decide everything for consumers. So consumers are just at the receiving end. And yet, They are milking the consumers. There's no price regulation in this country. None. People just wake up and fix prices. Look at power. Government wakes up, we change policy, we wake up and we get people to pay more. We think it's time for consumers to begin to speak out. In speaking out, in engaging, we can get the brand to begin to do what is right. And of course, I know that the consumers themselves need to be educated. So our role, our vision also is to ensure that we educate consumers, we bring awareness. A lot of Nigerian consumers don't even know about their rights. You buy a product from a supermarket. I've had this experience. You buy a product from a supermarket, all right? For whatever reason, you take that product back to your house, and maybe something went wrong somewhere. By the time you take that product back to the shop where you bought it from, and you say, "Oga, this thing," you know what's going to tell you? "Oga, na me make am. Na me make am now. That's why I buy am." Meaning that there's nothing I can do to the product. So you lose the product, then you lose your money, because the money is not refunded. The product you can't use. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. Let me give you another experience I had. In the course of this, because I went around, in doing this. I was in US, I was in UK, I was in South Africa, I was in Germany, just because of this, to just study the environment. I was in a friend's house in UK, in London, and then what happened? We were going to go out, and he was going to dress up. So he said, "Oh," to me, I was seated in his sitting room. So he said, "Oh, wait a minute, I picked up an iron, that's the pressing iron, 2 days ago or so from a store. Oh, let me try this, let me just stand, use that to iron my shirt and we can go out." So I was seated, the TV was on, I was watching. While I watched him, he brought out the pressing board, spread it out, brought the iron out in my presence, plugged in the iron, and then as soon as he switched on the power button, we just had a spark. Boom! The guy was raged. Then he goes, What just happened?" So he said, No, these guys are in trouble, they're in soup. I was thinking, what are you going to do? I was trying to compare that experience to what would have happened in Nigeria. In my presence there, he opened the pack. There was a card inside it. Inside that card was a call, number to call. And he called the shop or wherever he got the thing from. I was hearing the conversation that was going on. And all he said to them on the phone was, "Look, by the time he even called, clearly because they already, through the call, they could trace where he was calling from and who was calling. He said, "Yeah, I picked up this number, I picked up this iron yesterday, and guess what? I just plugged it to power, and then the thing just, stopped, didn't work." At the other hand, I could hear the voice, "Oh, we're so sorry. We're sorry about that." And they said, "This is your address, yeah. Don't worry, we'll get you a replacement." All right. So my friend ended the call and dropped the. So I said, "So what's going to happen?" He said, "Don't worry yourself now. Shebi, we're here. They will bring a replacement." I said, "They will bring a replacement." He said, "Yes." I said, "They won't even try to check whether it was your fault, because it could have been your fault. Maybe you didn't do something well about the fault." No, it can't be his fault. Shebi, it's a brand new item that he bought. While we were still talking, in fact, I'm not even sure it was up to 30 minutes or so, we had a knock on the door. He himself said he must be the dispatch person. By the time he opened the door, it was a dispatch man that was on the other side. And then the dispatch man was at the door. Just watch this. Was at the door. I was seated in the sitting room. The guy was at the door to meet with the dispatch guy. The dispatch man that brought the replacement iron, I heard him say, "We're so sorry." So I was so shocked. I mean, a dispatch man, this guy is a dispatch. So also apologize. I was so touched by it that even a dispatchman was so trained, to tell the guy, we are so sorry. And guess what? He brought the replacement iron. By the time my guy opened the iron, it was a bigger size iron. So they replaced with a bigger size iron. The guy never asked for the one that went back. He didn't say, "Oga, where is the other one that we gave to you," so that he could take it back. No, he just bought a new one and gave it back. So I asked my friend, I said, "Can you interpret this to me?" He said, "Here in London, if they didn't do this, they know the next thing I will do." So I'm just going to grab a lawyer and I'm going to tell them they've destroyed something in my house. By the time I'm done, they will pay through their nose. Because the consumers are conscious of their rights. In Nigerian consumers, even those who are aware, won't even take the battle up. Everybody just go, what can we do now? Today they wake up and ban this. What can we do now? So we're going to change the narrative. We have to stand up. So the vision of ConsumerHalla TV is really to create an engagement platform that constantly mirrors the minds of consumers and provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria. Thus, we believe, will be forming part of that our overall vision, of creating a more caring world of consumers where businesses thrive. Please. So, I think that we'll make our impact. We ask you to join us on this journey. ConsumerHalla TV will drive engagement. It will also be there to help to promote brands that are doing what is right. So we're not out to criticize any brand. Rather, we are out to complement what the brands are doing, because there is no organization that or a business that was set up to fail. Nobody set up a business to fail. So there are just gaps that needs to be fixed. So together we can fix things, and together we believe that we will create the right story for consumers in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hello consumers, you have the right to be heard, absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brands on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello consumers, you're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofeko Foworola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing, and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers, and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages. Peace.
Public service announcement. Hello consumers, I am Kikelomo Ajibola and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim
to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025.
Bye. Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market, from the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello fellow consumers, are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHallaTV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHallaTV. And that is why at ConsumerHallaTV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed. Thank you.
I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind him, he's just a jealous person.
Oh,
His new movie release, update, and Screen Time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen Time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
It is another beautiful Thursday afternoon, and thank you for joining us on your #1 show, where we bring to you updated deals, giveaways, and discounts, as well as exciting promotions from
every big brand in Nigeria that you can think of. Yes, you heard me right. Anyway, there's no big brand, there's no small brand. Everybody is equally big. Alright, I'm Irumfe Koforola. And if today is your first time of joining us on the show, trust me, you do not just have fun on this show, you get to know about promos that you should not miss. And this is a blend of English and Pidgin. Alright, so Elizabeth, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. How is it going now?
Yeah, fine.
The Queen of Awoof.
Finally, is that the name of
Yeah, that's
you
the
are
name
your fans.
My fans chose the Queen of Awoof.
Oh, I'm the general overseer. So.
Yeah, so the Queen of Awoof is here. So every week we bring you genuine opportunities that could help you save money, reward your loyalty, or even purchase or get exciting gifts in your hands.
Absolutely, yes. If you want to know about that, trust me. As always, before participating in any promotion, be sure to read the terms and conditions carefully.
Important.
May you know say you read them, and the team say may you only participate through the official channel with the brand provide, because some people they always do photocopy. They don't say original go day, then go do their own, because they don't say unsuspecting people will go do it and they
no
go
read.
Yes, they go
people just dive into it. So
exactly,
follow up their pages and read their instructions.
Alright, so let's get into this week's edition of our Woofy.
Mr. Chef market runs to 20 millionaires. So long as it involves money, please put me there. Put me there. And this promo is sweet for handle. Just your comments, you could earn 1 million naira richer. Just comments. Me when my mouth sweet like sugar.
No, you must use comment this one.
I will type up now.
Now typing it.
Mr. Chef Salt is rewarding 20 lucky Nigerians 1 million naira each to support their hustle.
You get hustle?
I get hustle now.
Let's be hustle.
I'm not going to talk on my side.
Alright, here's how you can fully participate in this. The first thing is you answer these 2 questions in the comments. So 2 questions there for you to say you're supposed to answer. If you get them right at the beginning of your journey with us. So what are the colors on the Mr. Chef Salt products pack? You know why funny to me? It's not to you say they see. They don't give you expo already because they ask again. When some people go to say now 13 colors they
go still fail.
So you create a catchy slogan or tagline for Mr. Chef Salt. So you do that for them. Then you complete the official Google form using the form they provided for you on their platform. Do not forget now their platform is supposed to run this one. So they go require your full name, your phone number, your email address, your city of residence, so you say you they live. This one now sweet one you say you go enjoy.
Important, you must complete both steps to qualify. Entries without both a valid comment and a completed Google form will not make you eligible. That means you don't go feel qualified if you don't do all these things.
And a raffle draw safe.
And a raffle draw. Hurry, entries remain only until the required number is valid. That means that if it be you, if it be me.
Yeah, I mean say we might go like if it may make me say participate, my win. So enter today, tag your friends and let Mr. Chef reward your hustle. They cook.
Since now salt, everybody go participate for this one.
So you know, say some people they be salt of the world. So if you know say you be salt of the world.
Now maybe pepper, now maybe salt.
Me I don't know that one. Maybe just participate for that one. All right, so let's go to another promo that you love. Like when you say you love something, you love it. That is the Ivory Soap Dance Challenge.
Dance challenge, dance challenge, dance challenge.
You sabi dance?
I don't know what they do now. Dance challenge.
I don't go for the challenge.
I go to join.
All right. So the Ivory Soap Dance Challenge is officially open and your moment starts now. Here's all you need to do, and simply this is just what you stand to win. The grand prize is 500,000 rand. Then second to fifth place 150,000 rand each. Then weekly winners 25,000 rand each. Absolutely lovely.
But you guys participate, so you guys do some kind things before you earn all these things. How to participate? Buy any Ivory Soap product, create a high quality 30 to 60 second dance using official Ivory Soap song. That means you go they dance. Upload your video with the hashtag Ivory Soap Dance Challenge. Follow and tag at Ivory Soap on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook. Encourage your fans to follow, like, comment, share your videos to earn more points. That means this one and say if you do and finish, you go to tag people, where they tag people, where they under your own video as they dance.
All right, so this is your stage, your talent, your time, your dance, and your fans, also your prize. So who is entry first? Tag your dance partner and start dancing.
I'm tagging you.
If it be you, it's a me dance.
I dance now.
Let the dance go on.
Let me see my moves.
All right, so let's your dance. Let us see your dance and.
This one, the next one, we're there for online and YouTube make bestie challenge. I don't say that Irubofed will be my bestie, but no, I'm dropping him. I have someone else on the ground.
Oh, you say they betray person.
I don't drop you, so
Okay.
I have to pick up someone else. Call all your best friends. It could be one, it could be two. Create a World Friendship Day mutual make.
Yeah, absolutely. It's World Friendship Day.
Yeah, so you have to tag your friends, your best friends.
Your friends. You have to. What is the greatest thing your friend has ever done for you? Waiting be that time you say, if you forget, say,
okay,
my friend do something for me. No be bad thing, but something because my understand a bad experience in the girl.
No. Let's not go there. Yeah, okay. Being intentional. Okay, I don't come out. Make I talk out for PG. I don't come out.
Okay.
Come back.
All right.
Then something what I talk say I want.
Okay.
My friend come put hand down for me.
Okay.
So that thing she carry me for mind. I just talk am carelessly. Then I come back, come see and say she don't do that thing what I say I want.
Wow.
So I go fit tag her. Now that's in a friendship this thing.
Yeah, you know, go ask me anything my friend done.
Oh yeah, what thing your friend don't do for
My
you?
friend come on in kidney give me. You know, sister say dance every day.
You're lying.
Seriously,
you're
I have
lying.
good friends now.
You're lying. No, that kidney on. You're lying.
Alright, so this is celebrating World Friendship Day.
So celebrate your friends. Celebrate your friends. To win a fantastic prizes, so you have to tag your friends and all of that.
So alright, since you make it, all they want to do is to give besties the chance to win fantastic prizes, and the grand prize is an overnight getaway at a beach resort. Like you getting this overnight, they just give you say bam, take overnight. So other prizes we say if you win the first runner up 200,000. Second runner up 150,000. The simple thing you supposed to grab your best friend and answer 4 rapid fire questions while enjoying Nutri-Milk. They sip and they drink and they go.
Hey, that one is so fun. So how to participate in this is like the official Neutral Make promotional post. You must like their post, follow Neutral Make, create reel with your bestie, enjoying Neutral Make while answering questions about each other. Okay, maybe you go ask me, I go ask you, go just the create and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Post the reel on your Instagram feed. Invite at Neutral Make as a collaborator. Use the official campaign hashtag to win.
Absolutely. So show us the laughter, the memories, the joke we say they crack together, whether it's dry, whether it's sweet or anyone. And the special bond we say your friend, we get with them, we make them special. You won't sit down one. Alright, so this has been our but before we tell you the remaining promo today we're supposed to enjoy, may we go on a quick break, that break won't go drink water. Say they very important. I want to mention something I won't go drink, but I don't want to do adverts for any brand. So, if they come back,
please contact Iromo for making they do adverts for you.
That ConsumerHallaTV now we did for you. So alright, see they come back, no go anywhere. Now your burger should be this wolf. Alright, welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. Then go drink water, come back, and now your Google should be this our wolf. If you never subscribe to our channel, an opportunity for you to do so. Now just simple thing. Click on that subscription button. Bam! And then you get notification about every content they bring from you. You want to know about promo? Nobody promo safe. You want to know about trending show they bomb for Nigeria. Now this show. You want entertainment, we get them for you. Pepper, we salt. Anything you want, we get them for you. Alright, so we talk about another promo website you can enjoy. Now the close up, everybody go chop. Some people like food. So they want
No, I did my own shade just hits me. Oh God! Don't hit me that shit. Nah, no like
Alright, here's the promotion almost everyone can relate to. We all brush our teeth, but some people know they brush. Anyway, chewing stick they use. So Close Up wants to reward you for doing doing that. I'm not just doing it, we are doing it right.
Okay, how to with Close Up, everybody go chop promo pack is a winning opportunity for everybody. Whether you are in Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, Aba, anywhere, you must chop and you go win. That's the exciting part of Close Up. Everybody go chop.
Yeah, I go say anywhere you did, nobody say you go chop, you go brush your teeth. Because now the campaign be that me we encourage people they brush their teeth. But people know they brush their teeth. So, we know them when we see them. Alright, so here is the simple step for you to participate in this. Buy any Close Up promo pack, locate the unique 8-digit code inside, dial *80011*5#, then enter your code. You could win dinner for two. I love the sound of that. Alright, so mobile data, cash prizes, bill payment vouchers, any of these if you win them.
It's simple, buy it, open it, dial the code, and you could be the lucky winners. You could be among the lucky winners.
Alright, interesting one. So let's get to another promotion that you love. That is the Jumia July deals. July don't end with that. So what's be the striking to me like for this month so far? You know get the way you did silent. I don't say you don't get anything. You say you love to shop and opportunities for you, and the shop you don't say that physical or online. Then Jumia July days are definitely worth checking out. So why not just check them out?
Okay, enjoy discounts on smartphones, laptops, televisions, home appliances, fashion items, groceries. Plus, exciting flash sales are happening throughout the campaign.
Absolutely, you heard that right. So if you have been waiting for the perfect time to buy that item on your wish list, me I like watch now. I just talk watch list. This could be your chance, to do that. The promotion runs. Don't the end.
It don't the end, though.
I close my eye. The thing
my chest.
It ends tomorrow, July
31st,
2026. So, my darlings, what are you waiting for? Jump on this promotion right away.
Okay.
Now to round up the promotions for the week and for today, the last one be you won't guess. You supposed to know this one.
You supposed to know this one. Like I'm serious.
If you don't know, I don't know what I go to. Go to the comment section. Maybe meet for there if you want to know the last promo we want to talk about. Some people go switch it. Therefore don't watch this video first. Go there.
Go do it.
Alright, now NameCAF 2026 National Arts Competition. This opportunity is for talented artists across Nigeria. And if they wonder, say na NameCAF or na NameCAF when they drink. No, na NameCAF we they talk. The Live in My City Arts Festival is inviting emerging Nigerian artists to submit original artworks for a chance to gain national recognition, exhibit their original work, and win exciting prizes, amazing prizes you could win.
How you want to participate for this one?
Tell them.
You must participate. So one, you create an original artwork. Original artwork means say it will be your own. You don't have to lift it from somewhere. You don't have to make it lift it from somewhere or photocopy from somewhere else. Then submit it through the official NameCAF application process. Await the judges' selection. Submissions closes on 31st July 2026.
This one will touch my heart, and tomorrow they handle. So whether you be painter, sculptor, mixed media artist, or you work in any other visual art form, Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Your next masterpiece could put your name on the national stage, and not just national stage, on the global stage.
Somebody shout amen.
Amen. All right, so which of these promotions did you enjoy today? Come to the comment section. Let's meet there. Tell us which one.
Let's start from you. Which one do you enjoy?
I'm not sure.
I know me. I love the Ivory Silk dance challenge.
Don't show me, you know, say if you dance. I beg. Because I'm a very loyal person.
Ivory Silk dance challenge.
I'm loyal. I stick to my word. I look out for my friends, and they have a very special spot in my heart.
So which one?
That means I'm going for the one for friends, for the besties, Nutri-Make, the bestie challenge. You know.
See, guys, between the dance challenge and the Nutri-Make challenge, please put up your comment section which one you're going for.
You see, many people go for this because
people go for the dance.
People that will go for this dance is because the people that are not loyal. That is it.
Oh my God.
But if you are loyal,
this
like
is emotional blackmail.
You know me, anything emotional
blackmail.
Some people don't use that word for you before. Say you always emotionally blackmail some people. Now you see they do on top show. So that people go root for you. No, be like, don't make sure emotionally blackmail you.
In fact, let's meet on the comment section. Please.
Alright, so that's a roundup of this week hottest consumer deals and promotions that you should enjoy.
Whether you are hoping to become one of the Mr. Chef millionaires dance or your way to Avid dance challenge,
which is there,
or the Nutri-Make Bestie challenge, or Limpka Jumia deals, whatever. This is your opportunity to dive into any promos.
But one thing is very important. As much as you want to participate in all of these, everybody go shop challenge, the Jumia deals, you want to participate in Limpka, you want to participate in all of this, remember one thing. I'm giving this piece of advice because I love you. Participate only through their official channels. That one means you read the terms and conditions carefully, my brother and my sister, papa, mama, and keep your eye on all entry deadline. We don't tell you some deadlines on this show. We say if you wait till August 1st, you don't go get anything. You don't go get anything. You don't go with that.
We'll be back next week with another edition of AWOO, bringing you more genuine promotions, giveaways, and amazing opportunities.
And if you never know, may you subscribe to our channel. They're very important. Social media platform we didn't take our name with gold and bold letter the right hand ConsumerHalla TV. You take care. I am Yeremufeku Forola, and you know one thing, on the streets of Lagos and internationally they call me AWOO General Overseer.
Don't mind him, and I am Elizabeth Eze, the queen of AWOO.
We've edited. Thanks so much for watching.
Bye.
And do not miss your next AWOO. Trust me, you love that.
Welcome to another refreshing edition of Healthy Living on ConsumerHalla TV, the program where we help you make informed choices for healthier and happier life. And today we are talking about one of Nigeria's most popular and affordable staple foods, garri. Whether you enjoy it as eba or with your favorite soup, or simply soak it in cold water with groundnut, sugar, milk, or fish, garri is a daily meal for millions of Nigerians. But over the years, many questions have been raised. Is garri actually healthy? Does it cause diabetes? Does it cause eyesight problem? Is soaking garri every day bad for your stomach? Does it make people gain weight? Is yellow garri healthier than white garri? And should people with high blood pressure or diabetes avoid it altogether? But before that, let's take a good look at the health-related news stories going around in Nigeria today. And the first one here is talking about the federal government. They has announced the plans to establish the Nigeria Genomic City, a groundbreaking initiative aimed at transforming the country's healthcare and scientific research landscape. The project is designed to advance genomic medicine, DNA sequencing, biotechnology, and precision healthcare, enabling doctors and researchers to better understand the genetic causes of diseases affecting Nigerians. According to the government, the Genomic City will serve as a hub for cutting-edge medical research, innovation and collaboration between scientists, healthcare professionals, universities, and biotechnology companies. It is expected to improve the diagnosis and treatment of inherited and complex diseases while strengthening Nigeria's capacity to respond to future public health challenges. This initiative is also expected to reduce Nigeria's dependence on foreign laboratories for genetic testing, create employment opportunities for researchers and healthcare professionals, and also attract both local and international investment in the biotechnology sector. Government officials said the project aligns with ongoing health sector reforms aimed at modernizing healthcare delivery and promoting locally driven scientific innovation. And away from that, we also have a news-related story regarding health here, where the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to reducing Nigeria's cancer burden by 30% through a comprehensive strategy focused on prevention, early detection, diagnosis, treatment, and public awareness. The announcement was made by the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Prof. Mohammed Ali Pate, who emphasized that cancer remains one of the leading causes of death in Nigeria, with many patients seeking medical attention only after the disease has reached an advanced stage. To address this challenge, the government plans to strengthen nationwide screening programs, improve access to diagnostic services, expand cancer treatment centers, and promote health education campaigns that encourage regular medical checkups and early presentation at hospitals. And as part of the broader healthcare reform agenda, the government also intends to improve access to quality cancer care by investing in modern medical equipment, training healthcare professionals, and strengthening partnerships with local and international organizations. Officials stress that prevention remains the most effective approach, encouraging Nigerians to adopt healthier lifestyles by avoiding tobacco use, limiting alcohol consumptions, maintaining a healthy diet, engaging in regular physical activity, and participating in routine cancer screenings. The government expressed optimism that these combined efforts will significantly reduce cancer-related illness and death while improving the overall quality of cancer care across the country. And lastly, let's talk about the climate change in Nigeria, where health experts and climate scientists have warned that increasingly severe flooding across part of Nigeria and other West African countries is creating serious public health risk. According to recent findings, climate change has contributed to heavier rainfall, resulting in floods that have displaced thousands of people, damaged homes, destroyed farmlands, and disrupted essential services. Public health officials warn that floodwaters often contaminate drinking water sources and sanitation facilities, increasing the likelihood of outbreaks of waterborne diseases such as cholera, typhoid fever, and diarrheal illnesses. In addition, stagnant water left behind by a flood creates breeding groups for mosquitoes, raising the risk of malaria transmission in affected communities. The flooding has also disrupted access to healthcare services by damaging roads, health facilities, and critical infrastructure, making it difficult for affected residents to receive timely medical care. Experts has urged both government authorities and communities to strengthen flood preparedness by improving drainage systems, ensuring access to clean drinking water, maintaining proper sanitation, and increasing disease surveillance in flood-prone areas. They also encourage Nigerians to practice good hygiene, treat drinking water before use where necessary, avoid contact with contaminated flood waters, and seek prompt medical attention if they develop symptoms of cholera, malaria, or other flood-related illness. The report highlights the growing link between climate change and public health, underscoring the need for stronger environmental and health policies to protect vulnerable populations. And those are the news stories relating to health this morning on Healthy Living on ConsumerHallaTV. And before we actually go on a short break, we'll get into the conversation a little bit this morning, because we have to also talk about the health related issues relating to flood. But then let's call a short break. When we get back, we'll continue straight into the program. And there are so many opinions, myths, and conflicting advice, especially on social media. And this morning we are separating facts from myths with the help of a professional nutritionist who will explain what science really says about this beloved Nigerian food. And it's very, very important to understand the fact that Gari is a staple food in Nigeria. And by doing so, a lot of people drink this particular what will I say, maybe a carbohydrate or something. But then joining us in the studio right now is our longtime friend and nutritionist, Tumininu Olufora. And this morning we will be talking about Gari, obviously, and this is someone that is going to help us answer some of the questions many Nigerians have always wanted to ask. Welcome to the program, Tumininu Olufora. How are you doing this morning?
Fine, thank you.
It's been a while we saw you on the program.
Thank you.
Why have you left us, in the desert? What's going on? Why have you not been seeing your face?
I've been working a lot.
So you left us to go and work. Is that what you're saying? All right, thank God, and thank you so much for coming on the program again, because it's very, very important that we discuss this particular conversation, because Gari is a very popular, I feel like maybe the most popular food in Nigeria. Yes, because I would say millions of people in the country take Gari, either in the form of eba or drinking it or even making it. And then there's a conversation between yellow Gari and white Gari. I don't even know what the difference is. But anyways, welcome to the program. So Gari is one of the most commonly eaten foods in Nigeria. From a nutrition standpoint, is Gari actually a healthy food, or has it been misunderstood over the years?
Okay, so when you say healthy food, we don't really have, okay, let me not say we don't really have foods that are not healthy, but then we don't classify foods according to, oh, this one is not healthy, this one is healthy, because there are some foods that are healthy for some people, and then there are some that, okay, if this person should eat it, it's not as healthy as it should be for another person. So Gari is carbohydrates. We all know that carbohydrates is healthy. So because of Gari is made up of cassava is carbohydrates, that's when people are asking, oh, is Gari really healthy? Is it not healthy? It is healthy. Carbohydrates is needed in your diet, that's for sure. So it just depends on how you're pairing your Gari now. If you're just eating Gari every day, that's when it could be less healthy, because now you're eating only carbohydrates, no protein, no fats, no vegetable, no diet. So yeah, Gari is healthy.
Okay, Gari is healthy. That is already sorted out. So many Nigerians believe that soaking Gari every day can lead to diabetes, high blood pressure, or even the most common one, which is the eyesight issue. Is there any scientific evidence to support this particular claim, or is this simply a myth?
Okay, so number one, there is no scientific evidence to prove that Gari causes blindness or it affects your eyesight. Okay. But then, you know how when we talk about eyesight, the vitamin that we talk about is vitamin A.
Okay.
And Gari absolutely has no vitamin A.
Okay.
So that's why people say, oh, Gari can cause blindness. But then I don't agree with the fact that you say, oh, Gari can cause blindness, because I don't think you should be drinking only Gari every day. Like, morning gari, afternoon gari, night gari, next day morning gari, no, I mean, we can see cases where even if you're poor, you're eating rice.
Okay.
You're eating yam. If as poor as you can be, there are other things incorporated in your diet. So there's no way that gari should affect your eyesight. So yes, gari does not have vitamin A, which is what is needed for eyesight, but you can get it from other foods that you eat. So in that case, gari should not affect your eyesight. So unless you're not eating those foods that contain vitamin A.
So it can be a factor, a bit, not like a
not
huge chunk. Okay, that's fair. But what about diabetes and high blood pressure?
When we talk about diabetes and high blood pressure, it's because of the carbohydrate. You know, it's sugar that causes all these problems. So number one, again, I don't expect you to be just consuming carbohydrate all throughout your life. Even if it's a little bit of protein, you're going to have it. Even if it's a little bit of fat, you have it in your diet. So I would not say carbohydrate causes diabetes and high blood pressure, but it could also constitute to it in case that where you already have underlying illness of diabetes or you have carbohydrate, and then you need to have spoken to your doctor about this. You have met your doctor. He or she will tell you to either reduce it. If they tell you to reduce it, then that one is already telling you that, oh, I cannot eat this constantly in my diet anymore, because it now adds to the diabetes. It causes extra, what do you call this thing? It causes you to have relapse of this problem or high blood pressure. You just be saying that your blood pressure is high almost every day. So it's not that it causes it. It doesn't cause it, but then it could constitute to causing issues on it.
Okay. Thank you very much for answering that. And also some people say gari has little to no nutritional value because it is mostly carbohydrate. What nutrient does gari actually contain, and how can people make it a more balanced? Because you spoke about it that it depends on how you are pairing your gari. So now explain to us if gari has a nutritional, some nutritional value, or is there a way we can pair it that can give us a better result? Okay, so you know when we talk about carbohydrates, when we talk about gari, we talk about carbohydrates. But then one thing we forget to talk about is fiber, because carbohydrate also has even if it depends on the carbohydrates you're eating, but fiber is definitely in some of your carbohydrates. So gari has fiber. It has some traces of minerals like potassium and magnesium, not much, just a few. But yeah, they are there. When we say what was your question? Carbohydrates? Is it nutritional? Okay. Well, yes, it is. It is because it has carbohydrates. Carbohydrates is also very good. It has fiber, which helps with bowel movement and it helps to boost immune system. I mean, we eat oranges and those are fibers. They have fibers. Fruits, most fruits have fibers. Exactly. So it helps with. That's why they'll tell you if you're having issues with your stomach, they'll tell you, oh, eat more fruits. Exactly, because of the fiber in it. So it helps with bowel movement. Gari has fiber, which should also help with bowel movement in a way, because I mean, if you're eating strong eba, they'll tell you, oh, don't eat strong eba because you'll not be able to shit or something like that. It could be true, because if your eba does not have enough water, we all know how, sorry Igbo, but we all know how Igbo people like to make their eba so it to be strong. But by the time they pack it, and they'll roll it and throw it off, and So yeah, gari has fiber, but then it also needs to be paired with water. Because people that eat strong eba, like the Igbo people now, if they're going to eat that, they need to drink a lot of water to help to break down that gari that they molded. They need to break it down so that it could do the works that it needs to be done in the body. Okay. So then, how do you think we can pair our gari, for better result, for better nutritional value?
Okay, so we're already doing that actually. You see people eating eba, our normal eba. You eat it with soup. Our soup already has vegetable. Vegetable has minerals. So we're already doing that. Then you see, obviously, you're not going to just cook only vegetable. You put meat or fish or something inside it. So you think that's protein.
Let me ask, between gari and eba and egusi and eba and ewedu, which one is more nutritional? Now, we need to ask that question.
When you say more nutritional, that's
which one do you think has more value?
Let's look at it. Egusi. We all know that most people will cook egusi, plain egusi, but I don't think people still do that because they put vegetables inside it now.
Egusi,
Exactly. So egusi, it has its own nutrients. The vegetable you've added into the egusi has its own nutrients. You're putting fish, you're putting meat, or even people go ahead to put pomo. Even though we say pomo does not have any
we need to talk about that too.
It does not have any nutritional factor. It helps, right? Your ewedu is vegetable.
Yes.
Exactly. Your stew, it has tomato, pepper, has its own nutritional factors. You also go ahead, some people will cut small fish inside their ewedu. Inside their stew, inside their this thing. Again, you've given it nutritional factors. So I won't say ewedu is better than egusi or egusi is better than ewedu. Just eat your soup.
Just eat your soup.
Eat your soup.
Soaking gari, do you advise or how do you advise soaking gari?
Okay, so when we say soaking gari, I mean everybody soaks gari. Okay. I don't think there's anybody in this Nigeria who doesn't soak gari anymore.
Actually.
Really?
Yes.
Oh wow. Okay, I would like to meet you.
Okay.
So gari is something that we all soak. I won't say that we should stop it because I mean, why?
It's like a norm.
Why? So it just depends. If you're going to soak the gari, we know that it's only water and the carbohydrate we get. Why not add your sugar, even if it's only small? Sugar is not really.
And then I think there's already excess sugar in the gari.
Because of the gari. But you can add your granules. I even see some people adding chin. I don't know how that works, but okay.
I've never seen that before.
I've seen it though. And then we see people drinking with dried fish.
Yes.
Yes, that's protein on its own.
Or like with moi moi.
Or moi moi, or even beans.
So don't just drink gari alone.
Don't drink it alone. Pair it with something so it can give additional value to it.
Well, that's really nice. So you're not really far from the good part. It's just that if you soak gari alone and water. Because if you heard some people soak gari with salt.
Yes, I know.
Is that a good combination?
I've not done any research on gari and salt. I mean, I don't know if it's bad for the body or something. But then I don't think it's necessarily bad because, I mean, if you're sick in the hospital, they'll tell you to do ORC.
Yeah.
ORS, which is sugar and salt, right? A solution of sugar and salt. Your gari literally has sugar in it.
Oh.
You put salt. Sugar and salt.
I get that. And there's a popular belief, that eating gari at night causes weight gain or leaves fat around the stomach. Is it the timing of the meal that matters or the quantity of what it is eaten with?
Okay, so if you followed us through healthy living from the beginning, you will see that we always talk about timing of eating. We talk about portion control. We talk about even the food you're eating. Number one, timing is important because if you're going to eat late at night, your body is not going to be resting. It's not going to be moving. So, therefore, that food you've eaten is going to be stored until the next morning. Because now your body does not have any reason to use that food anymore. It's like, okay, I've eaten it. It's for tomorrow. That kind of thing. You just store the food. So, if you wake up tomorrow and you eat on top of that, extra is stored. You get?
Extra calorie.
So, exactly. So when we say does gari contribute to weight gain in the night? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because if you're going to eat gari, I would advise you not to eat it at night. I mean, people are different. Like me, I cannot soak gari in the night unless I'm going to move around because I would so sleep with heartburn and wake up with heartburn.
Oh. Yeah, it does cause that, but I think that should be the question. It's something
the funny thing is, it's not even for everybody. It's just for a particular set of people.
Okay.
That this gari causing heartburn happens to. It's not everyone that gari causes heartburn.
But why does it cause heartburn for those people?
No idea.
It just causes
it.
Wow.
Sometimes they'll tell you, oh, it's because your food is not digested. But
okay.
It could be. I mean, that could be a very good reason to why you're having heartburn. Because imagine if you eat now and you're going to sleep in the next 5 minutes. Your food has definitely not digested. Do you get? So yes, it could cause it. But there are also some people that no matter whether they walk the whole of Nigeria, it will still cause those heartburns for them. It's just your body. Yeah. So going back to our discussion on the timing of eating. If you're going to eat gari at night, make sure it is a portion that you know that, okay, it's not going to affect you. Don't go and pack the whole gari and say, oh, this is my time to eat gari now. I'm going to eat it until I'm satisfied with it. Try to portion yourself. Know that, okay, this is not the time for me to do this, but I'm hungry. Let me just do it. That's a different thing entirely. So, yeah.
Well, many people are living with hypertension, diabetes, trying to lose weight in Nigeria. I think we spoke about it a little bit. If gari is a factor, or can gari contribute to the relapsing of these particular illnesses in people that are already living with it? Do you think they should stop eating gari completely, or there are earlier ways to include it in their diet, or they should just minimize it?
Okay, so when it comes to all these issues, right? It's most likely your doctor that has the right to tell you whether to stop this from your meal or because it's your doctor that you've been talking to about these issues. You cannot see online that, oh, somebody with hypertension will tell you, oh, don't eat this particular thing, and somebody else with that same hypertension is eating it.
Eating it, okay.
Do you get? So it's your doctor, because your doctor has sat down with you from beginning to end. He knows that, okay, this is not the right time for you to eat it. Maybe later it can be added into your diet, but right now it's not right for you to eat it. So it's only your doctor that can tell you whether to remove something completely from your diet
or still leave it there.
When I say doctor, I don't mean I mean your dietitian in your hospital. Your doctor will refer you to a dietitian in cases like that.
You know, Nigerians, doctor is everything.
Yeah, so that's why
it's very, very good to put it out there that dietitians are the one that's
they are the ones to tell you whether to remove from your food or not.
So let's talk about the main game now. Yellow gari versus white gari. We often hear people argue a lot about yellow gari. But which one do you like first?
I'm a white gari child.
Well, I think I like white gari for drink. I think white gari is sensible for drinking. Welcome to the news at 2 on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kike Lomo Ajibola. Good afternoon. The federal government has commenced training for 4,000 tractor operators under a national agricultural mechanization project to boost food security. AgComs International Trading Limited announced in a statement on Monday that the nationwide program is coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, National Agricultural Development Fund, and the Industrial Training Fund. The first batch of 250 trainees began a 2-week residential training course at CSS Farms in Nasarawa State. They will learn to operate and maintain modern John Deere equipment under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which seeks to transform agriculture and create jobs for Nigerian youth. Agriculture and Food Security Minister Abubakar Kyari stated that the initiative demonstrates strong commitment toward expanding local food production through mechanization. He stressed that deploying 4,000 well-trained operators will effectively turn national farm equipment investment into sustainable harvest while powering modern agricultural growth nationwide. The federal government is working toward ending raw crude oil exports as Nigeria expands domestic refining capacity to become an African energy hub. Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Rabi Umar, disclosed the plan on Monday at a petroleum conference in Lagos. Umar explained that expanding local refining capacity means the country should process its entire crude production internally rather than exporting raw commodities. He noted that new private and modular refineries are transforming Nigeria from a crude exporter into a regional processing center handling targeted output of 3 million barrels daily. The regulatory authority is collaborating with the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission to enforce domestic crude supply obligations. Umar emphasized that maintaining operational balance through enforced supply obligations support local refiners, eliminating any reason economically to export raw crude oil when adequate domestic refining capacity exists across the country. The National Economic Council on Monday approved refinancing the $3.3 billion Project Gazelle facility through a new $4.5 billion arrangement named Project Gazelle 2. Vice President Kashim Shettima chaired the virtual meeting where Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele presented details of the financial deal. The approval enables the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to settle an outstanding balance of $1.5 billion while unlocking $3 billion in liquidity. Senior Special Assistant Stanley Ukocha confirmed that council members supported the move to boost external reserves and fund vital national infrastructure priorities. Finance Minister Oyedele explained that the refinancing structures secure significantly more favorable commercial terms, reducing pledged crude oil from 90,000 barrels daily to 78,750 barrels. This 12.5% reduction releases extra crude for direct sale, generating valuable independent federal revenue. And for many Nigerians, buying meat is a routine part of daily life. But few pause to consider what happens before it reaches their tables. While traditional meat markets remain the preferred choice for many millions due to the affordability and accessibility, a growing number of modern meat retailers are introducing stricter quality control, improved hygiene standards, and traceable processing systems. Our reporter Elizabeth Eze explores how both models are shaping consumer choices and the challenges they face in an evolving industry. Let's take a look.
Meat remains a staple in many Nigerian households, with consumers often prioritizing freshness, quantity, and affordability. For decades, traditional meat markets have remained the primary source of supply, offering easy access and competitive prices.
This country gets a CB. Some people, if you come here, the person that opened market for me today, I swear he beat 1.5.
Meeting consumers' expectation, however, is becoming increasingly challenging. Traders say preserving meat has become more difficult due to unreliable electricity, making proper storage a persistent concern.
At times our freezer for here for cold room they disappoint us, so no go work well. Maybe lights, or they say the fuel or this way that they use is cost, so they no go allow them to put the make it freeze well. So the challenges there plenty.
As these challenges persist, more entrepreneurs are investing in modern meat processing facilities, adopting structured systems aimed at improving food safety, hygiene, quality assurance, and consumer confidence.
The process, we have good butchers, they slaughter the cow in the Allah way. There's what they call Allah standard. You can't just process meat and you can't just kill a livestock anyhow. It has to be done in the Allah way. And after the slaughter in the Allah way, they drain the blood. There is this machine that they will hang the cow.
Okay.
They will press. It will take the cow up. The blood will be drained before they even open. So these are safety measures.
While modern meat retailers argue that traceability and controlled processing enhance consumer trust, traditional sellers continue to grapple with inadequate infrastructure and rising operating costs. Despite these challenges, both remain focused on meeting consumers' demand and staying competitive in changing the market. Elizabeth Eze, reporting for ConsumerHalla TV.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth Eze. Nigeria private sector sustained economic growth in July as purchase price inflation slowed to its lowest rate in 5 months. The latest Purchasing Managers Index released by Stanbic IBTC Bank and S&P Global showed the headline index declined to 52.5 from 53.4. Despite recording a slower rate of expansion, business activity remained above the 50-point benchmark for the 6th consecutive month. Strong customer demand, competitive pricing, and new product offerings drove robust growth in new orders, with agriculture and manufacturing sectors leading total output gains across the national economy. Companies expanded their workforce numbers and raw material inventories to manage operational requirements, though employment growth is slightly slower. Increases in input costs and selling prices provided economic relief to commercial enterprises, while supplier delivery times improved despite minor logistical bottlenecks delaying certain projects across various business sectors. The Central Bank of Nigeria is establishing a unified regulatory framework to bring the fast-growing cryptocurrency and virtual asset markets on that formal oversight. The shift follows the introduction of the Presidential Executive Order on Virtual Asset Coordination 2026, establishing structured supervision across financial markets. Officials announced at the Nigerian Stablecoin Summit in Lagos that the Central Bank, Revenue Service and Securities Commission are collaborating to create a predictable business environment. Tax Controller Oni Olushola stated government policy shifted from restriction to regulation to protect consumers and ensure that they capture economic value from digital asset operations. The new executive order establishes a virtual asset council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria to harmonize regulatory enforcement. Olushola emphasized the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu created the mechanism to resolve fragmented agency oversight, streamlining compliance for virtual asset service providers, cryptocurrency exchanges, and stablecoin operators within the country. And the World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has urged Nigeria to prioritize effective project execution and asset maintenance over simple project allocations. Speaking on Monday at the Delta State Economic Summit in Asaba, the former finance minister stressed that public spending alone cannot guarantee sustainable economic development. Okonjo-Iweala criticized the nation's weak maintenance culture, emphasizing that preserving existing infrastructure is just as critical as constructing new projects. She identified port efficiencies, digital infrastructure, and reduced trade costs as key areas requiring focused implementation and long-term operational management to enhance overall national economic competitiveness. Acknowledging recent macroeconomic development, the trade chief praised federal effort to stabilize foreign exchange rates and curb inflation. She noted that sustained national economic stability will strengthen states' development opportunities provided local government match federal reforms with disciplined execution, proper asset preservation, and clear industrial prioritization. Nigeria electricity metering rates improved to 59.69% in April 2026, up from 57.93%. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission showed distribution companies added 349,357 meters. Total metered electricity consumers rose from 7.09 million in January to 7.44 million in April. The regulatory fact sheet published on Monday revealed that distribution utilities deployed over 227,000 meters during March and April alone, steadily closing the national metering gap. Despite recent installation progress, more than 5 million active electricity customers remained without prepaid meters as of April 2026. Regulatory authorities and distribution companies continue expanding metering schemes across regional networks to eliminate estimated billing, improve billing transparency, and enhance overall cash collection across the power sector. Nigeria petrol consumption declined by 52 million liters during the first 6 months of 2026 as elevated retail pump prices moderated fuel demand. Data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority showed total domestic consumption fell 0.56% to 9.316 billion liters. The moderation in fuel demand followed full sector deregulation and subsidy removal, which drove pump prices significantly higher. Regulatory figures indicated average June retail prices ranged from 1,284 naira per litre in Lagos to 1,393 naira in Maiduguri at filling stations. Monthly figures showed average daily consumption dropped from 60.2 million litres in January to 47.4 million litres in June. Consumption showed slow despite expanded local refining capacity, indicating that higher retail costs have altered consumer driving habits and reduced overall domestic fuel usage across the country. And 7 key members of the OPEC Plus alliance agreed during an online meeting on Sunday to increase oil production target by 188,000 barrels per day starting in September. Saudi Arabia, Russia, and partner nations issued a joint statement confirming the output adjustment amid regional disruptions. Rystad Energy analyst George Leon noted that the target increase was widely expected, that the cartel completes unwinding voluntary cuts. However, he warned that ongoing shipping constraints in the Strait of Hormuz limit immediate market impact, stating real supply shift will only occur when normal maritime export flows resume through the Gulf. UBS analyst Giovanni Stornovo observed that raising a production target may have limited effect since several member countries face declining capacity and cannot meet quotas. Consequently, physical supply increases may fall short of official target, leaving the group to manage emerging global surpluses once regional shipping channels fully normalize. Thank you so much for joining us for the news at 2 this afternoon on ConsumerHallaTV once again. To stay connected, to listen to more news updates, please follow us across all our social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. I am Kikelamo at Jibola. Good afternoon. Gary is nice because it draws like it's not like...
Yeah, I know, but I don't like it.
What does it draw compared to...
Okay, so you know yellow Gary, the main ingredient for yellow Gary is palm oil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's the palm oil that gives it that color, it's the palm oil that makes it draw.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
So that one is out of there, but is one nutritionally better than the other, or the difference mostly is taste or preparation?
When we say is one better, you know, people tell you that, oh, yellow gari is better because of the palm oil. So in a sense, yellow gari actually makes sense to be better because palm oil has more nutritional values than one that does not have it. Do you get? But then when we say is it better, not necessarily. Your yellow gari will still give you the same thing your white gari is giving you, except the extra that the palm oil is
already
going to give
added.
you.
Okay.
So it's the one you want to eat. Enjoy yourself.
Because you like white gari. You shall like white gari. That's what we're talking about now.
Yes. Eat it in moderation. When you're eating, know what you're doing.
So, cassava naturally contains substances that can be harmful if not processed properly. Should consumers be concerned about the safety of the gari they buy and how they can identify good quality gari in the market? You know, we have Ijebu gari, we have Eba gari, we have drinking gari, we have lebu, different types of gari, my dear. So, how do you get to know quality, and if it's not processed properly, what can you get from eating a not well processed gari?
Okay, so we know that cassava, if not processed well, can cause really real harm to the body. So yeah, it can. Yeah, how do you know when gari is well processed? That's a good question because I don't know how you know when gari is well processed. I mean, I've not seen the process of cassava being made into gari, so I don't know it well. But then I'm very sure if you see a gari that you know, oh, it's well processed, the normal gari we drink, the normal gari we make, and then the one that has not been well processed, you would know it in the texture. My guess, I'm not very sure because I've not seen it.
A lot of people actually, pick it up from the seller and eat it and try to taste it.
You know it from the taste, you know it. So all those kind of things, you should, when you're going to buy it, you should check it to make sure that, oh, it's well processed, so you don't end up harming you and your family.
But then what can cassava that is not well processed, what are the damages that it can cause? You can tell us some of them.
So, mostly it causes, cassava contains cyanogenic glycosides. It's a common compound in cassava, right? And if this cassava is not well made, that compound turns into cyanide, which is very bad for the body. Because, your gari has to go through fermentation, all these things. So it kills that cyanide.
Okay.
But if your gari is not well processed, that cyanide now affects your body. It could lead to different health issues. Now, I'm not very, very sure of the health issues, but I know that some people tell you that, oh, if your gari is not well made, your stomach, it tends to affect your stomach.
Yes.
Yeah, things like that. So, I've not gone through to check what health issues exactly it causes, but I know that it affects your health.
So you just be very, very careful with the kind of gari. I feel like even any food that is being done,
you need to make sure it's well processed. Yeah.
So with food prices continuing to rise in Nigeria, many families depend on gari because it is affordable. What practical advice can you give also to make gari meals healthier without spending too much money?
I mean, we're already doing it. You see us eating gari with eba with ewedu, eba with egusi, eba with vegetable. Just make your own soup to the amount you can make. Don't go and say, oh, I'm not,
because they say gari is this.
I have to just do it to your budget. You know what you can do. So just do it to that. Then for those that drink gari, fish is there.
Granite
is there. Milk is there. Sugar is there. Do it so you know that, okay, it's adding nutritional values to my body.
Okay. Finally, if there is one myth about gari you wish every Nigerian would stop believing today, what would it be, and what are your top healthy eating tips for people who enjoy it?
Number one, stop believing that gari causes diabetes or high blood pressure. It does not cause it. The same way you cannot tell me that rice will cause it.
Okay.
Rice will not cause high blood pressure, or it is underlying illnesses that now pair with these foods that cause issues. Do you get? So let's remove the idea that gari causes weight gain, high blood pressure. No, it doesn't. It could only contribute to it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tumini. It's very, very important to always have conversations like this. And gari has always been something that is on my mind because I think over the past few years. They gave it a very beautiful name like that. I cannot remember currently, but it was at the top of Nigerians' mouth. And Gari is a staple food in Nigeria. Even before we were born, Gari has always been that thing that holds family together. Whether you want to drink it or you want to even make it with. And I know some people that cannot do without eating Gari, drinking Gari in a day. That is just how they actually live their life. So just like you will always say that whether you want to eat something, just make it in moderation. Don't overeat it.
But control.
Yeah, and also don't take it out of your meal, except you have been
warned. Advised to do that.
Thank you so much for joining the program this morning once again. And I hope to see you next time. Promise that you're going to come next time.
I'll try my best.
All right. So thank you so much. Before we continue and leave the show finally this morning, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back. Well, this has been a truly enlightening conversation. Today's discussion reminds us that no single food is automatically good or bad. What matters is how much we eat, how we prepare it, and what we pair it with. Gari can certainly be a part of a healthy diet when eaten in moderation and combined with nutritious foods. And we've heard from our guest, a beautiful guest, our nutritionist, Tumininu Olufora, and we thank her for helping us separate fact from myth and giving practical advice that every Nigerian families can apply. Thank you so much for joining us for Healthy Living this morning on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and I hope to see you next week, Monday, for another beautiful edition of Healthy Living. Join us again for another one where we continue to bring you reliable health information to help you live healthier every day. Have a wonderful morning. Stay active, eat wisely, and stay healthy. And do not forget to follow us across all our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, X, YouTube, ConsumerHalla, and also head over to our TikTok account at ConsumerHallaTV. Goodbye.
Right, my name is Corey Debitas and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you. And it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. As they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumers will be heard, and that opinion will shape how products and services will be made in this country going forward. Be on the lookout. You are now in charge. several things coming your way through this station. I'm very excited about it. The things he's already brought out, and there will be many more things. But the bottom line, the consumer is now in the driver's seat. So ConsumerHalla TV, thank you for this innovative work. You're going to keep evolving and just follow the consumers. The consumers will lead you to what they want, and that's how it's supposed to be, always. You're going to have different types of consumers, and you're going to pander to the different needs, but you're going to be making consumers very, very powerful. So thumbs up, keep up the good work. My name is Korede Peters. Thank you very much.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hello and welcome to your innovative show, Market Innovators, where we sit down with entrepreneurs, innovators, business leaders, and visionaries who are transforming business and industries, creating solutions that improve lives. I am your host, Iremofe Koforola. Today we are joined by an entrepreneur who is changing the way Nigerians purchase, process, and consume fresh meat. In a country where concerns about food safety, hygiene, quality, and convenience continue to influence consumer choice, our guest has built a business that combines innovation, technology, and customer trust to modernize one of Nigeria's oldest food markets. He is the Group Managing Director of Advocacy Foodstock Limited, the company behind the consumer brand Advocacy the Meat Seller. Alongside his wife and co-founder, Mrs. Adeola Aminat Ayeni, he has transformed a digital-driven meat selling business into a structured meat processing, packaging, and distribution company, serving households, restaurants, food vendors, and institutions across Lagos State.
His business philosophy is built on solving everyday consumer challenges through quality, transparency, convenience, fair pricing, and dependable service. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Babashola Timothy Ayeni. Welcome to Marketing Inventors.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Reading through your profile, I see that it's something that is very interesting, and considering the fact that you are a very sensitive sector, whereby when we talk about food, people are always careful.
Yeah.
For someone like me, I'm mostly concerned about the hygiene because it's whatever goes into the body and all that. So we would want to know how the entrepreneurial spirit, let me say that way, how it all began and all that. So what inspired you to establish Agbeke Foodstock Limited?
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Kuforola. We started like going to 4 years now.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I've spent maybe around early 2013-14, I was outside the country, and I saw the way things are done there. You know, everything is regularized, regulated. They have bodies that take care of everything, especially the meat and the food business. So, you know, we've always been used to growing up. Our parents, they go to the market, they haggle price. You know, they just buy meat. They don't even know the quality of the meat they are buying. And if they're not going to the market, we see our traditional, our baba, shukura, shukura, you know, they bring it to the street and you see our parents, they buy from them directly. But, you know, getting exposed to another level of how this meat business is done outside the country, everything is skilled. You know, you don't need to haggle price. Everything is structured. You know, coming back into the country, I started my business. I was into consultancy. I was doing social media training and all for people. And along the line, you know, I got married and I didn't want my wife to be 9 to 5. I don't want her to work for someone, because I'm of this philosophy that we should start something early so that we can grow our business, have a family business, and we can have this legacy, you know, that our children can even continue with. So my wife tried thrift. It didn't work out. So a sister of mine came up with the idea, like, your wife loves to cook. She's always in the kitchen, and there's this business. You guys can go into it. You can go for the training. I'm like, okay, what's the business about? So I looked into it. I'm a good researcher. I looked into it. I saw the pain points and all. So I was like, okay, if we're going into the meat business, my wife, I'm a social media guru. Let's know about the business. Let's do the training. Then I will bring my expertise with the new knowledge. Then we can see how far we can go. You know, so we did the training. We paid, did the training, and from there we started creating our structures. But the thing behind Agbeke, the meat seller, you know, is that we want to provide our communities daily fresh meat. And we don't just want to sell to them. We want to sell at a price below the abattoir price, and also offering quality. You know, and it took us a while to get it right. But at the moment, in Lagos State, if you're counting 1 to 5, you have to mention Agbeke the meat seller.
Wow, impressive. Yeah. Impressive. That's quite beautiful.
Yeah, wow. You have to mention us.
From your journey, from the explanation and experience you said, you made mention the fact that you traveled out there and you saw the structure in place. And you know, we grew up to know about the traditional and informal way of, you know, the way meat has been sold and all of those things. So I know you mentioned structure, you mentioned the way things are done there, but what actually were the gaps that you actually saw that prompted you to feel like, okay, I want to be trained. I even know how this business can actually thrive, and let me venture into it. What were the gaps you saw between the informal way of selling meat and the structured way?
Yeah, I would start with telling you a story. Someone came to our store one day and saw the way my wife and myself was communicating, and the woman said if they would tell her that in her lifetime she would see graduates, people so knowledgeable selling meat, that they say it's not possible.
Wow.
So trust. That's the number one thing. And with the advent of internet, social media, we have access to real-time information. And now we are more focused on wellness. We looking into our health, and the first thing they will tell you, either nutritionist, your doctor, the first thing they will tell you is what you eat. That is where it starts from.
Yes.
And please tell me how many food we can prepare in this our Nigeria that if meat is not there, that you call balance meat.
Absolutely, you need meat.
You understand? So from majority of our livestock is coming from the north. If you last year abattoir was shut down by the Ministry of Environment.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons is the way things are done there.
Yeah.
But inside abattoir, most people don't know. But now, as a meat seller, once you buy your meat from the car, you take it to all this mechanized abattoir.
Okay.
We have veterinary doctors there.
Oh, wow.
They will first check the meat, the cow, the bull, and let me say, we only deal with male livestock, because that's the type of livestock that will give you the best quality.
Okay.
So if you want good meat, always ask that you buy male livestock. Yeah, either ram, goat, or cow. You understand? So they will check it. They would give you a kind of certification that the meat is good for consumption.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Most people don't know this.
Interesting to know.
Yeah, most people don't know this.
Viewers are getting to know
they don't. Most
things.
people don't know this.
Yeah.
So anytime you see our product coming out, especially the cow meat, it has gone through certification. Now after that, the process, we have good butchers. They slaughter the cow in the Allah way. There's what they call Allah standard. You can't just process meat anyhow. You can't just kill a livestock anyhow. It has to be done in the Allah way. And after the slaughter in the Allah way, they drain the blood. There is this machine that they will hang the cow.
Okay.
They will press. It will take the cow up. The blood will be drained before they even open. So these are safety measures. After that, they remove the offals. There's a department that processes the offals.
Wow.
The cow head, the leg, there's another department that processes that. And we do boneless. So all these things, it takes a process. But most people don't know. But people that really, really take their time to know, you will see they will not go outside to buy meat in the market. Because our normal market, when you go, you don't know where the livestock is slaughtered. You just go, you buy. And we will do daily fresh. So anytime you see a wicked meat seller, you will see we're always saying daily fresh, always fresh. And that's why we don't
daily
just
fresh,
always fresh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
We don't just say, okay, today we are killing 2 cows. No, we take in orders, so we know what we are processing the next day.
Okay.
I will tell you, once it's 10 o'clock, that's our cutoff time. We stop taking in orders once it's 10 o'clock. Even if you go on our website, once it's 9, you have to wait till the next day. So these are the safety measures. These are the structures that guarantee safety. It guarantees trust. So when you're buying, you're getting your fresh meat. You're not just getting anyhow meat. You are getting a meat from a very matured male bull or cow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it is bold to say that you observe the gaps when it comes to trust and safety.
There's trust issue.
The trust issue and safety. Wow, beautiful. We live in a world whereby technology is very important. And you said, when it comes to technology, you are inclined, about all those things. So your business is built around this, and it's a fast-paced world and all that. So how have you been able to use this approach when it comes to technology to expand your business, your scale operations, and also improve customer experience? Because you mentioned websites that people order. So how have you been able to use technology for all these things?
Well, I would say from the one, like I said earlier, I'm a social media strategist, and social media is technology. What you can do, what in the days of brick and walls, where you just have your store and you're praying to God to bring in sales. Technology now, I can put my product here. I can put, for example, 5 kilograms of cow meat, 2 kilograms of goat meat, 2 kilograms of ram meat, and I will say, okay, I'll call one of my social media guys. Let's do a video. Hello guys, you know how much 5 kg is, you know how much 2 kg is, you know how much 1 kg of ram meat is. Now I'm giving you a discount. A 30 seconds video. I'll post it to our Instagram, to our TikTok, to our Facebook, and to our X. Then I'll just pick my laptop. I would look for my target audience. I would just do a boost post, or I run an ad on it on Facebook. And before you know, let's say within 24 hours, I can get like 500 people that want that product.
Wow.
That's technology. That's innovation.
Interesting.
Yeah. So, and if I'm right, I think over 70% of our customers are online.
Yeah. Interesting. So I'm going to take it from there, where you said over 70% of your customers are online. And we know that we still live in a space whereby we still have the traditional abattoirs, we have the informal in quotes, meat sellers and all that, of which you mentioned them earlier on. So in this industry, they still dominate this industry. If you look at it, you see the regular people who sell on the road, people call them to buy. I'm not saying the structured one is not in place. So how do you see them? Do you see them as competitors, partners, or part of the value that can be used to improve and create a structure around the meat industry?
The traditional meat sellers are not my competitors. Yeah, they are the founders, they are the trailblazers. I don't know, pardon me to speak Yoruba. They say in my language, I'm a Yoruba man from Ijesha, Ilesha, they say, Odo to bag Oriswan, Omagbe. It means a river that forgets its source.
Runs dry.
They started it, and they kept it going. But like with the emergence of technology, social media and all, people are evolving. And things we don't put priority on in the past, we're now placing priority on them. And that's why you start seeing these stores coming up. While I was growing up, I grew up in Ibadan, Oyo State. The 2 stores that we have there in Ibadan was Leventis store and UTC. And UTC belongs to UAC. Leventis store belongs to Leventis, and it was a big deal. If you are not rich, you can't go there. You understand? And it's it's so funny now that you can see the way all those stores are springing up now. We have Gender, we have Just Right, we have
many
we
of
have
them.
Blanco, we have, you know, that's how we evolve. That's innovation. When you go into a market, you see Dangote, we have in cement, we have Dangote, we have Bois, we have Lafarge. Now, Chinese are coming into the industry. The stakeholders are still there, they are respected. But believe me, the Chinese will break the market. They will want to sell for 12,000 cement per bag, 12,000.
Yeah.
They want to sell for like 9,000.
Yeah.
You know, it's revolutionized the market. You know, Dangote will not go out because they have the market. Bois will not go out. That's the same way. These our traditional meat seller, they already have their customers. You know, and they won't go into extinction in one day. You know, they would pick their meat from abattoir, they will take it to their customer, they will sell. We have our customers, but you see, out of their customers, because of more exposure, we now have 70-year-old man, 70-year-old woman buying from us. Do you understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Now they are still in the business. We are also in the business.
Yes.
We have our market. It's just like Ocean Strategy.
Yeah.
But believe me, our market, we are also taking from their market.
Yeah, absolutely.
You understand?
Just building on that.
Yes. And it will get to a point in the next 5-10 years, it will be hard for you to hawk meat on the roadside. We are getting there. We are getting there. The training now, they are learning from us. Now you see them, they are wearing gloves. They are covering their meat properly, even though they are hawking it.
Yeah.
Before, they will just put wood. The meat will be on top. You see flies. All these are changing now. You know, because of people like Advocacy, the meat seller, and those that started this innovation before us. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, my guest has been Mr. Timothy Ayeni, and we have been talking about Advocacy, you know, the meat seller, and you know, a lot of things going around this conversation. And when we come after the break now, because we are going on a break, we try to look at how you have been running the business with your wife, because you know the Bible says, "Who finds a wife has found a good thing." So we go to that.
Favor from God.
Yeah, absolutely. So after the break, we look more into this conversation. Go nowhere. This is Marketing Inventors. Welcome back. It is still your #1 innovative show, Marketing Innovators, where we sit with entrepreneurs and business leaders who share insights with us. And today has not been so different because I'm joined by the Group Managing Director of Advocacy Food Stock Limited, and in the person of Mr. Babashola Timothy Ayeni. So thank you for being on the show with us today.
Thank you very much. It's been a great time.
Yeah, amazing. Because at first, how do you feel, you getting to read your profile yourself on the screen?
Well, it's amazing because you're doing something good and you're getting it right.
Absolutely. So before the break, we promised Avia something, and we said we are going to look at how the journey has been. You co-founding this business with your wife, Mrs. Aminat Ayeni, who is the Chief Executive Officer. So why did you decide to journey with her on this path? Because it is business.
Yes.
Sometimes we have the rough times, we have when things are not so sweet as it's
definitely.
So why did you choose her? Is it because she's a better manager, or what really inspired her to be in this chain of business?
Well, like you said before we went for the break, you said him that finds a wife
has found
a good thing and obtains favor from God. I would like to add to that man is the only person, the only creation that God said this man needs a helpmate, he needs a helper, So the journey of Advocacy Food Stock Limited was a process, was an idea that moved into conception between my wife and myself, and that name, Advocacy, is actually my wife's name.
Oh, because I was going to ask, thank you, because I was going to ask, what really bettered that name?
We're looking for a very, very good selling name, like a creative name that when people hear it, they want to look at it again. And we're coming up with so many ideas, and I was like, babe, why don't we just say Advocacy the Meat Seller? And everybody in that brainstorming fell in love with the name. I said, so Advocacy the Meat Seller it is.
So how has it been journeying with her?
Well, it's been a good journey. It's been a learning journey because I've been into the business world. She is just starting. She graduated, I think, 2019. So she's just coming up, and she looks up to me a lot. And the vision of Advocacy Food Stock Limited, it's for us to become a conglomerate. So. And I still run my business where I'm still the Chief Executive Officer. So I want her to learn. I want her to be able to know how business is grown. So, okay, babe, be the Chief Executive Officer while I will be the Group Managing Director. So as we are growing, you stick to that position while as the Group Managing Director, we keep growing together.
Definitely. I love when men support their wives and when it goes both ways.
A strong man would always empower his woman.
Interesting. So you've heard a strong man will always empower his woman, because once that is done, every other thing is settled.
It's to your advantage.
All right. So you are a leader in your company. So what leadership qualities do you possess that enable you to do things in such a distinct way and a very unique way?
Well, I would say I'm a catalyst. I'm a charismatic leader. You don't just follow me because of what I say. You follow me because of what you see me do day in, day out. And I've been in the business of training people, young men. Even in our company, 90% of our staff, they are maybe from 22 upward, because I believe in empowering the youth, because that's one of the ways we can change this nation, give them the right perspective, make sure they understand what value is, because not everything that glitters is gold. So, and to teach them the the good in hard work, the benefit of hard work. You don't cut corners, So that's me. I'm an innovative leader. If you're under my tutelage, you have to be innovative, you have to be resourceful, you have to be creative, because I don't see a problem, I see an opportunity to make impact. So I'm results oriented, and I have a very, very creative mindset, which is my main strength. Except I don't want to do something. If I want to do something, I get it done.
Interesting. Now let's look at the case of inflation. You run a business, and we know the way the economy has been in recent times, and also we have inflation, we have high energy costs, logistics, foreign exchange rates, all of these pressures, and it affects business generally. So how have these factors, these realities influenced your operations expansion and your profit margins?
It's inflation is really affecting all the businesses in the nation, but the people that is most affected by inflations are the consumers. And like you rightly said, the high cost of energy. In the past, to bring a cow from the north to Lagos used to be like from 20,000, it keep rising to like 45. At the point, it was stable at 45,000 to bring just one cow, and now to bring a cow from the north, if you're not a good negotiator, they will tell you to bring a cow from the north is like 130,000.
Wow.
140.
Wow.
If you're a good negotiator, at least like someone like me, I can still pay like 95, 100. And those money, the rise in diesel, the price, all these things, when they bring the livestock, they had it to the cost, right?
Definitely.
And other expenses as well. I would go to the market. I would go and buy a livestock, which in the past we used to buy for 1.4, 1.5. Now, a fully mature bull is going for like 2.4, 2.5. And there's no way, except you want to close up, that you won't change price. So that's why I said the ones most affected are the consumers, and we all must eat. But through innovation, we still find a way whereby we can still balance it. For example, in the market at the moment, a price of a kilogram of boneless beef is some are selling 9,000, some are selling 9,500, some are selling 10,000, but we are still selling for 8,750.
Wow.
Yeah, and we are selling our own agimawo for 8,500. Agimawo is that meat that comes with beef and cow skin, So we keep digging deep to find a way whereby we can still be ahead of the market, to still be competitive, and still as well get profit.
Wow. Okay, before I allow you go on the show today, so let's look at this, because looking at Nigeria's agriculture and food processing sector, which is a very, lucrative sector if you look at it, and we still have a lot to really explore in that space. So where do you see the biggest, investment opportunities for entrepreneurs over the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, the number one factor is government. Our government, we should have that platform that would help entrepreneurs, foodpreneurs to grow. We need to look at the whole chain. We need to look at the different processes, how the government can come in to make the environment to be more conducive for entrepreneurs, especially agri people.
It is another beautiful Tuesday afternoon, and welcome to Mind the Gap, the program where we bridge the gap between businesses and consumers through facts, analysis, and practical solutions. I am your host, Iremofe Koforola, and today is going to be slightly different because I do not have a guest in the studio, but I am joined by a co-host today who is going to be helping out with, giving insight on this discussion, because today's discussion is what concerns every one of us. You as a consumer, myself as a consumer, my co-host as a consumer, every one of us generally. So, Kekelomo Ajibola, we have you joined us in the studio today. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Irimofe. Thank you so much for having me to join my Gap this afternoon. It's always a very beautiful program to watch. So it's very important that we are here to actually educate consumers on what to do and their rights, and also things that they need to know when it regards to consumers and manufacturers in Nigeria.
Absolutely. And today we are looking at the price transparency problem. Before we dive into the discussion, have you ever had any experience whereby you want to get a product, you get to the shelf, you see a different price, and when you want to pay, you're told it's a different price?
Yeah, I think as Nigerians, you must have experienced that 1,000 times, not even once. When you go to supermarkets, especially when it comes to supermarkets, it's not common in the local market. It's much more common in the supermarket, and you go there, probably like a product that's about 1-2 is already, that's the price tag, and you go to the counter to make payment, and then you are saying 1,500 from your receipt, and you're asking them questions. Why is the one on the computer different from the one on the shelf? They'll be like, oh, they've not put a new price tag, which is very ridiculous. That is the first thing you should do if you are bringing in new product, the price has changed. So as a Nigerian, obviously I've experienced that countless of times.
So and you must have been disappointed, at the end of the day.
Oh my God, yes, I've caused a scene. Why is this? Yes, I have asked them question. Why do you do that? Just for you to, you can't just make us look like we don't know what we are doing. You can't begin to play us. I feel like that's just like you are playing with your consumers. You are not taking them seriously. I can't be at a particular point and I know, or I've already confirmed that the price that you've told me at the shelf is 1-2, and I'm here. I already calculated my money, boiled everything, and I'm there. I'm already seeing a hike in price. So it is very, very painful. So sometimes it can trigger, especially when you already plan for those things, you already calculated those things. Ooh. So that is one of the issues that we have in this country.
I relate to the later part of your conversation, because if you look at it, sometimes when I want to get something and I go to the shelf, I see the price. In my head, I calculate, okay, this is 1.5. How much do I have? Can I get another thing? Then if I've done the calculation and I get to pay and you're telling me it's different, so I get frustrated and angry, like, why would you have a different price? Sometimes I even believe that you are not transparent enough. I might think, oh, probably the attendant is trying to add to it, because because
that's why I raise the alarm, and that's why it's always good. I think a lot of consumers do not even realize that there is a hike in price until they are back home, because they don't even check the receipt. They just hear the price that have been set to them, and they pay. It's when they get home, they're like, but this thing was this one, or this thing was that. That's why it's, for me, I always go back to them when I see that some price is old already, and say, okay, please scan this, how much is it? And when you get there, you scan, it's a different way. Ask them question, why is it this way? The regulations and the way they take consumers in Nigeria, they take it with like it's not, we're not that serious
just
to them.
With a pinch of salt.
Like, you guys are just here to pay your money and then get out of my supermarket, which is not so, because consumers are king, so you don't treat them like they are not.
Absolutely, absolutely. So today we are asking a simple but important question: why should anyone have to ask how much is it before paying for something, or before buying anything? Whether you're in a supermarket or a boutique or a pharmacy, a restaurant, or even shopping online, many Nigerians still encounter products without visible prices. Even online is kind of worse.
Yes.
Sometimes you see vendors, they don't even, most vendors don't attach price. It's until when you slide into
your
their
DM,
like, how much does this cost? And you're like, okay, you know, because it was once I saw a vendor that actually attached a price to it, and I was like, wow, already, and I think that is a serious-minded person.
Yeah, I feel like you're not attaching a price to something you're selling for people to actually, see is quite shady. Are you saying that a consumer can buy at most consumers can buy at different prices, because sometimes the shelf says one thing while the cashier says another. Sometimes you are already told the cost after you have already committed to buying. Is that just a business, or is it unfair to consumers? It's very, very important that we ask these questions.
Yeah, very important. So let us look at it. Let's begin. What is price transparency? In case you are wondering, okay, what does it mean? So price transparency simply means consumers know exactly what they are expected to pay before making a purchasing decision. That sounds basic, all right, but transparency isn't just about displaying a figure. It means the displayed price should be accurate, easy to understand, and match what the consumer eventually pays. Without transparency, comparison becomes impossible, competition weakens, trust disappears, and you see this at many cases whereby you see that there's no transparency, like we highlighted earlier on. So it affects so many things.
And this isn't actually any good business practice. It's also recognized under Nigeria's Consumer Protection Framework. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act gives consumers the right to clear information and full disclosure of prices. Businesses are expected to display prices adequately and should not charge more than displayed amount. If different prices are displayed for the same product, the lower price should apply. That's what the FCCPC has said.
Absolutely. Last week you are aware the FCCPC, in conjunction with LASCOPA, the agency responsible for consumer protection in
Lagos State.
Yeah, they had a stakeholders meeting, and they talked about it that if you want to buy any product and you get to the shelf, you see 1.5, and you want to pay, they're telling you 1.8, you have the right to pay the 1,500 naira, because that is what is on the shelf.
Yes.
So whether they refuse to update it or not is none of your own business. You just have to pay the lower price. That is just it, absolutely. So why does this matter now? Let us look at it. Let's think about it. Imagine entering a supermarket, you fill your trolley based on prices you see on the shelves, then you arrive at the checkout. Suddenly several items cost more. You either abandon them or pay more than you budgeted. That isn't simply convenient for you. It changes consumer behavior. Economists call this information asymmetry, because when one party knows much more than the other, and it shouldn't be so in case in relationship with consumers in this sense. So businesses know the real price, consumers don't. So whenever that happens, the market becomes less efficient.
And research consistently shows that transparent pricing strengthens competition because consumers can compare options easily. Even inconsistent pricing reduces confidence and discourages informed decision making. Instead of rewarding businesses with the best value, consumers can end up making decisions based on whoever controls the information.
Absolutely. It's all about competition at the end of the day, because if I can trust your brand, I know that whenever I go to the supermarket or wherever I'm getting it from, I know that they are transparent. The price I'm getting
is what is.
So nothing's changed. So at the end of the day, it's up. It matters so much. So let us look at the Nigerian reality. When I hear Nigerian reality, it's always like Nigeria is a different.
It's a different ballgame.
We live in different planets. But let us see. Now let's be honest. Many Nigerians have experienced situations like this where no price tag on product at all. I've seen cases like that.
Yes. There's even a supermarket at the top of my head right now that if you go there, there are usually no price attached to their product.
You can imagine.
Yes.
Wow. FCCPC needs to look into
that. Yes.
So you ask the attendant, okay, you see different prices for different customers. Absolutely, I've experienced that. The price Mr. A pays is different from Mr. B. Chef price doesn't match checkout price. Eating service charges revealed as payments, and restaurants without prices on menu. So social media businesses keep saying DM for price, which we highlighted earlier on. So each of these creates uncertainty, and uncertainty cannot benefit the seller more than the buyer. So it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot.
And in 2024, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission took enforcement action against a retail outlet after investigations found shelf prices lower than the prices customers were charged at checkout. According to the commission, charging above the displayed price violates consumers' rights and undermines market fairness. So you've listened to it, you've heard it yourself. Just in case you have any issue like this, please make sure the appropriate authorities are aware of this so that those particular retail outlets can get what they deserve.
Absolutely, because if you do not report, if you do not know your rights, you just keep paying. There are so many things you think is normal in this part of the world. You think, oh, when I go to a supermarket to buy anything, if they don't put the price tag there, I'll go and ask the cashier, how much is this? Anything she tells me.
And I think it boils down to how we think of our leaders, in our political leaders. Everything is not just about the political leaders. It also comes down to us as consumers to research and understand our rights better and find ways to make sure our rights are being exercised correctly. Don't just say Nigeria doesn't work until you've tried it. Some people have tried it, and people like these retail outlets are being brought to book. So you can also try it for yourself so that this awareness can be bigger and people can have an eye-opening for what is actually going to be right in the country. So these are things that as consumers, we need to be very, very, very informed and make good decisions about. So don't just let it slide. Don't say, let me just talk to them and let it go. Create commotion. Cause awareness.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying create commotion in a bad way. Like create that commotion, let your voice be heard through appropriate channel, and that's why FCCPC is there. They have their guidelines to go through those guidelines so that you can be able to defend yourself properly.
And in case you do not know, that is why we are bringing this enlightenment to you this afternoon. So why do some businesses hide prices? Let's see. So that we won't be biased. Let's see if from their own perspective as well, if what they are truly doing is right. Okay, let's analyze these incentives. First, inflation. Nigeria has experienced significant inflation in recent years, making businesses adjust prices frequently. Some sellers avoid printing prices because they expect costs to change quickly. And second is negotiation. Some businesses deliberately avoid displaying prices because they believe different customers are willing to pay different amounts, which is unfair.
That's what I was saying about the DM. And the first point that we actually mentioned about is very, very wrong. You cannot say that you are, because of price are going to change, that is why you did not put price. How much do you buy that product at a particular time that you're actually selling it? Why must you want to change it because the price has already hiked? Is that product the same amount you bought it when the price is high, or you already bought it when the price was lower? Why can't you finish selling that one and buy the one that has the price? Can you sell it at a appropriate price? So both reasons are still not
they are just
I know. It's better for us to buttress and explain this to the consumer. It is totally wrong. You cannot say because, and a lot of people do it, you know. Prices is not even high already. There are rumors that even fuel consumption is not even as high as we think it is. But then some retailers, some sellers, you know, keep their inventory. They keep their products for when it is high, and they create scarcity because they want to make more money. How much did you buy that fuel at that particular time when you are about to sell it? So it's very, very wrong because you just are not just considering you're not considering consumers' feeling. You're not considering the amount of underprivileged people living in the country, which is very, very wrong.
And to add to your point, sometimes you see cases whereby, okay, I bought this product for 1,500 last month. Then this month it is now 1,000 naira.
Yes.
On your shelf it is already 1,500. Then what stress are you going to undergo to change it back to 1,000?
They want to make money.
They'll just leave it at 1,500, and you know, at the end of the day, I don't really know what it takes to change prices. I don't know because I don't understand. So another point is psychology. If customers fall in love with a product before seeing the price, they are more likely to buy it, and that is a marketing strategy. But
That's
transparency requires honesty at the end of the day.
That's actually, I agree with that particular point, because sometimes you would be like, okay, let me buy because I really, really like this product. But there's also another issue. Some businesses fear competitors. They believe visible prices make comparison easier. Ironically, that's exactly how competitive markets are supposed to work. Competition should reward efficiency, not secrecy.
Absolutely, so true, so true. Now let's look at the cost of poor price transparency. Let us look at that for this conversation. Before we look into that, it's very important that you as a consumer, you know that you need to be heard and there's need for fair pricing, and this segment is something we should look into. But before that, let's go on a quick break, and when we come back, Mind the Gap returns and with more insights and more education on this particular topic. Go nowhere. Alright, welcome back. In case you are just joining us, you are watching Mind the Gap, and this conversation is something you should not miss. Alright, before the break, we are trying to look at fair pricing, and we have had so much to discuss as Nigerians, as consumers, how we've experienced, different price tags when we want to purchase an item. So that is something that everybody has experienced one way or the other. So we are looking at the cost of poor price transparency. And before we go into this, please, in case you've not subscribed to our channel, that is very important. Do well to subscribe across all social media platforms, yes, so that you can get updates concerning different topics or discussions you would want to know about. All right, so let's go into this. So the consequences go beyond inconvenience. Poor price transparency can lead to loss of customer interest or trust, reduced competition, more disputes at checkpoints, like Kike rightly said.
Exactly.
Sometimes some
consumers that will not have it, they will be very angry.
Exactly. So
because it's so wrong. You can't use like you're deceiving people.
Exactly. So that's happened. Impulse spending, something they don't even plan for at the end of the day. Reduced customer loyalty. Eventually, businesses lose repeat customers, they will not come back. Consumers lose confidence, and the economy loses efficiency. So everybody's affected one way or the other.
Yes.
Yeah. So now, what does the law say? Let us look at that.
Well, the FCCPC states that consumers have a right to full disclosure of prices. Displayed prices should correspond with the amount paid at checkout. Consumers also have a right to information presented in plain and understandable language. In 2026 draft Consumer Protection Regulations proposed even stronger standards, including displaying the total amount payable, clearly separating mandatory extra charges such as delivery or installation fees, charging the lowest price where multiple prices are displayed, not charging above the displayed price without the consumer's express consent before completing the transaction. It's very, very important that we have these things at the back of our mind, and if in case these things are not being implemented, do a video, have your evidence, and send it to the FCCPC, and you will see how they can help. And if you're in Lagos, you can also reach out to LAXCOPA, so they can also help in tackling this issue that you're having.
All right, so let us quickly look at these. If you look at it, sometimes we have different cases whereby you have price on request, whether as you are buying or you are purchasing that product, they ask you, okay, do you want it at that point? And that is not good enough.
It's not.
Yeah, so another thing, hidden service charges.
I disclose them up front so that consumers can be aware.
There are different prices for different customers.
Transparency actually builds trust. What you think is a strategy for you to make more money can damage your business in the wrong work, because guesswork destroys it.
Absolutely. So you just have to put it right. So putting price transparency into perspective. Before we wrap up the show, let us put today's conversation into perspective. Nigeria's economy has experienced persistent inflation in recent years, with food, transport, healthcare, and housing costs all putting pressure on household budgets. When prices are changing rapidly, consumers depend even more on clear and accurate price information to make informed decisions. The problem is this: inflation may explain why prices change, but it does not justify hiding prices or changing or charging more than the amount displayed. We make sure that inflation is not an excuse.
Yes.
Yeah. So if the FCCPC comes or LASCOPA, you don't tell them it's because there's inflation. You just have to be accurate with your pricing. Then transparency becomes even more important during difficult economic times.
Absolutely, and this goes beyond supermarket. Think about airline tickets, absolutely, restaurants, hotels, ride-hailing services, online stores, pharmacies, and even neighborhood shops. Many consumers only discover additional charges at the point of payment. Those unexpected costs may be delivery fees, convenience charges, service charges, or processing fees. When mandatory charges are not disclosed upfront, consumers cannot accurately compare prices or decide whether they are putting value they're getting their value for their money. This is why the FCCPC 2026 drafts consumer protection regulations place strong emphasis on consumer information, price transparency, and full disclosure before payment.
Absolutely. So everything has been said. You just have to know that as a consumer, it is no big deal that you should know about the price tag.
Yes.
Once this is the price on the shelf, trust me, if another price is brought, just reject it. Now this is consumer takeaway, something you should get to know. So what can consumers do? Because you matter in the grand scheme of things. First, always check the displayed price before paying. Then second, if the amount at the checkout differs from the shelf price, politely ask for an explanation. Third, request a receipt, which is your evidence at the end of the day. It is one of your strongest pieces of evidence if there is a dispute. And also, where you believe your consumer rights are being violated, report the matter to the appropriate consumer protection authority. But remember, asking questions is not being difficult. It is being an informed consumer. And once they know that, yes, you are informed, definitely they will not just want to toy with you.
Yes.
They know that this person
knows what they are doing.
Is educated, he knows his rights, he's informed. Because when you are informed, you make informed decision when buying and also paying. So that's it.
And also teach them how to do their job. So this is a business takeaway. And for businesses, transparency isn't a cost. It is a competitive advantage. Consumers are more likely to return to businesses they trust. Clear prices reduce disputes, improve customer satisfaction, and strengthen brand reputation. In today's digital economy, one disappointed customer can share the experience with thousands of people online. That's why I say where mouth can reach, your leg cannot reach there.
Absolutely.
But one transparent business can earn thousands of loyal customers through trust. Price transparency isn't just about compliance, it's good business, it's smart business, and ultimately it's the right thing to do.
Absolutely, it is the right thing to do. It is good business. It is not just all about compliance, because like the stakeholders meeting they had last week, it is not just it's not just to ensure compliance. It is to show transparency. It is to make consumers trust your brand.
Yes.
And it is for your own competitive advantage at the end of the day. If I can trust you, I'll definitely want to come back and get more from you. So that is just it. So the real issue isn't whether prices change. Of course it happens, market change, exchange rates, it changes as well, cost change, consumers understand that. The real issue is whether businesses communicate those changes honestly before asking customers to pay. Price transparency is not just about numbers, it is about trust. It's about fairness. It's about giving consumers the information they need to make informed decisions. Because every consumer deserves to know one thing before reaching for their wallet. Exactly how much will this cost me? and that is the gap we must continue to close.
And that's where we will leave it today. Thank you for watching Mind the Gap. I'm Kikelomo Ajibola. Thank you so much, Umufe, for bringing me on the program today.
Yeah, thank you so much for giving us more insights on this discussion. And I believe this would be something that, yes, every consumer would hold on dearly to know that their voices need to be heard and their voices are being heard. So in case you have any complaints or you need resolutions and you've tried, some appropriate channel or portals you think that you've not been attended to, ConsumerHalla TV is here for you to help you with issues, even as far as you going for price, the transparent pricing when it comes to products you want to get. So absolutely we'll be here for you, and do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. And I am Yoremofe Kuforola. Until next time, remember, know the price, know your rights, and make informed choices. Bye for now.
People that wants to, because all these things we are doing, everything, it boils down to us having food on our table. And any nation that is not particular on their agri-business, on their food business, they're going to have a big problem. Because when starvation starts, so many things keep coming to mind. But when even when you have you can have access to good quality meals, and that is, it might not be cheap but affordable. If you have it in your belly, even your mind will focus on what you are doing. You'll be able to do more. So government should please give us a conducive environment. And most people think agriculture is a tedious business, and no. Yes, there's no business that's not tedious. It is, but now we have so many mechanized way we can do things. Get, as in, even if not the north, let us focus. Let people invest in agriculture. That is the way we used to be in the early 60s. There were a lot of investment in agriculture, and the country was good. That was even before they discovered crude oil. And if agriculture can sustain us, then that we're even importing seeds to nations like Malaysia and all, Singapore. If agriculture can sustain us then, I believe it can sustain us now. Yeah.
All right, this has really been an explosive discussion
much,
today. And I'm quite sure people who are interested in agriculture and food processing business, they've learned a whole lot.
Yes.
But let's get to the soft part of the show before I allow you to go. So I'll be asking you just one or two questions so that, this is what we normally do to our guests. So I believe you're also ready for this. Nothing so serious anyway. All right, so let's look at it. So what is one quote or principle or belief generally that's guided you throughout your entrepreneurial journey? What is that one quote?
I would quote Johnson Maxwell. Yeah.
A great man.
Yeah, Johnson Maxwell. Everything rise and fall on leadership.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, so everything rise and fall on leadership and all that. So, and in one sentence, what is your quick win advice for young Nigerians who want to build sustainable business, not just in agriculture and food processing, but generally? Because people
in
can
other
learn,
industries,
one or two, even in. It might be so fun that somebody watching now who is interested in the entertainment sector might pick one or two things from you.
It's the same principle.
Yeah. So what is just that one quick word of advice for them?
I would start by saying, don't quit.
Don't quit.
Yeah, never stop learning.
Never stop learning.
Yeah. I'm still learning, and I'm doing self-learning on artificial intelligence, because I want to keep growing. So don't quit, never stop learning, keep daring, and don't believe in the impossible. There's nothing called impossible. it is only impossible until it is done. And you are the one that will do it. So don't look at the government, don't look at the situation of things. It's going to get better. God is up there. And if you are here in this nation at this time, then God has a plan for you. And you are the ones we are waiting for. And I believe in the next 5-10 years, you will be where you are. You will liberate your own community the way we are doing ours. God bless you. Keep dreaming.
Absolutely, I love that. So today we have Mr. Timothy Ayen. Tomorrow it could be you. So we heard from him and just speak as you would always want to learn. So that is very important. So we have been speaking with Mr. Babashola Timothy Ayen, the Group Managing Director of Advocacy Foodstock Limited and the visionary behind the consumer brand Advocacy the Meat Seller. So it's our prayers that whatever dream you have for this brand, it will be so. Amen. And beyond that.
Amen.
All right, so his journey reminds us that innovation is not always about creating something entirely new, but sometimes it's all about improving everyday experiences, building trust with consumers and embracing technology, as well as delivering consistent value where it matters the most. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I am your host, Iremofe Koforola. Thank you for watching Market Innovators. Today, remember, every successful business begins by identifying a problem, but lasting impact comes from consistently providing solutions that improve people's lives. And do not forget to subscribe across all our social media platforms on Facebook, TikTok, X at ConsumerHalla. You've just watched Market Innovators. Keep innovating.
Welcome to another beautiful market stories. This is ConsumerHalla TV and I am Elizabeth Abefe. This segment is called In the Marketplace. Yes, in the marketplace, whereby we explore major markets in Nigeria, bringing you behind the scene of the market, the background story, history, challenges, what people actually do in this particular phase. Today we are live here at Owode Oniri Market. Many people have heard of it, but not everyone fully understand what this market means. Come with me as we go find out from people that worked here.
There are markets you visit to buy food. There are markets you visit to buy clothes. And then there are markets like Owode Oniri, market that quietly keep a city running. Located along the busy Ikorodu Road corridor in Lagos. Owode Oniri has grown over several decades into one of Nigeria's most important centers for iron, steel products, automobile spare parts, fabrication materials, and scrap metal trading. The name itself tells part of its story. In Yoruba, Owode simply means market, while Oniri is derived from ere, meaning iron or metal. Together, the name reflects the identity the market has become, known for a place where iron, steel, and engineering material dominate commercial activities. Over the years, what started as a growing trading community developed into a major commercial hub serving mechanics, fabricators, builders, welders, engineers, transporters, and customers from across Lagos and neighboring states. Today, the market is broadly known for two major trading clusters, the automobile spare parts section, the iron steel fabrication, and scrap metal section. Together, these sections support thousands of livelihoods and supply materials used in homes, workshops, factories, office, and construction projects across Lagos. But growth has not come without challenges. In October 2014, a major fire dozens of lock-up shops. Again in December 2019, another fire razed several shops in the metal section, destroying goods worth of millions of naira. And in February 2023, another fire affected part of the iron market, once again testing the resilience of the traders. The market has also experienced government interventions over environmental and infrastructure concerns, including temporary closure in 2023 as authorities enforce sanitation and traffic regulation. Yet, despite this setback, Owode Onire continues to thrive. Every morning, long before many Lagosians begin their day, trucks arrive carrying steel, metal sheets, spare parts, and construction materials. Business begins, machines roar, metal is cut, dues are negotiated, and thousands of people earn a living. But beyond the iron, beyond the engines, and beyond the endless movement of goods, who are the people keeping this market alive? How has Owode Onire evolved over the years? Today, our journey brings us to a market where almost everything is made of iron, a place where sparks fly from morning till evening, where thousands of traders, welders, fabricators, and artisans earn their daily living. Welcome to Owode Onire Market. To many people, it is simply an iron market, but behind these rows of steel, engines, and welding machines lies a remarkable story of resilience. Because according to the leaders of this market wasn't always like this. There was a time when none of these shops existed. No buildings, no machines, no customers, just bush. According to the General Secretary of Owode Onire Market, Salahuddin, the story of this market dates back to 1974. Following their relocation from Lagos Island, traders came together with one common purpose: to start afresh. Rather than waiting for government intervention, they contributed their own money, acquired this land, and began developing it themselves. What was once a thick forest gradually transformed into what is now one of the largest iron and metal markets in West Africa. Today, the market is made of 11 different lines, each specializing in various iron and metal products, from iron rods, steel plates, aluminium, stainless steel, automobile engines, scrap metals, industrial machinery, and several fabrication materials. Everyday buyers arrive not only from across Nigeria, but also from neighboring countries, including Benin Republic, Togo, Niger, Cameroon, and according to the market leadership, even South Africa. But beyond the movement of goods, what truly keeps this market standing? It is not just iron, it is organization. It is discipline and a leadership structure that has sustained the market for decades. Let's hear from the General Secretary.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what is your name, sir?
My name is Salahuddin Al-Wahab.
So who are you exactly in this market?
I'm General Secretary of the market.
Before I come to the position and you yourself, I want you to tell us what exactly you know about Owode Onire Market.
Owode Onire is a very large market. Deal with only iron. Work with industrial materials such as beam, triangle, plate, roofing sheet, as many as that, even pipes, variable flange, all these fittings, the net, so as many as possible, concerning only iron.
Okay, when did this market get created? When was it established?
The market established 1974, around December. Yeah, 1974. Initially, they started from an island, from Sura and Dumaku. So the government of Lagos State by that time said that they want to use the place they are using, so they have to vacate, look for land. They bought this land by themselves, developed it by themselves. So started from that time to today. We don't do other thing but only iron.
Okay, now before this market, before you got to this market, was this market just empty the way it was, or there was a particular thing that was being sold here before it's now changed to iron market?
No. Initially it was bush. Immediately they vacated from Lagos Island. That's why they came here and started developing it to this level. And we are still on it because we want the market to become an international market.
When we were coming, we saw different lines, different sections. So I want to ask, how many sections exactly are in this market?
We have just only 11 lines.
Can you mention what do they do in those different lines, different sections?
Like line 1, they are dealing with plate and pipes. Line 2, they are dealing with building iron building. So line 3, they are dealing with scrap iron. Line 4, part of stainless and pipes. Line 5, purely stainless. Line 6, plate. Line 7, that is automobile engine. Line 8, they are also dealing with aluminium, part of the aluminium. Line 9, beam, industrial irons, purely. Line 10, they are dealing with sparticles. So that's the major deal for that line. But line 11, completely aluminum and stainless.
Now you make mention of plates, steel and all of that, because most people watching it now will be thinking that what type of plates, what type of steel? Is it plates that they used to eat, or what type of plates are you mentioning of?
It's iron plate, not eating plate. It's iron.
You know we have stainless plates too.
We have stainless, pure iron plate. You see it here.
What are those used for?
The companies are using it. They are using the most of industry. They cut it. I'll take you to where they are cutting them. So they turn to another finishing product. Yes.
Okay, now what are the challenges do you have in this market? What challenges do you have in this market?
We have so many challenges. Even part of our challenges is firstly money, because this business requires very big money to start. So that's the first challenge. The second challenge is this government. They didn't give us any single support. They did not. And they know that this market acquires so many youths. Instead of these youths to be roaming above, we convert them to here. We teach them how to buy, how to sell. Some of them we teach them how to cut. If I take you to where they are cutting iron, you see many of these young boys there. But after school, they come. So during the holiday, they come. So they are making it very well.
So you are saying this market also teaches people that want to learn, that are willing to learn, to come learn and be useful for themselves.
Yes.
Okay, now talking about the post of a general manager, before I get to that point, now I could see that we have different sections and this market is so big. How do leaders of this market direct this market exactly? How many leaders do you have? Do you have leaders per section? Because I've been to a particular market where they have like different 5 sections and they will tell me they have different leader exploring, like looking out for different sections. Is it like that for this Owode aluminium market?
No. this Owode iron and metal market. We are one. But the section that we are having, we divided into, we have leaders there. They are working under national leader of the market. So the office that you are at today is office of a national president of the market. So if you go to any section, you see the chairman there, you see their secretaries there. So whatever we discuss, they pass it through them to the people of the market. So that's how we run it. Document. So these are one of our biggest challenge that we are facing now. Because this market is three. This first one, after we have another one. Okay. So the third one has been demolished already.
Wow.
That has already been demolished. So that's the only challenge we are facing right now.
Wow. That's a big challenge. Okay, now talking about you personally, you said you are the general secretary of this market. Okay, now what is that difficult issue that you have to tackle that for till date? You be like, this is not how I'm supposed to tackle it. What difficult issue that you know that they brought to you and you felt you still remember it till date?
Honestly, no, not like that. I've not met any difficulty since when I was in office. Because our law is there, it's working. So our law is working.
So for how long have you been in this post?
Over 3 years now.
Over 3 years. So over 3 years now, because I've been to other market that they will tell me, oh, whenever they are in a position, they have a particular time, tenure, and some will say no till forever. So now I want to ask you, how many times?
It's 4 years duration.
Wow.
If you're given second time, no problem. If you are not given, you go back to your shop.
So apart from being the general secretary, what else do you do? Do you have a business in this market?
I have my own business.
What do you do, sir?
I'm dealing with pipeline. Yes, that's what I'm selling.
So how do you manage being a leader and also selling, looking out for your business?
It's a partner job. It's a partnership job. My partner is there, so controlling it after I go and meeting.
So what is one thing you like about Owode Iron Market?
What I like most about Owode Market is if you come here with hunger, you will not live with hunger unless you are not straightforward. If you carry poverty, enter this market, so you can exercise your patience very well. You must see capital change in your life. I don't say you are going to pick a Dangote, but you have a tangible life using. Yes.
So I know you already said this particular market, you guys gather it's you people that worked hard for this particular market. So then I want to ask, how do you see the growth of, how do leaders help the marketers or traders working in this market? How do you help them in this market?
Well, this time of a market where you have thousands of people as a member and uncountable thousands of customers, if you don't give them orientation, there must be a problem. So we used to give them orientation. We call general meeting.
Wow.
So we teach them what they don't know, and we remember them what they know also. So in order to make sure that everything go smoothly. So that's what it do.
So I know it's not easy for you to tell me the total number of people that is in this market, that works in this market, but approximately how many head counts do you know you have in this market?
For this market, more than 10,000 people.
10,000 people.
Of course.
So now each people now working as shops that they work. Now this shop, do they pay for it? Is it yearly or how do they do it?
They pay for shop. You know, say I told you we bought this land and we share shop among ourselves. So if you rent shop, you pay to the renter. The only money you pay to the government is what you pay, and we pay only thrice in a year.
So the only money they paid is just thrice in a year.
to settle the local government and state.
Yeah.
That's all.
What struck us wasn't just the size of the market, it was how organized everything appeared to be. Despite housing over 10,000 traders, the market runs largely on self-governance. There are 11 market lines, each with its own leadership. Together, they report to the central executive through irregular meetings aimed at resolving disputes and improving the markets. Interestingly, according to the leadership, government provides little or no financial support. Instead, traders contribute dues every 4 months, using those funds to maintain sanitation, pay environmental service providers, and manage the day-to-day running of the markets.
My name is Adeni Ajiboye.
Adeni Ajibole, who are you in this aluminium metal market?
I'm the financial secretary of the market.
Financial secretary, that means you have to do with money.
Yeah.
Okay, now what history can you tell us about Owode market before we move to what you do exactly in the market?
What I can say is that Owode market is a very big market whereby a lot of people are working, and we have, as my leaders also said, we have little children that if we are on holiday period, they will come here to come and learn. So even some who are even grown up ones, like the ones from the university or this, they do come here to come and look what belongs to the type of lecture they are taking. So all those type of things they do come here to come and see.
So
the IT job, so they will come so that they will know the practical part of what they are doing. So what they only helps so many people in this country. So as it is, pertaining to the financial part of which I belong to, what only here, we don't know the way we gather money to face our challenges. So that one, we are doing it promptly, that we have no problem between ourselves. As we have said earlier, that Owode we have 11 lines in Owode, which each lines has its own chairman and secretary. In Owode, our senior executive members, we are only 4, which is the chairman, which is the president of the market, the general secretary, I, the financial secretary, and the treasurer. That's the 4, that is the federal executive. So apart from that, we have these 11 chairmen. We have 15 committee members. So that is how the house is.
Okay, now talking about the children that comes in to learn, is it that when they come in freely, you just treat them freely, or there are procedure to it whenever you want to come in to learn?
If they are coming, they will come through someone. Maybe the son of one of us here or the daughter. They will use that opportunity to come. So if they come, they will now tell us this is what they are here for. Then we now encourage them to do what we don't collect money from anybody.
Wow. Even IT students.
We don't collect money from anybody.
So you just come in, go through the normal process, see them, guide them, put them to the normal place they are supposed to be, and they continue learning.
Yeah,
Okay, now speaking about finance, we know it is not always easy. People are always looking at those that is always financing money and all of that. And considering how big this market is, I know you've already said you people understand each other and knows how you guys work your thing concerning finance. But has there been any challenges whereby you have issues collecting money? You know, not everybody wants to give you money at that particular time when you request for it. How do you sort that out?
We don't have that type of issue. What makes us not have it is that anything we want to do, we will discuss it in our office there with all the chairman and the committee members. Then after leaving the office there where we discuss, everybody, the old chairman now will take it to their own lines. Getting to their line, they will call their members and had a meeting with them. That's we want to collect so money. From there, they will now cooperate with their chairman. When they contributed the money from lines, it was the secretaries of the lines that will bring the money to the federal executive, and it will be recorded. So now we know how much we are getting from each line on any donation. So that is how it is.
Okay, now I know the secretary already said the money is always thrice in a year.
Yes.
So now what money do they collect? Do you collect?
We usually call it quarterly payment.
Quarterly payment.
The money is for our expenses. Likewise, our local government, we do pay them every month. But that money that we are collecting for 4 months, that money we'll be using it to pay them monthly. And from there, our PSP, we do pay them from that money. So it was that money that we use for all our expenses. If we say that this place is not looking fine, we have to put robots there, all this, that's the money we are using.
Okay, now you're saying the money is for the growth of the market.
Yes.
Now the money that is being paid to the local government and PSP, what is it for? Because according to the secretary, he said some people gathered to get this land. So now what is that money meant for that is being paid to them?
To the
local government?
No, it's the local government charges now for we being here. That is it. There is no, their revenue is collecting money from us. That's the local government revenue that they are earning. So we do pay them every month. Likewise, the PSP. The PSP are the ones packing our ropes. So that is it.
So how has it been so far, being the financial secretary?
It's fine because everything is going well.
For how long have you been in this?
I've been 3 years as of May. It's been 3 years. So, and our tenure is for 4 years. So by getting to next year, May now, we have to bring our new executive. But normally here, if the government is doing fine, they usually use 8 years. Then they will call after that 4 years to say, gather everybody in the market. This, what do you want? Do you want change of government? If they say they want change of government, that tenure will go. But if they said you people should continue, you continue. After 8 years, you drop it for another person.
So now, apart from being the financial secretary, what do you do in the market?
I'm trading also. I do sell wire mesh. I do sell wire mesh. I bought from the company and sell.
So how do you balance what you do and being a leader that has to do with finance?
Being a leader, my 6, I have boys that are working with me. At least there are about 5 in my shop with me there. So I hand over everything to them. So coming back, when I come back from meeting, I go back to my shop and make my sales.
Have you had any issues with reporting, with money? Maybe you made a mistake. Have you ever made a mistake before?
Nobody that can never make a mistake. But in this my tenure, I will say no mistake like that. But I just believe if someone who has not been making mistake, if you make a mistake once, people will know that this one is just like that. But if that person is not good in accountability, they will be making mistake often.
So what is that thing you like about Owode Onire market?
I like everything in the Owode Onire market because Owode Onire market is very peaceful, whereby you cannot see hoodlums. That is it.
So what are the things you've achieved so far, ever being in this market, working in this market?
I achieved a lot because part of my achievement is by training my children in school, bringing them to the level they want. So, and me myself, my resident, whereby I can build a house of my own, staying there with my family, doing that. All that to me is an achievement.
You walk through line 4 you see welding, grinding, fire, steel, but
Good evening. Welcome to Women's training of about 4,000 tractor operators on the National Agricultural Mechanization Project to boost the food security. The AGCOMS International Trading Limited announced a statement yesterday that the nationwide program is coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, National Agricultural Development Fund, and Industrial Training Fund. The first batch of 250 trainings began a 2-week residential training course at CSS Farms in Nasarawa State. They will learn to operate and maintain modern John Deere equipment under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which seeks to transform agriculture and create jobs for Nigerian youth. Agriculture and Food Security Minister Abubakar Kyari stated that the initiative demonstrates a strong commitment toward expanding the local food production through the mechanization. He stressed that deploying 4,000 well-trained operators will effectively turn national farm equipment investment into sustainable harvest while powering the modern agricultural growth nationwide. The federal government is working towards ending raw crude oil exports as Nigeria expands domestic refining capacity to become an African energy hub. Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Rabiu Umar, disclosed the plan on Monday at the Petroleum Conference in Lagos State. He explained that expanding the local refining capacity means the country should process its entire crude production internally rather than exporting the raw commodities. He noted that new private and modular refineries are transforming Nigeria from a crude exporter into a regional processing center, handling the targeted output of 3 million barrels daily. The regulatory authority is collaborating with the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission to enforce domestic crude supply obligations. Umar emphasized that maintaining operational balance through the enforced supply obligations support the local refiners, and it will eliminate any economic reasons to export raw crude oil when adequate domestic refining capacity exists across the country. The National Economic Council on Monday approved the refinancing the $3.3 billion project Gazelle facility through a new $4.5 billion arrangement named the Project Gazelle 2. The Vice President Kashim Shettima chaired the virtual meeting where Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele presented details of the financial deal. The approval enables the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited to settle an outstanding balance of $1.5 billion while unlocking $3 billion in the liquidity. Senior Special Assistant Stanley Nkocha confirmed that council members supported the move to boost external reserves and fund vital national infrastructure priorities. The Finance Minister Oyedele explained that refinancing secures significantly more favorable commercial terms, reducing pledged crude oil from 90,000 barrels daily to 78,750 barrels. This 12.5% reduction releases extra crude oil for direct sale, generating valuable independent federal revenue. For many Nigerians, buying meat is a routine part of daily life, but few pause to consider what happens before it reaches their tables. While traditional meat markets remain the preferred choice for millions due to their affordability and accessibility, a growing number of modern meat retailers are introducing stricter quality control, improved hygiene standard, and traceable processing system. ConsumerHalla TV Elizabeth Eze ConsumerHalla TV reporter, Elizabeth Eze explore how both models are shaping consumer choices and the challenges they face in an evolving industry. The response to this report.
Meat remains a staple in many Nigerian households, with consumers often prioritizing freshness, quantity, and affordability. For decades, traditional meat markets have remained the primary source of supply, offering easy access and competitive prices.
This country gets a CB. Some people, if you come here, the person that open market for me today, I swear, he beat 1.5.
Meeting consumers' expectation, however, is becoming increasingly challenging. Traders say preserving meat has become more difficult due to unreliable electricity, making proper storage a persistent concern.
At times our freezer for here for cold room dey disappoint us, so no go work well. Maybe light, or they say the fuel or this thing wey dem dey use is cost, so dem no go allow them to put the make it freeze well. So the challenges dey plenty.
As these challenges persist, more entrepreneurs are investing in modern meat processing facilities, adopting structured systems aimed at improving food safety, hygiene, quality assurance, and consumer confidence.
The process, we have good butchers, they slaughter the cow in the Halal way. There's what they call Halal standard. You can't just process meat anyhow. You can't just kill a livestock anyhow. It has to be done in the Halal way. And after the slaughter in the Halal way, they drain the blood. There is this machine that they will hang the cow. They will press. It will take the cow up. The blood will be drained before they even open. So these are safety measures.
While modern meat retailers argue that traceability and controlled processing enhance consumer trust, traditional sellers continue to grapple with inadequate infrastructure and rising operating costs. Despite these challenges, both remain focused on meeting consumers' demand and staying competitive in changing the market. Elizabeth Eze, reporting for ConsumerHalla TV.
Thank you, Elizabeth Hazy. Away from that report, the Nigeria private sector sustained economic growth in July as the purchase price inflation slowed to its lowest rate in 5 months. The latest Purchasing Managers Index released by Stanbic IBTC Bank and S&P Global showed the headline index got declined to 52.5 from 53.4. Despite recording a slower rate of expansion, business activity remained above the 50-point benchmark for the 6th consecutive month. The strong customer demand, competitive pricing, and new product offering drove the robust growth in new orders, with agriculture and manufacturing sectors leading the total output gains across the national economy. Companies expanded their workforce numbers and raw materials inventories to manage operational requirement, though employment growth eased slightly. Slower increases in input costs and selling prices provided economic relief to commercial enterprises, while supply delivery times improved despite the minor logistical bottlenecks delaying the certain project across various business sectors. The Central Bank of Nigeria is establishing a unified regulatory framework to bring the fast-growing cryptocurrency and virtual asset market under the formal oversight. The shift follows the introduction of the Presidential Executive Order on Virtual Asset Coordination 2026, establishing the structured supervision across the financial market. Officials announced that the Nigeria Stablecoin Summit in Lagos, that the Central Bank Revenue Service and Security Commission are collaborating to create a predictable business environment. The tax controller, Oni Olushola, stated that government policy shifted from restriction to regulation as to be able to protect consumers and capture economic value from digital asset operations. The new executive order establishes a virtual asset council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria to harmonize the regulatory enforcement. Mr. Olushola emphasized that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu created a mechanism to resolve fragmented agency oversight, streamlining compliance for virtual asset service providers, cryptocurrency exchanges, and stablecoin operators within the country. The World Trade Organization Director General Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has urged Nigerians to prioritize effective project execution and assess the maintenance of simple budget allocations. Speaking yesterday at the Delta State Economic Summit in Asaba, the former finance minister stressed that public spending alone cannot guarantee a sustainable economic development. She criticized the nation's weak maintenance culture, emphasizing that preserving existing infrastructure is just as critical as constructing the new project. She identified port efficiency, digital infrastructure, and reduced the trade cost as key areas requiring the focused implementation and long-term operational management to enhance the overall national economic competitiveness. Acknowledging recent macroeconomic development, the trade chief praised federal effort to stabilize foreign exchange rate and curb inflation. She noted that sustained national economic stability will strengthen the state development opportunities provided with the local government match for the federal reforms with disciplined execution, proper asset preservation, and clean industrial prioritization. Away from the other state, Nigeria electricity metering rate improved to 59.69% in April 2026, up from 57.93%. Data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission showed distribution companies added 349,357 meters. The total metered electricity consumers rose from 7.09 million in January to 7.44 million in April. The regulatory fact sheet published on Monday revealed that distribution utilities deployed over 227,000 meters during March and April alone, steadily closing the national metering gap. Despite recent installation progress, more than 5 million active electricity customers remained without prepaid meters as of April 2026. The regulatory authorities and distribution companies continue expanding metering schemes across regional networks to eliminate estimated billing, alongside improving the billing transparency and enhance the overall cash collection across the power sector. Nigeria petrol consumption declined by 52 million litres during the first 6 months of 2026 as elevated retail pump prices moderated the fuel demand. The data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority showed total domestic consumption fell to 0.56% to 9.316 billion litres. The moderation in fuel demand followed the full sector deregulation and subsidy removal, which drove pump prices significantly higher. The regulatory figures indicated average June retail prices range from 1,284 naira per litre in Lagos to 1,393 naira in Maiduguri at filling stations. Monthly figures showed average daily consumption dropped from 60.2 million litres in January to 47.4 million litres in June. Consumption slowed despite expanded local refining capacity, indicating that higher retail costs have altered consumer driving habit and reduced the overall domestic fuel usage across the country. 7 key members of the OPEC Plus alliance agreed during an online meeting on Sunday over the weekend to increase oil production target by 188,000 barrels per day starting in September. The Saudi Arabia-Russian partner nations issued a joint statement confirming the output adjustment amid the regional disruptions. The Rystad energy analyst George Leon noted the target increase was widely expected as the cartel completes unwinding the voluntary cuts. However, he warned that the ongoing shipping constraint in the Strait of Hormuz limits the immediate market impact, starting the real supply shift, as it will only occur when normal maritime export flow resumed through the Gulf. The UBS analyst Giovanni Stanovo observed that raising production target may have limited effect since several member countries face declining capacity and cannot meet quotas. However, consequently, the physical supply increases may fall short of official target, leaving the group to manage emerging global surpluses once the regional shipping channels fully normalize. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on the news at 4. I am Ire Ayomi Konleke. Follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us on the news this evening.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluwapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment to but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV. Here to help you, and please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer, and as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, as a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrive.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. Good morning, Lagos. Today is bright and clear. Welcome to your favorite breakfast show on ConsumerHalla TV, your #1 consumer TV channel. This is Perspective, the breakfast show where we have conversations about all burning and pressing issues making the round. I'm Ayomi Konleke, and absolutely like usual, like always, breakfast is set on the table. So stay with us and dig it down.
All right, thank you so much for joining us once again this morning for Perspectives on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Thank you so much for staying connected, and we hope you do have a beautiful weekend.
Absolutely. Good morning, Kike.
Good morning, Ryan.
Okay, let's begin the conversation. We have 1 or 2 conversations to look into on Perspective, your favorite breakfast show. And now let's move into the business of the day. The Middle East is once again at the center of global attention. Tensions between the United States and Iran have intensified following fresh military confrontations, growing threat of retaliation, and renewed concern over the security of the Strait of Hormuz, the world's most strategic oil shipping route.
And President Donald Trump has demanded that Iran guarantee safe commercial passage through the strait, warning against any interference with global shipping. Meanwhile, Iran's new supreme leader has vowed revenge for the killing of his father, former supreme leader Ali Khamenei, and raising fears that diplomacy may be giving way to prolonged confrontations.
The implications go far beyond the Middle East. Nearly 1/5 of the world's oil supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and any disruption could send oil prices soaring, increase inflation worldwide, disrupt supply chains, and place additional pressure on countries like Nigeria and remain heavily dependent on imported refined petroleum products despite being an oil-producing nation. And this morning we ask, is the world heading toward a wider regional war? Can diplomacy still prevail? And what does this mean for African economies and Nigerian consumers? And joining us on this conversation to shed more light, we have Professor Bongo Adi. He's a professor of economics, Lagos Business School. Good morning, Professor. Thank you for joining us on the conversation.
Good morning, and thank you for having me this morning.
All right. Professor, good morning, and thank you for staying with us. Now let's begin the conversation, because once again the US and Iran are now making headway. They are in the news back. We thought this is over, but we never knew that this is just getting started. So now, to begin from the foundation, give us a clear picture of where the US-Iran conflict stands today.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I know that a lot of people are concerned regarding the trajectory of that conflict, whether it's going to go into a full blown global crisis. I think it's not. It is very unlikely that it will trigger a full scale global crisis, or something like a world war, any sort of systemic collapse. But it's already causing significant regional disruption, no doubt about that, and then economic ripple effects with risks of further escalation. So it started on February 28th with major U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran, including the killing of the supreme leader Ali Khamenei. So leading to retaliatory attacks, involvement of proxies, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and heavy disruption of the Strait of Hormuz. A ceasefire memorandum of understanding were reached in April to June, but it has broken down. Iran has attacked commercial vessels in the Strait, July 6 to 7 incidents, prompting renewed U.S. strikes ongoing into this period, targeting missile sites, coastal defenses, and so on. And then President Trump, the U.S. president, has declared the ceasefire over, and then he has signaled intensified pressure. Tensions mainly center on Iranian attempts to control or fee shipping through Hormuz, which controls, as you said, 1/5 or 20% of global oil flows, versus U.S. efforts to keep it open. So Iran wants to close, to force the U.S. out, because they also want to kind of, escalate the conflict, to involve other countries, so that they can whittle down the U.S. impact, or, kind of push them out, because if the U.S. reckon that Iran has a capacity to draw into other nations into that, the United States, of course, may be interested in limiting the collateral damage. But Iran is like a rogue state, so they are not interested in that. And perhaps the argument would be that they were on their own, and then the United States and Israel decided to hit them. So whatever came out of it, anybody should, get a chunk of it, So that's kind of the mood they are operating with. So that is where we are right now. So it's a dangerous spiral of escalation, right? Kind of tit for tat. That's what we see. Where the U.S., Iran is using, what we call in strategic studies the concept of mutually assured destruction, because they seem to be a nuclear capable nation. So with their nuclear capability, so they are playing that, as a bet. If the United States hits us, even if we cannot, hit the United States directly, but we can hit their allies, and they continue to do that in the Middle East, in the attempt to draw more and more countries into it. But of course, I believe that given what has transpired between February and now, they have not managed to draw any country into it. So I doubt the possibility of them, succeeding in getting countries to start, hitting target randomly, and such an action that could lead into a full-blown systemic collapse or global war. So they haven't managed to do that, and I think the risk remains low to moderate of this conflict, blowing up into a full global crisis. But of course, it's disrupting supply chains. The importance of oil in global, energy mix, production mix, and all that. Oil is essential, just as you rightly pointed out. When you introduced. Nigeria heavily depends on imported refined petroleum products, even though Dangote is there to meet the some of the gap, but not completely. So meaning that we remain highly susceptible to any sort of disruptive tendencies in the global oil market. And then we've continued to be hit by that. Right now, since February, oil is now being priced. They've priced in all those risk factors into oil. The pump price in Nigeria we've moved from 800, 700 naira to now above 1,000, 1,300, and so on. And with the recent news that Dangote may be forced to be selling in dollars, Nigerian consumers may actually be facing a very tough time ahead. So all these due to the conflict in the Middle East. So we're already facing the impact, but the probability that we're going to see it higher than this or draw every nation into something like a global crisis is quite limited.
All right, thank you so much, Professor. And like you said earlier on, even though this recent strike has not become a global impact yet, it is looking like it, because from February 28th up until the ceasefire was actually agreed upon, it caused a lot of chaos with global oil in a lot of countries, especially with Nigeria, because we are actually at a little bit of receiving end when it comes to global oil disruption. But does this signal a long-term strategy of retaliation or simply political messaging to domestic supporters? Because what exactly is going on with US and Iran?
Okay, let's put that in the right perspective, because regardless of what everybody's saying, oil remains very essential to global production. Okay, so that is what this tension in the Middle East is again reminding everyone, because we've started to get drunk on this narrative that of renewables, that we're eventually retiring fossil fuel and so on and so on. That sustainabilism mantra. But what is going on right now is telling us that oil is still, reminding us that oil is still the king, and that nations will go to any length to try to control or dominate the oil path. Okay, so we are seeing the United States, part of their motivation for intervention or going into this escalation with Iran is simply because they want to improve what they call energy security. And energy security means that they want to protect supply, and so that supply chains can be secured. Now, you might ask, since the US has become, since 2016, now the United States returned as an oil exporter, a net exporter, no longer a net importer of oil. So, which means that so that changes their petrol strategy. So the dynamics of the oil industry change as soon as America launched itself back as a net oil exporter. Right? In the past, the United States was an oil importer, net oil importer, and that means the Middle East was so essential. So, in fact, you can actually rewrite these two world wars that we've had, including the Gulf War. You know about the Gulf War; they were all wars, driven by the quest for oil. The quest for oil, the control of oil, which remains the essential. What oil is the engine of production, global production. So regardless of what anybody argues, so that's a reality. So, but the United States, seeing that China is also in the upswing. Remember, China is not, giving anybody any sort of chance. So in the past, we had a unilateral world, kind of a U.S. hegemony, which was quite dominant. They controlled everything. But then China somehow escaped that. And then China has really emerged as a new superpower at the collapse of the Soviet Union. So not just China, Russia is also waxing very strong. And then we have India, that is also another strong power, So, yeah, maybe France, some other countries, the Britain or Germany may be weakened in a certain sense. But then we are seeing more or less a multilateral international order rather than a unilateral hegemonic dominance of the United States. So it's no longer Pax Americana as it used to be called. So, so one of the things anybody can read from Trump's agenda is the attempt to maybe reestablish the United States as a global power. I mean, you read that in their mantra, "Make America Great Again." You know, so they want to reestablish American dominance, but not in the sense of American hegemony, whereby they control territories outside the United States. But they also know that to maintain that dominance, it is also important, strategically, very important to control, you know, this essential commodity, which is oil. And you see the United States still keep playing the oil politics. They were in the Gulf, you know, remember Saddam Hussein, you know, so now again, they're back there all the time. They're going to the Middle East, trying to control one way or the other, the oil supply chain. Okay, regardless of the fact that they have attained some level of independence when it comes to oil, you know, with shale oil, shale gas, you know, production and all that, but they're still not satisfied. So there's still, you know, that tendency for America to seek to dominate the oil industry, because they understand the criticality of that industry for global production. China is also all over Africa, you know. So Chinese foreign policy in Africa, yeah, they may see it as a kind of equal partnership. But if you notice, they're only after our natural resources. Today, it's not just oil that they're interested. They are also interested in rare earth metals. They're all over the place. So whatever, even your wood, the Chinese are all over our forests. They are all over the place. So the United States understand that. So this is like a new, well, I say this is no longer a Cold War. Okay, so let's call this a sort of a resource war going all over. So what the United States is doing in the Middle East is no different from what China is doing in a different guise all over Africa. So they are still so much fixated in the control of resources, and the world economy as it transits, it doesn't reduce the demand or the need for raw materials. In fact, it keeps increasing it. You know, so people will argue renewables, say renewable this, renewable that. But you notice that even though we're talking about artificial intelligence today, data centers, the real thing that is powering all that industry is still the rare earth metals. Much of them found in, you know, outside the United States, outside China, in Africa, and in other part of the world. So you see them still doing the same thing. So the more it changes, as the French we say, you know, plus ça change, plus cela mange chose. The more it changes, the more it's still the same thing. So I don't see what has changed. It's still the same quest for oil, same quest for control and dominance of global commodity chain.
This is absolutely interesting, Professor. Now, when we have a conversation like this, it's very important for us to look into the energy market as a whole, because this conversation is really important, because 18 to 20% of the world oil go through this route. So what could you think could be the reason why energy markets react almost immediately whenever tension rises in the Gulf?
Yeah, so let's take, for instance, the Strait of Hormuz that you just mentioned. It remains a critical global choke point. Okay, and when you control 20% of global, you know, of volume, that's, you're talking about 20 to 21 million barrels of oil per day. Okay, that's not trivial. That's not insignificant, right? And then it also carries significant LNG, you know, traffic. You know, so again, it's between Iran and Oman, highly vulnerable to mines, missiles, drones, or naval harassment. You know, so, and then the key exporters, note, the exporters affected are the major oil exporters. It affects Saudi Arabia, which has a production capacity of 13 to 14 million barrels per day. It has impact on UAE, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, Iran itself. Okay, so you know, it also has impact on China, India, Japan, South Korea. Okay, we take the majority of the flow. So you can see that it's really a global strategic choke point. So anything that happens there affects everybody, right? So so asking the question, why is there always this spillover, or what do you call it, a contagion, whenever anything happens? That's the reason. Yeah, so as a strategic choke point, controlling, you know, where 20 to 21 million barrels per day of oil is shipped, 20% of global demand, that is significant. You know, it affects Nigeria, and then again, it may be 20%, but then when you look at the countries involved, like Saudi Arabia, close the, like capacity. We are not able to meet 2 million barrels for all the supply capacity of Africa. Okay, which other countries, Europe, if you add them all together, and Norway to a certain extent, is not up to what Saudi Arabia supplies per day. So you can see that what affects that area has significant impact on the energy market, and you can see that risk has been priced into the market already. So how much is oil being sold? So oil price rising to $90. So hovering. Beginning of this year, when we did economic analysis, we are looking at the possibility. So we are looking at the base case and the bear case scenario that oil will fall below 50. In fact, that was very likely. So we gave it even a 25 to 30% probability. But then the US now invaded Iran, and then everything changed. So oil price now started to overshoot even our most optimistic case, right? So it overshot it, and today we are talking about 90, went to 100, and so on. Yeah, so if we were, for instance, because everybody will be concerned about the impact on Nigeria, if we had stayed faithful to ourselves and then had transparent, good leaders who prioritize Nigeria's development beyond their own selfish agendas, we probably would be self-sufficient in oil production. We have a sufficient refining capacity that will not be flung into this sporadic volatility that's always happening. So, but because we have not managed to win ourselves, to get our acts together, that is why our countrymen continue to suffer whenever anything affects the global oil supply chain. We shouldn't be there, actually, because that's what's driving this conversation this morning. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't. There is no reason why we should find ourselves in this, but because we live in a country where people don't like themselves. People actually work against themselves, thinking that they are doing all that, not knowing that they are actually, hosted on their own petard, as they say. I don't think we are rational, very much rational in Nigeria.
All right, Professor. Let's say Iran succeed in disrupting the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, because this is a whopping 20% we are talking about. Which countries do you think stand to lose the most in all of these disruptions?
I've already mentioned that. So you have China that depend on that, because you're talking about Iran is the gateway to the Middle East. I mean, to the east. So East Asia, and when you talk about East Asia, you're talking about China, you're talking about Japan, you're talking about South Korea, you're also talking about North Korea, and as well as India, even though it's South Asia. So India is there. So what affects India affects Pakistan, affects Sri Lanka, affects Bangladesh, affects Nepal, right, and so on. So that's and again, so it's not just about the population alone, because you're talking about population which will be more than 50% of the global population, because you have China, you have India, right? These are huge population territories. So whatever affect them, you can see that it has already affected more than 50% of the world. And then when you talk about global production capability, China controls the world's manufacturing capability. In fact, China's manufacturing capability is about 12 trillion US dollars. But the manufacturing capability of the combined manufacturing capability of the United States, Japan, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Russia, and which other country? France, yeah, put together. United States as well. So these 7 countries, according to the G7, their combined manufacturing capability is about 11 trillion today. China's is more than $12 trillion. So telling you that China is the manufacturer for the whole world. So whatever affects China affects everybody. Okay, again, when you look at the trade, the bulk of trade volumes coming from China. So look at that traffic. China is supplying to Nigeria. China is dominant in the manufacturing supply chain in Africa, in other parts of Asia, even in Europe and everywhere. So whatever affects China definitely is going to affect the commodities that people are going to buy in the market. I saw you earlier one of your uncles in the market, interviewing market women selling clothes. So even those clothes they are selling, the materials they are selling in the market will be affected by anything that affects China. So that is why, yes, it may be 20%. Some people may say, okay, what about the remaining 80%? But that 20% is really critical.
Professor, for a reaction like this, there are impacts on some countries which are depending on this, issue that is happening right there, talking about the world oil. And we have to look at Nigeria and Africa, but let's major on Nigeria because we know that a whole lot is happening and now this is, springing up. So it's a whole lot of chaos right there. Nigeria exports crude oil. We know, no doubt about that. But yet, we import a significant portion of refined petroleum products. So how vulnerable is Nigeria to this crisis at this stage that we are coupled with the fact of the insight you've gave?
Yeah, we shouldn't even be asking that question because we're already facing the impact. I already said that. How much were we buying oil, a liter of petrol in January and early February? I said it was 700 naira in Lagos. Dangote was reducing price every now and then. Okay, we'll announce new price reductions. And then we bought for 700, some people bought 800, 900. And then all of a sudden, we are now buying at 1,300. So what else are we talking about? It has already affected us and inflation, okay? Regardless of what the government tries to do about inflation, the inflation released the other day, they said inflation fell by 15 point whatever percent. I don't really buy that. Because I have my own measure of inflation, which I've worked at, because I don't trust what the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is saying. Because again, yeah, you may look at that basket which involved everything. But then let's try to disaggregate it, by livelihood, by income levels. You will notice that people who are just barely surviving, the poor people, the survival, only few percentage of Nigerian population, okay, can afford so many of those things affected by that kind of inflation that the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is competing. But the poor, their own inflation is sometimes 46 points higher than what the rich people, So that's what we call the poverty penalty. Okay, so oil rises, pump price rises a little bit. The poor people, the rich people, the well-off guys may not feel the impact that much. But think of the family that spends more than 80% of their income on food. Okay, 80% of income. Okay, and we're talking about more than 70% of Nigerians. They spend 70%, 80% of their incomes on food alone. And you know that whatever affects oil price affects food directly. That will not be fully reflect or be fully or cannot fully surface in the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics rendering of inflation. So if you really want to understand the impact of this, first you have to disaggregate inflation. Let's disaggregate it by income levels. And when you do that, you will be shocked that the poor are really dying in Nigeria today as a result of this crisis. But that is what you never hear in the news because they don't understand, because nobody has taken that. I've done that, right? So this is the reality. The poor people, they don't even have options. And then government claims to, launch all manner of support for the poor. Eventually, it doesn't get to them. What gets to them may be less than 10% of whatever government plans for them. Everything is, it fritters away and is stolen by the same government people. So that's the reality we face in Nigeria today. So it's like in the news, because these poor people, because the Nigerians have been so mesmerized and impoverished that they no longer have voices. Even the civil society no longer have a voice. Nobody speaks again. Okay, so we have reached to the level where the civil society has been completely, eviscerated. So they no longer speak, they no longer talk, they're in fact inactive. So what we get is just one-sided story from the government. They are the ones who produce statistics. They are the ones who give themselves a pat on the back. They've done their reform is working, they steal from the same person. I mean, you want to get me going this morning.
All right, Professor, before we round up this segment this morning, let's just say that you have anything actually to, tell Nigerian government, because this all boils down to them. Citizens have been affected, business people have been affected, even the civil servants are also being affected. So if there is one lesson that Nigeria has taken away from this thing, is the fact that we need to sit tight and also understand the fact that we are oil producing countries. So this naturally should not even be that much of a huge impact on us. But then thousands of kilometers away, we are still being impacted. What do you advise the government to do moving forward, apart from this particular situation that we find ourselves in, moving forward in other global tension? What can Nigeria do to better protect its citizens from the shock?
I don't have too much to say. I have this one thing: return subsidy. They should bring back the fuel subsidy. Full stop.
Oh wow.
All right, thank you, Professor, for joining us on the conversation this beautiful morning. Your insights are well explained, well analyzed, and absolutely we hope to see and get good result if the subsidy have been returned. Thank you so much for your time, Professor.
Thank you. Have a great day.
And have a productive week ahead too.
Thank you.
All right, that was very, very, clear and well detailed. That's Professor Bongo Adi. He's a professor of economics, Lagos Business School, joining us on the conversation about Middle East on the bank. Will the US-Iran escalation trigger a global economic crisis? Thank you once again, Professor, for joining us on the conversation. And now back to the studio. The Middle East remains one of the world's most strategically important regions, and every escalation carries consequences far beyond its borders.
And whether through higher fuel prices, inflation, disrupted trade, or global financial uncertainty, events unfolding around the Strait of Hormuz have the potential to affect households and businesses across Africa.
The key question is whether diplomacy can still prevent another prolonged regional conflict, or whether the world must prepare for a new era of geopolitical and economic instability. We have to thank our guest again for joining us on the conversation. Kike, we are still here. We're moving to the second half of the conversation. Thank you for still staying with us.
Hi people, my name is Mo Fakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys.
All right, welcome back to Perspective this Monday morning on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're just joining us for the second half of the program, do not be afraid. You have not missed really much. You can always go back to our playlist to catch a watch of what we just discussed with Professor Bongo Adi. But now we're moving to the second half of the conversation this morning, and it is always a very beautiful conversation to have on the program, and this is about the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, as they have submitted to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu its recommendations for the review of the remuneration package for political and public office holders. While the details have not yet been made public, the move has already generated widespread public debate because it comes at a time when many Nigerians are grappling with inflation, high food prices, rising electricity tariffs, and the increasing cost of living.
Absolutely true. The Commission says the review falls within its constitutional responsibility of determining the remuneration of political office holders and reviewing such packages periodically. However, critics argue that any increase in the earnings of elected officials at this time could further widen the gap between political leaders and ordinary citizens struggling to survive. So this beautiful morning, we have a question. And the question is, should politicians receive a salary review while millions of Nigerians battle economic hardship? Is the remuneration of political office holders truly the country's biggest concern? And how much do public office holders really cost Nigeria? And what reforms are needed to restore public confidence in governance? And to help us shed more light on the conversation, we have joined by a global affairs analyst, Mr. Reggie Kiokpa. Welcome to the conversation side. So good to have you again.
Hey, good to have you. Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you for joining us, Mr. Kiokpa. We are so delighted to get to have you, and of course, everyone is so happy to have you on the conversation because we are, hoping for your, clear and very transparent insight. So, help us understand the constitutional role of the RMAFC. Why is it responsible for reviewing the salaries of political office holders? Because we need to start from there, because a whole lot of speculation surrounds this issue.
Well, one thing I want to say is, I'm happy to have lived in Nigeria for the first 20-something years of my life, and then I left, and then I live in the US now. So I'm in a position to compare and contrast, having I live in Texas, and when we look at the cost of government, I think Nigeria, for an economy as little as Nigeria economy is, the cost of government is too heavy. You look at what senators are paid, House members, the judges, the president, the governors. Anytime you're in a country and your rich people are your political people, your economy, your country is in trouble. And Nigerians tended to celebrate that because, outside of Lagos, maybe a few other places, if you go to Kebbi, if you go to Enugu, Imo, who else is richer than the governor? Who else is richer than all the house members? You see them get an allowance for fashion, allowance for housing, allowance for this and that. I'll put it in perspective for you. The U.S. president is paid $400,000. That's the salary, and he pays taxes on that. Most Nigerian governors can pocket that money, for a trip to Dubai or whomever. And our senators, whether you're a member of the House or the Senate, is still the same salary, is less than $200,000. And then, so you now come to Texas, for instance, our legislature, our legislature is made up of a state house and a state senate. The salary for those people is $7,200 a year. That's $600 a month. And they only meet 6 months out of every 2 years. So, but the Nigerian legislature is a full-time job, and then you ask yourself, what is a full-time job? What is it that they do every day to warrant what they get paid? The Nigerian population is a victim of limited environment and a limited scope. They don't know how to engage their political people. Instead, they worship them. So the review for additional pay for them, it is out of place because 95% of Nigerians are struggling. You don't have to be an economic statistician or a magician to know that. You walk the streets of Nigeria and look at the expression of their faces to find out that things are tough. And then few that are supposed to be in a position to make life better are the ones that are like in your face, abusing you, taking your money, and nobody's done anything. I mean, Nigerians have become, the most passive people in the world because the Nigerians are the people that when you step on their toes, they'll, instead of telling you, hey, don't do that, they apologize for having their feet in front of you that you stepped on it. Just think that for a minute. Nigerians have become apologists. They sympathize with everything. Instead of saying, no, we can't do this, Mr. Governor, no, Mr. President, no. So that's what you hear all the time. You see them building houses for judges. You see them buying cars for everybody. Whose money is that? In America, when you're elected, you have to show up, whether you sleep on the floor or whether you get an apartment, that's your business. Nobody's giving you extra money to go find you a mansion or get you a driver. If you got to catch a bus, you got to catch the train, you better show up where you're supposed to do the job. So I don't know what this increase, why you're increasing it. And then there's not a multiplier. If Nigerians actually want to hold their people, responsible and responsive, okay, if the minimum wage is 70,000 naira, is that what it is for a month? So what you want to do, if they're serious, he said no public official should earn more than 1,000 of that, 1,000 plus or 100 plus. So you bringing it closer. So the House members, politicians know what it is they're going to get. But now nobody knows. How many people know what the salary of the governor is? How many people know actually what the salary of the president is? Because Nigerian leadership is a waterfall. It comes from the top, everything else it goes down. Where democracy is supposed to be from bottom up, but in the case of Nigeria, it's top down. And nobody questions. There are no recourses. Nigeria, they play somebody slap you. What is your recourse? What you gonna do? And if somebody that has power, they will tell you, "Oh, I'm going to lock up everybody." So Nigeria in the next 50 years, with all the optimism that is there, Nigeria is not going to get it together. Because we haven't learned how to engage. And engagement is you have to engage even your own family members. How many people talk to their parents and say, "Dad or Mom, how are we making money? How is money coming to the family?" No, we don't. So now we don't do that, and then all of a sudden you're exposed to these people that have the police, the YAMU, and then you think you're going to change things. No, you start from home. Question things. So I don't understand why the recommendation is even necessary. I don't even understand why these people do what it is they do. Like again, I have the benefit of being able to compare and contrast. The only time we review, our political federal people is just federal. At the state, every state in America is different. It's not like Nigeria, you have a unitary system. No. Every state in America is different. Our governor, Texas governor, and Texas economy is number 8 or number 9 in the world. It's a big economy. It's bigger than the economy of, African countries. And our governor is only paid $140-something thousand a year. And he's been to my home, when he comes to my home, there's no more than 2 cars that follow him. His mansion, what we call the governor's mansion in Austin, Texas, is a 2-story building. On the ground floor is all state assets. His only personal asset on the second floor, where they call the private residence of the governor. Everything there, when he leaves office, that's the only thing he can take with him. But anything downstairs, he cannot touch it because those are state assets. Do we have that in Nigeria? When you go to, if the president is living at Rock, obviously takes everything with him, and then the governor is the same thing. Now the new person comes in and starts to buy. So the cost of government in Nigeria is very, very heavy. And Nigerians don't even know that. They think when you become elected or appointed, this is time for you to go and chop. And that's chopping is what's choking Nigeria. Nigerians don't know. So it's them taking advantage of the ignorance. Forget the education. A lot of Nigerians are educated, but they don't have exposure. And the exposure is that they don't even know how to compare and contrast. They may go to China, they go to India, talk about Russia. But are they participating in the way Russia do things or China or anybody? No. The country that forced you that is the United States of America. If you come here and you're involved and you're engaged, you can see how things are done. And you can say, oh, this is the difference. This is what makes the difference. But most Nigerians can go get education, but they are not exposed. Exposure is another level of challenging your mind to say, oh, we can do better. We can move from here to there. But when you just get the education and you're doing the same thing, that's why I don't have regard for Nigerian professors or Nigerian PhD, whatever the case may be. Because with all the level of education Nigeria has now compared to when it was just that independence, Nigeria has gotten worse. There's no family now that don't say, oh, somebody from their family, extended or immediate, that doesn't have college education. But what has that done for the community? What has it done? And that's the test. If education is not going to make you change, it's not transform your mind, then it's not education. Now, and Nigeria has education, but they are not transformed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ejike. Right now, let's even move away from salary, because beyond salaries, when Nigerians complain about the overall cost of governance, is salary really the biggest issue here, or there are other things that Nigerians are not really looking into? Because you just said it is not just about going to school. There are a lot of things that we need to look into as citizens of this country.
Well, I mean, somebody's paying you salary. The question again is how is it consistent? If you're supposed to be Nigerian salary structure, I think is once a month they pay you, as opposed to in America you get to pay 2 times a month. So, but in the case of Nigeria, do you get it on time? You show up. You're expected to show up to do the work of your employer, whether it's private or public. And then oftentimes you're owed salary, but they still expect you to show up. They have demoralized you. They're not even paying you enough. When you look at salary you bring in every month after they take your taxes, it's called disposable income. So that disposable income is what is going to afford you to do what? Put food on the table for yourself and your family, put clothes on your back, and a roof over your head. You look at that and you say, how is that salary helping an individual? You find out that a lot of Nigerians are not able to meet that obligation. That's just, like they said, food, shelter, and clothing. That's the first level of any human being. But many Nigerians are not in a position based on what they are paid to do that. And that's why you see a whole lot of, mago, excuse my expression, mago under the table, begging here, begging there. I mean, it's put Nigerians in a position of beggars because they're not being paid enough. And nobody's asking the question. Nobody's questioning the governor or the chairman of the local government or the president. I mean, you see, so these are the structural changes, and you don't have to go to the World Bank or IMF to do this. This is immediate to you. If you live in Lagos and they're paying you 80,000, 100,000 naira a month, okay, and then what's your rent? The rent you pay for housing should be no more than 25% of what you're getting after your disposable income. But is there any flat or one room in Lagos you will pay for, 10,000 naira a month? You probably can, but you may be living in Ajegunle, or Marak or whatever all these other places are. So there's a structural issue. There's a disconnect between reality and what other people are doing. And Nigerians don't want to deal with reality. They don't want to face it. Nobody's confronting, what is confronting them. So until that is done, and the way to do is to eliminate. When you look at the Nigerian budget system, okay, out of every 1 naira budgeted by the government, because the government is the biggest spender, out of every 1 naira budgeted, Nigeria is getting less than 25% benefit. Okay. And why is that? Because there's so much waste, corruption, duplication, unnecessary things, the budget money. So the 75% goes into those stuff. And then they're not making the effort to say, oh, can we migrate to 60%? So get benefit of public money, 60% benefit, and then we can deal with 40%. Because that's always going to be a waste factor. But when the waste factor is more than what you are getting, then you are always in the hole. Even if Nigeria were to become, the federal government budget were to become 200 billion dollars a year. Because right now, the federal government budget, again, most people that get on talk about being professor of this and professor of that. The entire federal government budget is less than $35 billion. And out of that $35 billion, 70% of it is what? Oil revenue. So if you remove the oil revenue from the federal government budget, that means the total productivity of the non-oil sector to the Nigerian budget system is less than 12 billion of 200 and something million people. That's the math. It's not very complicated to do. So when people talk about oil, even if every compound in Nigeria is producing oil, Nigeria is still not going to be a wealthy nation. Minerals don't make a nation wealthy. It is only for small populated countries. That's why people hear about Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Norway. But when you're a triple-digit economy, you have to move away from oil. You have to move away from minerals. You have to go into other sectors and start to say, how do we do that? And then you improve your taxation system in order to collect more. When you look at Nigerian GDP, which is less than $400 billion, and you look at the budget of the federal government, is less than 10% of the GDP. So what is the Nigerian people doing? Apart from digging a hole in the ground to see what is they're going to sell. And when you do that, you are not even controlling the prices of that commodity. So you say you have gold. At the Nigerian market controlling the gold price, somebody in New York or London will crash your price. So even if you're producing all of it, they will just crash your price. Because you are not domestically using that product. You're trying to sell. You are selling what you have, but you have not fed yourself. So the Nigerian economy is what I call an ankle-deep economy. And for you to make it a foot, it's not going to be by digging a hole in the ground. You have to go up. You have to de-emphasize the reliance on oil and mineral. Or we have lithium, we have this. The world can do with that right now. You look at some countries that have been successful, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and so many. They don't cover as nearly as much as Nigeria has. But look at where they are. But because the emphasis has become on, what I call unearned income, which is, Nigeria didn't do anything for oil to be in their ground or diamond or anything. They did that. But the thing is, if you produce it, are you producing it with your money? Are you processing it with your money? Is your own people even benefiting from it before you sell? You can't be selling when your people need it. And that is where the challenge is. The emphasis has been wrong and nobody's talking about it. You look at since democracy came in 1999, if you had 1 million naira in 1999, you almost had, $12,000. 27 years into democracy. Do the math. 1 million naira gives you less than $800. And anybody's going to beat their chest, Nigeria is doing well. So into a bank and put your money. If you put 1 million naira in a bank in 1999, I said, okay, that's my retirement money. 26 years down the road, you go back to the bank and said, okay, give me all the interest accrued to this account and my principal. They will give you less than what you put in. And any time a country loses the value of their savings, that economy would never grow. When I came to America, my ticket was 768 naira 50 kobo. That's the ticket that took me from Lagos to London, London to that. Today, with 700 naira, buying a bottle of beer. So what was Nigeria doing in the 80s that made the naira stronger than the dollar? Can we go back to that? Nobody's talking about that. Everybody's talking about China. China, India. They say, well, come on, focus on your own country. You have this number of people there. What can you do? You have the capacity to produce, even if you started off rough product, you improve on it as you go along. But you can't just fold your hand and go, let China bring to us, let India bring to us. And you say, come on, man. You have submitted to be subdued. And that is what the black race, let me just migrate it to the black race. That's what we have done. We have submitted to be subdued. We cry about colonization. We cry about slavery. We cry about Jesus dying and Muhammad doing whatever it is. What has that got to do with the price of bread? Like my wife always asks me. If the history we're supposed to be concerned with is the history of now, not the history of 200-300 years ago. What can we do with ourselves living together? What policies do we have to do? So here is what I keep saying. If the Nigerian government is serious about improving Nigerian economy, two things needs to happen. You refine your monetary and physical policies. Then if 1 million naira were to start going up to, say, in the next 2 or 3 years, 1 million naira that today gives you $800 becomes to $2,500. You have 300% increase the purchasing power for Nigerians without pumping any additional oil. But if Nigerians think it's going to be more oil or Dangote, this, 1,000 Dangotes in Nigeria is not going to make Nigeria a wealthy nation. Because refinery is not a very complicated industry. It's not a very complicated technology. So the emphasis has to move to reform monetary and physical policy. And that is going back to all this money they pay the politicians. They should remove it. They should cap it. Look, every senator, you get 5 million naira. Let's see how many people will want to go and run for office.
Mr. Ejike, thank you for your contribution on this issue, because it's a very interesting one. Well, because of time, we won't be able to go far. But let's me briefly ask you about this, because a lot of conversations have been in the air and reactions have been going. Some people are even saying this is the wrong thing to do at the wrong time. So briefly, just 3 seconds. If you're advising President Bola Ahmed Tinubu about this, what factors should guide his decision on this recommendation?
Don't take the recommendation. Don't increase anymore. But again, he's on the executive arm of the government, the House members and the legislative. But the president can get, on the pulpit and because he has a microphone that's bigger than that of anybody in Nigeria, and say, I don't recommend this. Nigerians are suffering. But he's not going to do it because, he too is a beneficiary of a dysfunctional government. You could see how the senators go in there on a Tinubu mandate, we shall survive. I mean, who does that kind of stuff? He's in bed with the speaker and so he's like, hey, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. And so when you have that kind of situation, then you cannot get anything done in Nigeria. The Nigerian form of government, the Nigerian constitution is written for Nigeria not to be successful. Let me say that again. Nigerian constitution was written and is being practiced for Nigeria not to be successful, because there are 36 plus 1 men that are doing it to Nigerians of 200 and something million people. Those 36 men plus 1, including the president, are the reason where Nigeria is where Nigeria is. They don't communicate, they don't speak with Nigerians, they talk at Nigerians. And then Nigerians, in their typical nature of Oga on top, Madam on top, they worship those people. They don't push back. There's no pushback in the case of Nigeria. So again, for those of you that live there and doing well, I say, more grease to your elbow. But let's look at the 95% of Nigerians you see every day trying to catch a bus to work. Each time I come to Nigeria, there's tear eyes. I say, it could be better. And that is what leadership is. Leadership is the ability to influence authority. And Nigerians haven't learned how to influence authority. Instead, they worship authority. And when you worship authority, authority abuses you. You got to push back. You got to push back.
It's so sad that this is reality and this is what we have to face. Just like you said, that I think they should look back to what they were doing in the 80s that made our Naira very stronger. Thank you so much, Mr. Ejike, for joining us on this conversation. Your insights were well understandable and it was straight to the point.
Well, thank you guys for what you're doing and keep doing it. The media is significant in the life of every country. That's what I'm going to tell you. That's what they call the M factors. The M factors are letters that start with M that made America what America is. China will never be there. Russia will never be there. Anybody. And those M factors is the media, the military, the money, manifest destiny, and moral doctrine. Those things are the things that make the difference. It's not the oiling, it's not the mineral in your ground. It's the media have to be an organ to sensitize the people, to give them the information, to empower them. And if you got to do it by revolution, the revolution doesn't even have to be physical. It should be mental. You could resist your governors. You could resist your president. And we're not going to do this, Mr. President. We're not going to do it.
All right.
Because if you don't do that, you're gonna become a doormat. And let me say this before I close. My mom said, "What happens to a doormat? You know what a doormat is? You get stepped on or you get stepped over. No human being should be a doormat to another human being. Don't become a doormat. Nigerians have become doormats to their own people. Either they are Igwe, they are Mainabo, or the Oni, or the Alaji. Heck no. They don't have two heads. Stop worshiping them. Respect them, but don't worship them."
Absolutely.
Thank you for that brief note. And as a media, we promise to keep doing our work diligently. Thank you, Mr. Rijekiopa. We hope to see you on more editions to come.
Well, thank you, guys.
All right. Mr. Rijekiopa, right there, a global affair analyst, joining us on the conversation. Pay rise for politicians, right timing or wrong priority. The debate over the remuneration of political office holder is about more than salaries. It touches on fairness, accountability, leadership, and the priorities of government at a time when millions of Nigerians continue to face economic hardship.
Well, one decision is eventually taken on the RMAFC's recommendations, and many citizens will judge it against one simple question: does it really reflect the economic realities facing ordinary Nigerians?
Interesting, and that is it. Once again, we have to thank our both guests joining us on the Monday edition of Perspective. Thank you, all Nigerians, for staying with us. Shortly after this, we're running into ConsumerHallaTV News at 10. Stay with us. Have a productive day. I'm Ire Ayomikunleke.
And I'm Kike Alomo Ajibola. Thank you so much for joining us this morning once again for Perspectives.
Good morning, Nigeria.
Hi people, my name is Mofakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs, and you get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, yeah. But it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise, and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV, because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hala TV, you deserve to be heard. Hello, consumers. You have the right to be heard. Absolutely. So join us on the conversation, share your brand experience, where you tell us all your experiences about brand on the outer world via our YouTube channel every Wednesday from the hour of 4:20 to 5:20. You can watch us via our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and subscription is free. Follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Share your brand experience. It's about storytelling. It's about experiences.
Hello, consumers. You're welcome to another exciting episode of Consumer Voice on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Matilda Omenai. As you already know, Consumer Voice is a show where we'll be visiting different places in Lagos to check out people's preferences, hear what the consumers have to say about different leading brands that they make use of.
Hello, it's your boy here, Iremofe Koforola, and you know what? They call me the AUF General Overseer. Every day is a blessing and it is meant to be enjoyed maximally with AUF packages that put a smile on our faces. And guess what? That is why this show AUF is for you. You can get to know about trendy market slashes, promos, offers and juicy deals that put a smile on your faces, and you can always enjoy them maximally. And you know one thing that is so interesting about this show? It is a blend of English and Pidgin. As I dey run you English, now I go dey marry am with Pidgin, may go make am spicy. So catch me every time on the show to enjoy more about trendy AUF packages.
Public service announcement. Hello, consumers. I am Kikelomo Ajibola, and welcome to the Scam Alert segment on ConsumerHalla TV. Scam Alert educates viewers about various scams affecting consumers. We learn tips on how to identify fraudulent activities and provide advice on protecting our personal information. We aim to raise awareness and empower viewers to avoid falling victim to scams. We cover various topics such as phishing, identity theft, fraudulent investment schemes, and many more. You want to catch up on how these scammers invade our lives? Join us every Tuesday by 12:30 p.m. for Scam Alert on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is absolutely free. And in case you're not following us across all our social media platforms, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. Don't say I didn't do anything for you this 2025. Bye.
Welcome to In the Marketplace. We are taking you on a journey behind the scene of Nigeria's most vibrant market. From the sight and sound of the market to the stories of the people who makes it thrive. We will be sharing the untold stories that brings this market to life. Join us as we explore the history, challenges, and triumphs of the market vendors. We will dive into the daily lives of the people who call markets home and uncover the secret that makes this market special. You will get to see the passion, energy, and dedication that goes into making this market success. Tune in to the In the Marketplace on ConsumerHalla TV on Thursday by 11 a.m. to experience the sight and sound. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Elizabeth Abefe.
Hello, fellow consumers. Are you looking for a program where we give analysis about brand and a program where we project the voice of the consumer? Join my team and I on Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box by calling on the program to get your issues resolved.
And in case you are wondering where Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be showing, please join us on our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Subscription is free by 2 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. every Mondays and Wednesdays. Consumer Analytics and Resolution Box will be airing and will be here to provide you any information on brands and also issues that you have pending for us to resolve. Also follow us across all our other social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. And that is why at ConsumerHalla TV,
you deserve to be heard. Hi everyone, I am Iri Ayomikunle Eke. Join me live on Perspective every Mondays to Friday from the hour of 9 to 10, where we have meaningful and engaging conversations about all the burning and pressing issues making the round. Issues related to our economy and consumers. It's conversing, it's relatable, it's beyond interview. We have expert analysts who gives updated analysis about all aspects of a conversation. Join the moving train by subscribing to our YouTube channel, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, ConsumerHalla TV. Stay informed, Thank you.
I am Matilda Ovenai. As you already know, Market Today is the show where we visit different markets across Nigeria, Lagos, to check out the prices of different things, ranging from household items to foodstuffs to cosmetics, electronics, every other thing.
In a world of hustle and bustle, entertainment keeps us alive, and that is why at ConsumerHalla TV, we ensure you enjoy all around 360-degree entertainment program. Screen Time is the show for you, where you enjoy top 5 countdown, celebrity of the week, exclusive interview, and other segments.
Don't mind if it's just a jealous person.
Oh,
It's new movie release, updates, and screen time. I'm going to enjoy myself because this is my favorite time on the program. I get to recommend good movie for you, and I'm also waiting for you to recommend movies to me also in the comment section. Screen time is not just all about entertainment, it is relaxing and also educational. So that is why we are bringing to you Screen Time on ConsumerHalla TV. And in case you're wondering where to join us every Mondays by 5 o'clock p.m. at ConsumerHalla TV on our YouTube channel. Subscription is very, very free. And in case you have not followed us across all our social media platforms, please do so. We are begging you, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok at ConsumerHalla TV. What are you waiting for? Click on that follow and subscribe right now.
And from the I to the R to the E to the M to the F to the E, my name is Iremofe Koforola, the man always clothed in wealth and strength.
And I am Kikelomo Ajibola. Toodles!
Hi people, my name is Mofakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Rotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they'll be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumers-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluapo Alao, a sales consultant for StarTimes Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs, and you get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. Alright, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise, and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV, because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free. ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Hi people, my name is Mofakorede and I am a filmmaker and a film director, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. ConsumerHalla TV is everything consumer advocacy, consumer rights, everything that has to do with consumers. On this TV, you'll watch, you'll learn, you'll be educated, and you'll be entertained. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Olubukola Ozone, a photographer and a social media enthusiast. You're watching ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy TV. If you have a problem, anything, any consumer related problem, just holla at them, just like their name implies, and they're going to get it sorted for you. Keep watching, stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Hi guys, my name is Joba Jalabi. I'm a marketing communications professional. I currently lead marketing at Flash Change, a fintech startup. Keep watching ConsumerHalla TV, a consumer advocacy channel.
Hello, my name is Sharotimi. I'm an actor and I am on ConsumerHalla TV. Now, ConsumerHalla TV is a consumer advocacy channel. So if you have any issues, consumer-related issues with brands and services, you can reach out to them and they will be sure to handle it or to cater to you. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Iyebiye Adeton. I'm a film poster designer and illustrator. This is ConsumerHalla TV. It's a consumer advocacy channel. We show content on consumer-based news, entertainment, and all of that. So I urge you guys to stay tuned to ConsumerHalla TV.
My name is Anoluapo Alao, a sales consultant for Star Times Nigeria. This is a ConsumerHalla TV, where they discuss anything consumer needs and get knowledge about anything about consumer. So keep watching it.
Hi, my name is Adebola Ogushino. I'm a filmmaker and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. Any consumer related issues, they've got you.
Hi, my name is Stephen Olorunshisi. I'm a strategy and sales professional, currently working with Obey, and you're watching ConsumerHalla TV. I mean, this is one of the channels that you don't want to but stay on. Consumer advocacy, brand promotion, everything consumer, what you need to learn for your business to grow. This is a channel where you learn, where you experience entertainment too. Yeah, but it's good for businesses, for brands, and for an entrepreneur. If you want to know more about businesses, want to know more about brands, please stay watching. All right, thank you so much, ConsumerHalla TV. Keep watching.
Hello, good day. My name is Tunde Balogun. I'm the lead pastor at the Kingsborough Church in London. And you're watching ConsumerHalla TV, which is a new initiation into the TV industry in Nigeria, the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I know that it's going to bring value and quality into the service industry. ConsumerHalla TV is here to offer value to service industry and to give a voice to consumers, bring awareness to the brand industry, and also bring education to what it is to have quality for what you paid for. I know that through ConsumerHalla TV, you are going to be able to get what you have paid for quality-wise and also give a voice to you in wherever it is that you do. I am here to support and give a shout out to say that keep watching ConsumerHalla TV and we'll have a better quality for value in Nigeria and in the global space. Please continue to watch ConsumerHalla TV because it is here to make things work better for you. It is on this note that I would like to say a big congratulations to the chairman and CEO of ConsumerHalla TV, Pastor Tunde Olufowora, and all the staffs of this great organization. Thank you for what you do. You are making things happen for us, and I pray that God bless you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toyin Balogun. I'm here to give a shout out to ConsumerHalla TV, #1 platform helping you to shop smart, spend wisely, and live better. Anytime you have any kind of issues with your shopping, or you want to know a very honest review, please contact ConsumerHalla TV, here to help you. And please join the community where we can all make life easy and better for all of us.
Hey there, do you know in the world today, everyone is a consumer. And as consumers, we all have the right to be heard.
In Nigeria today, As a consumer, you have all right to product information, right to fair pricing, right to return goods, right to product labeling, right to fair dealings, and a lot more.
Well then, have you heard about the new media channel?
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
ConsumerHalla TV.
At ConsumerHalla TV, our goal is to inform and educate consumers in Nigeria with insightful news alongside development within the fast-paced world of consumers through well-researched, specialized, and analytical content.
Our vision at ConsumerHalla TV is to create an engaging platform that provides right connections for meaningful brands in Nigeria, thus creating a more caring world for consumers where business thrives.
And guess what? Our ConsumerHalla brand is the first consumer complaint resolution portal in Nigeria, powered by a 72-hour feedback mechanism. We offer consumer advocacy, informative talk shows, branding promotions, advertising, and lots more. Connect with us via our YouTube channel at ConsumerHalla TV. Follow us on our Facebook page, ConsumerHalla TV, our Instagram page, ConsumerHalla TV, and do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscription is free, ConsumerHalla TV. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard. At ConsumerHalla TV, you deserve to be heard.
Right, my name is Korede Peters and I am a product manager. So this is a very innovative idea, and first off, everybody is a consumer, and so this is the voice of the consumer, and this is the voice that is going to be heard. For the first time, the consumers in this country are going to be able to express their ideas and to get to know your rights, to know what belongs to you, and it's going to change a lot of branding. It's going to change a lot of things, because everybody knows that we're not just getting things out for the consumers. The consumers have a right to accept. You know, as they say, the customer is always right. So the customer is the consumer, and the consumer is always right. So, you know, when there is control, when there is feedback, there is bound to be change. So so I said, I'm a product manager. When you develop products, sometimes you believe you know what the users want, and through different kinds of surveys. But when the users actually get the product, they can tell you their mind, how the product is, their feeling about the product. So it's good to definitely change how products are being designed, how services are being given to people, because you can get a feedback, and that feedback can make or mar a company, you know, and everybody wants to have good feedback. So it's definitely going to change the behavior of people that make products. One very good thing is information. Information is power. So the consumer is going to get way more powerful. The voice of the consumer will be heard, the opinions of the consumer.
Hello and welcome to News Highlights on ConsumerHalla TV. I am Iremofe Kofoworola. The federal government has launched a nationwide training program for 4,000 tractor operators to boost mechanized farming, strengthen food security, and create jobs under the Renewed Hope agenda. The federal government says it plans to pace out crude oil exports as domestic refinery capacity expands, with regulators positioning for all locally produced crude to be refined within the country. In another development, the National Economic Council has approved a $4.5 billion refinancing package expected to improve Nigeria's liquidity, strengthen external reserves, and reduce crude-backed financial obligations. Nigeria's private sector maintained economic expansion in July, with purchasing cost inflation slowing to its lowest level in 5 months, according to the latest Stanbic IBTC Purchasing Managers Index. Still on the news highlight, the Central Bank of Nigeria is developing a unified regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and virtual assets, marking a shift from restrictions to structured regulations aimed at protecting consumers and supporting innovation. Okoje-Iweala has urged Nigeria to prioritize effective project execution and infrastructure maintenance, saying sustainable development depends on preserving existing public assets. Electricity distribution companies added more than 349,000 prepaid meters between January and April, although over 500 million customers are still without meters nationwide. And moving on, petrol consumption falls as higher prices reduce demand. Nigeria's petrol consumption declined by 52 million litres in the first half of 2026 as higher pump prices following subsidy removal continue to moderate fuel demand. 7 members of the OPEC alliance will raise oil production by 188,000 barrels per day from September, although analysts say supply constraints may limit the final increase. In another development, First Bank of Nigeria has awarded 10 million naira in grants to women-owned businesses through its Womenpreneur Pitch A Turn initiative to promote entrepreneurship and business growth. Entrepreneurs with Disabilities IHS Nigeria has donated business equipment to entrepreneurs with disabilities in Abuja under its Project Empower initiative to strengthen inclusive economic opportunities. And now to wrap up news highlights, US President Donald Trump has urged oil companies to reduce petrol prices following a sharp decline in global oil prices, although retail prices have yet to reflect the drop. You've just watched news highlights on ConsumerHalla TV. To stay more updated, please follow us across all our social media platforms on X, Facebook, TikTok at ConsumerHalla. ConsumerHalla TV resumes tomorrow at 8 a.m. I am Iremofe Koforola. Thank you for watching and have a beautiful evening.